Hey kids, it's Wednesday. Welcome to Midnight's Edge in the morning. Boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Kathy hit the nuke button. We're going to get into all that. We'll get into everything Bob Chapek had to say. We've got some guests coming in, but right now it's just the main crew. Good morning, good morning. It's me, Tom Connors, and with me is the boss man, Andre.
Greetings, everyone, and thanks for joining us on this lovely Wednesday, or Little Saturday, as we
Little
call
Saturday.
it.
That's a new one. And we also have Rob, the voice of Midnight's Edge.
Hello. Andre, you remind me of that movie Van Wilder in the trailer when he said, I believe in college a weekend starts on a Thursday and ends on a Tuesday.
I need to see that movie at some point, probably, but yeah, wise man said that.
Yes, very wise man. How's it going, everybody? Good to be here.
Oh, glad to have you here, Rob. And it has been a heck of a night.
Andre, no, Tom, no, you're not. You're not glad to have me here. Just be honest.
I can lie.
Okay.
Yeah.
I like being lied to.
And you know what? and so can Bob Chapek.
Absolutely.
That's what we call a segue in the biz.
We'll get back into that, but I just couldn't let that one slide. Too good to miss.
He sounded like Ralph Kramden.
Kathy, bam, zoom to the moon. Speaking of Chapek.
Yeah, we got a couple of super chats already. We have a few ones, but one we can bring up on screen is from Spider Unlimited, who says for $9.99. Thank you so much, Bob Paycheck. See what I did there? Yeah, very clever. All that heads and no brains. P.S. We as a community here should get together and create something new and better than what Hollywood is rehashing at this point.
Well, we are.
Well, on that note, I would like to say that one thing that we have, which I question whether or not they really have in Hollywood, since they are all out to cancel each other, is a community where we actually have true diversity, both of opinion as well as everything else. And for that, we are so glad to have you all joining us here today. That is something that we are eternally grateful for. We have Neil here. Neil, long time no see, my friend. Hope everything is well.
But on that, we actually have a creator coming on a little later today, so keep that in mind. And yeah, there are a lot of people in this community doing a lot of stuff already. So yeah, that sale is being set, I believe, is how we put that, or how.
Yes, indeed. Yeah. As Rocco Gambiani says, Comicsgate is the response. As is something that we will be getting back to later on. And Sleepy Panda sent us a €10.99 super sticker. Wow, that's awesome. Thank you so much.
There's very much a DIY movement now, do-it-yourself movement amongst fans, which is great to see.
Absolutely. It's an underground punk rock kind of thing. Did we get this one from Steve Otten?
Not yet, no. We have a little backlog already. But again, to do the ones we can get on screen right away, Stephen Otten says, Hail Midnight's Edge and everyone in the chat. Time to push the nuke button on Disney. Yeah, I think that many will feel that way today. Rob, you were saying.
You see, though, I mean, here's the thing. Hold on, let's get Martin's super chat, though, first.
Yeah, Martin Trusbach says for 50 Danish krona, tusen takk. Why is Disney so determined to destroy Star Wars? Let's begin with that. Tom, let's begin with you real quick, before we let Rob share his feelings. Why are Disney so determined to destroy Star Wars?
I don't think they want to destroy it. I just think they're misguided in this forced movement, for lack of a better term. Right.
It's not so. They don't want to destroy Star Wars. They want to remake it. They want to remake it, reshape it, and retool it in their own image. In Kathleen Kennedy's image, she wants to be the quote unquote influencer. Look what George did. I'm going to do one better than George. I'm going to.
That's kind of what we've been hearing.
Yeah. But the whole thing is, like you said, time to press the nuke button on Star Wars. Listen, I keep saying the barrier to entry for making comics, for making movies and everything else, the barrier to entry has been removed. You can get decent cameras. You can shoot a movie on your phone, and there's free professional level editing software out there. I know. I use it. It's called DaVinci Resolve. It's very good. There are a few limitations on it, but still, for the price, you can't beat it. Absolutely free, DaVinci Resolve. And it may not happen today, it may not happen tomorrow, but eventually, somewhere down the line, something is going to get noticed. Somebody out there. I mean, it's already starting to happen with Cyberfrog and stuff like that.
Yeah, and I also think that Daily Wire can have a huge impact. I think that's a bigger thing than any of us realize, that they can be a true safe space in an industry otherwise out to cancel everyone and their grandma, like literally their grandma, for stuff that she did back in the 40s.
Yeah, Thundercats host says I sound like I'm selling car insurance. It's yeah. If I was, I'd say now I just saved a lot of money on my car insurance.
I will say it's a delight to write Surfshark spots and other stuff like that for Rob to read. It's so easy.
Yeah. Well,
I saved a lot of money on my car insurance, but I couldn't save Star Wars.
That's good. Oh, new parody.
Yeah. Exactly.
But yeah, no, I don't think they're determined to destroy it, but I think that there's just so many moving parts in this kind of a situation we have here.
It's amateur hour. It really is. It's amateur hour. It's the equivalent of open mic night. And believe me, I've had to suffer through a lot of those.
And yeah, we did have a few more super chats come in, but as you said, Andre, we did have some more just before we started. So let's get with those.
Yeah,
first,
let's get caught up with the first ones. Then we're going to get and do this, at least try to do it in the ordered and structured manner that you are used to from Midnight's Edge. Maybe not our live shows, but certainly our regular videos. But we'll make it a try. But before then, Rolf Hartman started us off with $10 today. I can no longer bring it up on screen, so you're just going to have to listen. But Rolf, thank you so much. With the J.J. Abrams Superman use, I'm surprised no one has remarked on his Superman script from the early 2000s. It was so dreadful that the project capsized when it leaked. Yeah, you're talking about Superman Flyby. We actually have talked about it a few times already. We just haven't had time to do a deep dive and do a separate video on that. And when we get around to it, of course, we're going to mention the Superman Flyby, because that script was dreadful. I happen to be in possession of it. To anyone wondering, that is the one that was influenced by The Matrix, and where Lex Luthor is a Kryptonian. So, yeah, good going with that. And then Panzerkrok sent $20. Thank you so much, Panzerkrok. And he says, maybe Chapek and company really have succumbed to the mind virus of wokeness. To not clean house at Lucasfilm after weeks of bad press and money loss is insanity. I believe, like war games, the only way to win is not to play. Well, generally a sound strategy. And if Chapek is playing a game, then I hope it's some kind of 4D chess thing he has going on, where they're still positioning themselves for the attack. But we shall see. Mr. Tickle Trunk sent a cute little doggy super sticker, and Ty Remmers says for $5, between Solo, the sequel trilogy, Gina Carano, lost Disney Plus subscriptions, toy sales, and High Republic being dead on arrival, would any PR damage firing her really outweigh that? Okay, you know what? That's actually a really, really good and valid question. Tom, why are they afraid of the PR damage that firing Kathleen Kennedy would bring with it compared to all of these other things?
Because partially, she's on the right side of things. So if they were to fire her, you'd have much bigger backlash from the film community. You'd probably have people like Spielberg come out in her defense, even though they probably didn't want to. These things are like a popularity contest in the end. And when it comes down to it, Kathleen Kennedy is a lot stronger and more powerful in the eyes of Hollywood than Gina Carano is. But I think in the end of the day, the one who will have the last laugh will be Gina. And that's if, they're able to pull off what Andre was talking about before. But as far as the rest goes, I mean, it's a funny time. If it was any other world, she would have been allowed to just kind of like go away into obscurity. But because of the world we live in right now, I think that's the main thing to keep in focus here. Not only that, just her power. I mean, she's done. We keep saying it, but it still is true. She's just the most powerful woman in Hollywood.
Tom, what if she had been a man who was equally powerful, but that had done all the stuff that he... Yeah, exactly.
She was gone a year ago.
Yeah.
3 years ago, probably.
Yeah. Rob, share your feelings. Why are they afraid of firing her? Why is everything that comes with that back? Why would that backlash be more worried about all the money that they're losing?
Well, it's because, like I said, Hollywood, like Tom's right. Yeah, Hollywood is one gigantic circle jerk. It's very much like high school, and she's the girl at the top. She's the head mean girl. Nobody dares cross her because she'll take everybody down with her. She'll take the entire clique down with her, and without her, there'll be chaos. That's the thing. That's the other thing too. She's, like it or not, she's kind of holding Lucasfilm together. And as the old saying goes, nature abhors a vacuum.
Well, and I want to also point out that a lot of these moves seem to have been made right after they announced that Bob Iger was leaving at the end of the year.
Mm-hmm. Well, the other thing, too, is, like I said, nobody wants the job. Nobody wants the job, and so you're stuck with her. It's a case. It's very much. Listen, it's a case. I'm going to bring politics into it for a second, but I'm not trying to espouse any sort of ideology. There's this idea in politics between the devil you know and the devil you don't know. Okay, yes, okay, she's bad. But at the same time, there are people that are so afraid of change that they will stick with bad leadership because they're just used to it, and it preserves everybody's jobs. So they dare not speak out against her. Very much like in the Matrix, people are enslaved by the Matrix, but they will fight to defend it. Because without her, there's, the whole thing falls apart. She doesn't have to do Dickie McGeezax from now on, but just sit there and collect a check. But as long as she appears to be in control, that's enough for everybody.
And that's the funny
I'm not
part.
so sure about that, though. I'm not so sure that the whole thing would fall apart without her. The only thing that would fall apart without her, if you're able to get rid of her and the people that she has brought with her, then not everything, but a big part of the agenda that she has brought into Lucasfilm,
exactly,
that is going to fall apart a little bit.
Exactly.
But of course, the vacuum that could be filled up really, really quickly. And if they were to find the right person for it, and that person would be smart enough to realize, I'm going to ask Jon Favreau, what should we do here? And Jon Favreau says, we go left. And then that person in charge says, okay, I have considered my options and decided that we shall go left. And then I mean in direction, not... I might have said it, but anyway, you catch my drift. Point is that her leaving would actually be good in every possible way. And the reason that they are afraid of doing so is because in this particular atmosphere that we're in right now, she's kind of invincible because she has her gender going for her, and she has her Twitter stance, and she has all the people that share her ideology that Disney is filled to the brim with, as is all of the industry. Plus, it's going to be really, really awkward in cocktail parties and all of that. If you suddenly were to be the one to fire the person that everyone in your circle considers a friend, then they might kind of like shun the person doing it. So it's a big, complicated thing. But as Tom said, if she had been another gender, if she had been a man, she would have been fired many, many times over. And what I have heard, in no uncertain terms, is that Bob Chapek doesn't want her there. They realize that this woman is a liability. She's causing them nothing but trouble. But their worry is that if they were to pull the trigger and actually get rid of her, either by way of not removing the contract, or worse yet, before, she's literally gonna burn the magic castle on the way out the door. I mean, just look at what a great job she's done burning it down when she's still in it. Imagine what she can do when she's no longer there to worry about the whole thing collapsing over her. That's what they're afraid of. They're afraid of the mob that's going to come for them if they were to get rid of their lead proponent.
Well, in order to get rid of her now, she would have to be involved in some kind of humiliating scandal. She would have to be caught standing over Frank Marshall's body with a knife.
They'd still blame him,
but still,
they'd still blame him. And
somebody would have, yeah, exactly. And they would say, yeah, Frank. I mean, what would you think would happen? Would everyone say you had it coming?
I provoked it.
See, there you go. Even Frank agrees. And everyone would say, well, she must have had a good reason.
Yeah, my ugly dumb wet face.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, just look at Pirate Guy and Amber. I mean, there's photographic evidence of what she left on his bed. There's audio recordings of her, doing stuff that would put a man in jail. It's on recording, and she even says, "No one's going to believe you. No one's going to believe you."
Yeah, it's because
you're a man and I'm a tiny little girl. And as it turned out, she was right.
Yeah, because in this incident, it doesn't matter who started what, who did what. In the world we live in now, if you're a white male, you're seen as an aggressor, period, right off the bat. Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Yeah, guilty upon accusation.
Yeah, kangaroo court. Yeah.
It doesn't even have to be an accusation.
Well, the other thing, too, is, like I said, she would have to do something. She would have to commit an offense against a woman of color and against her gender. We thought hiring Leslie Headland would be it.
We thought firing Gina could be it, but no, I knew that wasn't going to be enough.
Well, it still might be, because again, she can only be taken down by again someone that is higher on the scale of victimhood. She's impervious to anyone that's like
the problem
further down on it.
Is Gina is seen as conservative, and as we've heard right in the investor call yesterday or the day before, whatever. Well, we heard it yesterday, but basically, they don't care. They don't see themselves as political, but yet they're admitting that they lean to one side because they see it as the right side of history, basically, in so many words.
They said they're for certain values.
Yeah, well,
they don't say what those values are.
Well, those values seem to align with one ideological political side, and we'll get into that here. I'm just going to play the clip right now. Fuck it.
And our next question today, Mr. Chapek, comes from David Almasi from Alexandria, Virginia. Please go ahead.
Hi there. It's clear that there's a new blacklist punishing conservatives in the entertainment industry. Disney Plus actors Pedro Pascal and Gina Carano tweeted similar analogies of current political events to Nazi Germany. Yet only Carano, who is considered a conservative, was fired from The Mandalorian. Regarding Disney and a blacklist, this is the way?
Well, thank you for your question. I don't really see Disney as characterizing itself as left-leaning or right-leaning, yet instead standing for values that are universal. Values of respect, values of decency, values of integrity, and values of inclusion. And we seek to have not only how we operate, but the content that we make reflective of the rich diversity of the world that we live in.
Pause a second, Tom. Of the rich diversity of the world, but those values all go out the window, Bob, when China comes into play, doesn't it? You're more than happy to do business. You're more than happy to acknowledge in the credits of Mulan, the province and the local governments and everything else that has built 380 internment camps. What kind of family values does those represent, Bob? Answer me, Bob. Bob.
Yeah, I seriously wish that you had been a Disney shareholder, Rob, so that you could ask him that follow-up question.
Well, I'm glad that the caller did ask the question, but I don't like how he worded the question. He should never have worded it to where that Pedro and Carano had done the same thing, because I don't think they were, clearly. I think he should have said flat out, obviously Pedro was, comparing half the country to a certain set of people in Germany.
Yeah, I agree. And that's the issue here. That's the people asking the question. They had good points, very good points. Problem was that they were both so lousy at phrasing those questions. Couldn't they have taken them to me so I could write them for them?
I want something to do.
That's the most emotion I've ever heard out of Andre.
That meme. That meme I use occasionally for videos of Patrick Stewart holding the blank sign. I just write in whatever I want on the paper, but with the gun being held to his head.
Yeah, please help, or they're gonna kill a puppy.
Yeah, I want one with Bob Chapek with holding the sign. We represent family values. And KK's holding the gun to his head.
Yeah,
because that's what it comes down to. Oh, I bet the lawyers are sitting there with the answers in front of him. Okay, Bob, stay on message. Stay on message. Stay on message. Yeah, you know what? And I agree. They're not going to throw KK under the bus. They're not going to throw anybody under the bus at an investor call because that'll tank the stock. But at the same time, the hypocrisy is just so completely and utterly transparent here.
But there is one thing that we all have to keep in mind, though, because however frustrated both myself and Tom, and I'm sure many others are, with how the question was phrased, what cannot be ignored is that those two questions, this one the first one about the blacklist and the double standards, and when you're going to fire Kathleen Kennedy, that those two things were raised at all in the first place is monumental. And now I've seen that in the 24 hours or however long it's been since, then you have some trades and some opinion leaders out there that go and say, oh, it was so abhorrent of those people to ask those questions. They should never, ever have been asked. Well, to those that say that, I say bugger off. Yes, they should, because they're shareholders.
They're with their money.
They are shareholders.
Yeah, you're costing me money.
They are entitled to protect their investment. That's what a shareholder meeting is for. And as it is right now, Disney are virtue signaling on other people's dime. They're doing the same thing that Kathleen Kennedy is doing. She's being an ideologue for other people to pick up the bill. And Disney, in some sense, are kicking that bill further along the road to the shareholders. And he absolutely should be called to task for it. And here's the thing. This is a reminder to them, and they know this, that this is a big deal. The firing of Gina Carano was a nuke that blew up in their own backyard. And you don't want nukes blowing up in your backyard, let's put it that way. And the backlash to it is immense. Yeah, they said that Disney Plus has crossed 100 million subscribers. So yay, good luck with that.
Yeah, but they had 95 million subscribers last quarter. That ain't shit for growth.
Yeah, exactly. So that's a pretty tepid growth right there. So that's one thing. But this is something that just won't go away. Here it was two people asking, how many more will be encouraged for the next shareholder meeting? They know that this is a big deal and it's not going away.
Andre, you familiar with the term alligator arms?
I cannot say that I am. That's actually new to me.
Alligator. If you ever go out to dinner with someone and then everybody enjoys themselves, and the check comes, the guy who doesn't reach for it to get, you all look at him. The guy doesn't reach for it, waits for everybody. Oh, geez, let me just, and he waits for someone to say, "No, I'll get it." That's the guy. He has Alex. Suddenly, his arms become very short when it comes time to pay up or answer up for something. That's Bob Chapek. He's got all of a sudden comes time to pay the piper for Kathleen Kennedy. His arms become very short. Yeah, exactly. Mm-hmm. He has a case of alligator arms.
Yeah, we don't have that problem in Norway. Our problem is to divide the bill equally or not equally, or like depending on what you had. So that's always the thing, and there's like a few hundred left over, and then it's the person with the I guess that then when you have like a few hundred or tens of bucks would be the equivalent left over, then the person with the alligator arms makes it go away. So yeah, I see where you're coming from. But anyway, alligator arms. You were saying, Rob.
You already explained it, but that's all right.
Yeah. I mean, that's it. It's it. Bob and the bill's starting to come due for Bob, and all of a sudden he goes, "Well, I'm not going to touch that." Whoa, no! And Tom, keep going. We see it even further.
It's a world that we all should live in harmony and peace. Thank you for your question. Next question, please.
I'd like to.
Thank you, sir. Our next question today comes from George Gazelle out of San Antonio, Texas.
Wait a second before we get into that.
Greetings, salutations.
Pause it.
Are you guys?
I just want to like say for when he said like thank you for your question. That was like, did you notice the tone there?
He's like,
with his tone.
You with son his tone, of a bitch.
He said, yeah, exactly. He was like, "Fuck you! How dare you ask me that?" That was what his tone said.
Yeah. Here we go.
Greetings and salutations. Are you guys looking at firing Kathleen Kennedy or asking her to resign and promote somebody like Filoni or Favreau or both as a co-counsel?
Thank you for your question, George. We've been absolutely thrilled that we can have the kind of creative talent in our company, the likes of Kathy Kennedy to run Lucas. And we look forward to having Kathy directing the activities of the entire Lucasfilm organization for many years to come. Thank you for your question. Next question, please.
Hamina. Ed Norton. I think they got
Miss Queen Kathy. I'll say whatever you want.
Do you think he got sandbagged? Do you think they were going to ask different questions? They were leading on. They was going to ask different questions, and these guys sandbagged him.
No, I think at least in this respect, he had pre-programmed responses in case anybody asked about Star Wars, Kathleen Kennedy, or Gina Carano.
Oh, no doubt. But
and as we said last night, like since he does not have the chops or whatever you want to call it that Bob did to deal with things like on the fly and answer questions, and he's a snake oil salesman. Chapek isn't so much. He doesn't know how to use his words. He's not good with, selling things to people. So he's like you said, I like Cats. I liked whatever. It's so much better than Cats. I'll watch it again and again and again. That's Chapek. He's just reiterating whatever talking points the PR team gave him to talk about.
Indeed, because the lawyers would have gone up there in advance. And they were like, there's a chance that this question is going to come up because this is a really, really big deal. And if it does come up, you are to say this. We don't matter what you say, how you get to it, but you have to put this message out there. Put out a complete non-answer, because don't you dare either give us liability or sink the share price. And that is how we get the canned reply that we get right there. I will point out one thing though, which I think maybe is telling, because he highlighted her ability as someone creative.
Yeah.
She's not creative. She has nothing to do with the creative side of things. Like, her only creative contribution is make Ray like herself. And that's about it. And beyond that, she's not creative. That's not what she's supposed to do. Bob Iger is the one that formally has that position now.
Yeah.
And she has other people under her who are creative, but she herself isn't creative. The appropriate praise for her would be great producer, great manager, not a great creative. That alone is like, I think, maybe like a subtle way of saying I'm lying through my teeth right now, which he was, and he knew it.
Yeah, and then on top of it, I think Kathy probably pushed for things to be said. I think her ego has been bruised. And I mean, it's not hard to believe, I don't think. Not somebody who's been in her position as long as she has. I mean, we've seen it come out of that one writer from Superman and Lois, and has probably not even been in the industry that long. It's the egos on these people. They feel like they can do no wrong, and if somebody jumps down their throat, well, it's not you, it's them, obviously, and that's the mentality we've seen. It's every time something has gone wrong, instead of going, yeah, we fucked up, we'll do better next time. It's, oh no, it's your fault because you're an istophobe. That's got to be it, right? And again, I'm not trying to beat a dead horse because we've brought this up a million times, but I can't help but feel like a lot of what's been happening was Bob has been, kind of protecting the Mandalorian and all this other stuff for a while. And now that he's out of the picture, going to be out of the picture, Kathy made her move. She knew exactly what she'd do to destroy this whole entire fucking endeavor. And I got to imagine that Favreau has just got his arms in the air going, I don't know what the hell to do now. And I think that's why those books were canceled and everything like that. And I'll bring that up here for those who don't know what I'm talking about. This also happened yesterday out of the blue, which I really find all this timing seems really strange. And I don't want to use the word convenient, but it's almost like I said, like there was like some major announcement. Bob said, I'm out the door, and as soon as that happened, she knew how to make her move and what to do. And when those things happened, look what we get here. Due to the ever-expanding world of The Mandalorian, we will no longer be publishing The Mandalorian Ultimate Visual Guide at this time as the story continues to unfold on screen. And then we got the same thing from Star Wars books at Del Rey, just slightly different, changing only the name of what they were working on. Due to the ever-expanding world of The Mandalorian, we will no longer be publishing The Mandalorian original novel at this time as the story continues to unfold on screen. Now, here's the thing. When Gina Carano was interviewed, she said she knew what the third season was going to be. And I have a feeling that a lot of shit has changed now. And I'm curious if we're even going to get a third season.
Yeah, I will say that both we, Doomcock, and the much maligned Grace Randolph, all independently of each other, we all heard that something is going on with Pedro Pascal, and there will be some kind of shift for season 3, and who knows if he's even going to be in it, and if he is, in what capacity. So some were raked over the coals for sticking by that rumor, let's call it. But it's looking more and more like that there really was smoke, and a lot of it, behind that fire. Now with Pedro Pascal moving on to, was that game Last of Us or whatever it's called and stuff instead. And we got like the impression that that's going to be his priority rather than the Mandalorian. Isn't that about right, Tom?
Yeah, there was an article about when he was first announced for it, and I guess they went back and changed it. I think Ryan Cannell did a video about it where basically it changed the wording of it to his priority will be this new show and Mandalorian will come secondary, or his participation in season 3 is I can't remember the wording, but basically in question in so many words, or how much he'll actually participate.
Yeah. And all of that, of course, spells pretty bad news for the Mandalorian. Now, on the plus side, is that we now have Boba Fett, which is the next thing out, and I now believe that that's the replacement for Boba for the Mandalorian season,
which is what 3. A lot of people have been saying.
Yeah. While they have like a rethink, so that for all intents and purposes now is season 3, We follow the adventures of a different Mandalorian. And then it's going to be the Ahsoka Tano series. And then who knows where that whole black lightsaber and what's the chick from Battlestar Galactica? That whole thing.
Katie Sackhoff.
Yeah, Sackhoff, exactly. Thank you. I would have thought that I would remember that. But anyway, then who knows how and where they're going to follow that up later. They're going to have to do some major changes behind the scenes. But I don't think that Favreau is going to give up so easily. I think that he's going to find some way to strike back. I'm not sure that Kennedy has won the war, even if she might have
I'd
won
like to
this battle.
believe so, but I think she pushed the nuke button.
This is the high, like Gettysburg. This is the high watermark for Kennedy right now. This is the high watermark for her.
That's what I think too.
Well, I just think it's funny that she's been like almost non-existent for the last few years. Then as soon as all this shit starts happening, she's in the picture again.
Yeah, because she feels threatened.
And then as soon as she comes back in the picture, everything falls apart.
What's the most? There's nothing more dangerous than what? A cornered animal.
Well, and you said it yourself, Andre. Like she clearly saw this opportunity. She butted in.
No, absolutely.
She used it to her advantage to make it look like, look, see, Favreau's having trouble on her end and his end too. Now
yeah, she's trying to say that, but will they listen?
I think they have, because Obi-Wan is next. That's what I was trying to tell you guys earlier. Was they went from Mandalorian?
Obi-Wan was next in any event.
No, it wasn't. Mandalorian season 3 was supposed to start shooting right after Boba Fett, and now all of a sudden Obi-Wan Kenobi's shooting in the same place. That's where I'm saying something happened, and she moved in and said, "Fuck it, we're dead. Mandalorian 3's dead. Now you got to bring in Obi-Wan. That's going to save Star Wars." And it's exactly like you were saying, Andre. She convinced them fuckers that these are the fans you don't need. If you bring in these safe shows and do what I tell you, that's going to bring in all these fans. And they haven't. They've gotten no growth whatsoever.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I know that, there are rumors that is what she said. What I'm a little bit more unsure of is if anyone genuinely believe her. That's the thing here. If John Favreau announces that he's setting up a new movie for Disney or something, which implies he will no longer be following up.
Then it's done.
Anything else? Then it's done. Then it's completely done. But until we hear that, until he has a new project elsewhere,
no, I'm with you on that. He's still there. He's got some fight possible, but I don't know how much is left.
That I agree with.
I pulled up the graphic of all the new shows here, just for my own reference here. But I'm looking at it. Mandalorian, okay, that's a big question. Rangers of the New Republic, that's not happening.
Probably not, no, because that was supposed to be the Gina Carano show, and a Gina Carano show without Gina Carano, well, just look and see how well the Batman shows without Batman are doing on the CW.
I mean, okay, Ahsoka, that's still somewhat in doubt.
No, that's probably going to happen. I don't think that one is in doubt.
And that's where I'm not so sure of Filoni's, whole deal here. But we know the Bad Batch is already coming because that was already in production.
Yeah. What the hell is Vision supposed to be?
That's that like what if kind of series. It's not a what if series, but what it is it's supposed to just, I believe, maybe it's more of a what if series, but it's animated stuff. So. Okay, that and the droid story; those are both animated, so we already knew those were.
Okay, those are probably going to happen. Lando, that's probably going. I'd lay money on that happening, just because it's Lando Calrissian. It's a person of color. I hate sounding like that, but
no. Well, here's the thing: that is that reworked movie that they originally talked about doing before Han Solo dropped.
Yeah.
And again, I'm not so sure that she had much to do with Rogue Squadron because, as we point out yesterday, she has this thing where she will not hire female directors. Mm-hmm. I think Bob Iger put that together as his last little deal. Yeah.
And it's almost, and it's going to be almost like daring Kathleen Kennedy to fire Patty Jenkins. That's, to me, that's what I think of. You keep talking a big game how you want a woman director. Here you go. Here's a woman director. I dare you to fire her.
Well, after Wonder Woman 84, I don't have so much faith in Patty Jenkins, but yeah.
Well, still though, I mean, it's the idea though. Like she's not going to turn around and fire a woman to be a traitor to the cause.
She already has.
Yeah. Well, okay.
But no, you're right. That's a different situation because Patty Jenkins has different political linings. Now, Andor we already know is happening, but nobody cares. Like that's going to be,
especially since it's not going to have the robot. Then what the hell is the point in even making it?
I'm curious if that's even going to make a blip on anybody's radar at all.
If I'm Alan Tudyk, why would I want to go work for Disney again? Like he's got his own series, Resident Alien, Wednesday nights at 10 on Sci-Fi Network. But I mean, why would I want to go through that? Why would I want to go through all the turmoil? Because as we covered, shooting Rogue One was a nightmare. The whole deal was a nightmare. Why would I want to go through that again? Especially for a series that's going to take up a lot more of your time. Especially when you've got something good going on the Sci-Fi Channel. Resident Alien, Wednesdays at 10.
Yeah, there you go.
I'm sorry, I got to keep working in those.
You and your plugs, man. They should start paying you.
Yeah, I weren't even getting paid for this. Yeah.
Why do you keep saying that? Because they pay me every time I do.
Because you know how fucking good this show is, Resident Alien on Sci-Fi Channel Wednesdays at 10. Because I want this to get a second season. This is
honestly, you know
shit.
what? Like that's the same reason why I plug the Conan comics. I don't get anything for it. I just think they're good, and I think that good stuff should get a chance. So you know what? Yes, go check out Resident Alien. I haven't seen it myself, but Rob says it's awesome, so I trust his opinion. Oh look, Natasha says the same thing as well.
Yes,
yeah, that's two people I trust.
Yes, I
was making fun of Idiocracy.
I know, yeah.
Brought to you by Carl's Jr. Why do you keep saying that? Because they pay me every time I do.
Hey, listen, I have no material benefit by mentioning Resident Alien Wednesdays at 10 on Sci-Fi Network, but other than to expose more people to it. So,
well, Victor Von Doom here asks a very valid question, not to jump ahead in super chats, but thank you so much for the $14.99. How the hell is Jon Favreau not running Lucasfilm? He's got the qualifications to do it. Period. Bob Chapek will tank Disney. Now, I can't disagree with that last statement. Like, I think Disney's future is in really, really rough shape if Bob Chapek is going to be the head of the company. Mm-hmm. Now, as far as Jon Favreau go, he's not the type of guy who really obviously wants to be running a studio or a company. He's a visionary. He's a filmmaker. First and foremost, he just wants to get out there and get in the trenches and do stuff. Mm-hmm. I'm curious. I've said it before. I'm curious how much longer he's going to really stick around with this whole Mandalorian business. Anyway, it's already taken up 3 years of his life. I mean, and he's a filmmaker who's probably used to moving on from one thing to another, to another, to another, to another. You know, at some point, I'm curious if he'll just throw his hands up in the air and say, fuck this noise. I'm not going to deal with it anymore and just move on to something else. And Disney has had no problem with moving him around from here to there and doing different things.
I think that's part of KK's plan to frustrate Favreau to the point where he quits.
Maybe. But in terms of shooting schedule, Tom, you said that Mando had been pushed back. How far has it been pushed back? Because
no idea.
Stephanie Janisek that Mando is scheduled to be shooting in April. But we shall see about that. If it does,
from what I heard, Obi-Wan is supposed to be shooting now instead.
Yeah. Well, there's a difference between now and like right now in this moment.
So the things we see here that are definitely happening: Andor, Obi-Wan, probably the Acolyte. Those are definite goes.
I don't remember the name of the studio, but the studio that Mandalorian season 3 was supposed to start shooting in April is now being taken over by Obi-Wan. That's what I know.
Is it Pinewood?
Yeah, I think Pinewood or whatever the virtual studio. I can never remember the hell the name of it. But so that's what I'm saying. Something happened and she moved in her fucking production first. So I don't know if they just had to said, fuck it, we have to rework season 3 now. Because that's what I'm thinking happening. That's why I think they had to cancel those books. Is they're completely reworking the season now between losing Gina Carano, and it could even be because Gina told everybody what the 3rd season was supposed to be about. You know, it could be something as simple as that. I mean, I'm not trying to blame Gina for it, but hey, you know, what the fuck was she supposed to do? She just said flat out, I wasn't going to be there anyway because it was going to be about this, this, and that. Well, if they feel like that was too much for her to say and they want to change that, that's their prerogative. You know what I mean? Like, I can't blame them for that, but regardless, they lost a major player and another one of their major figures in the show was gone. The two characters that anybody gives a shit about.
Well, from a practical standpoint, I can understand why you would move ahead with the shooting of Obi-Wan, because you have that studio space, it's rented, it's going to be paid for. You don't want it to sit idle. So you want to get something done while you have it. And
that's what I'm thinking happened is she pushed it to where the Mandalorian season 3 had to be reworked so then she could weasel in Obi-Wan early.
Yeah. Yeah, because I definitely see her being that petty and being that I can't. You
got to remember Mandalorian fucked up her Obi-Wan show to begin with. Because she was too stupid to not pay attention that it was too much of the same story.
Yeah,
that's pretty impressive right there. That she actually has to see it before figuring that out. I was like, yeah.
That's what I said was funny. It wasn't like they, she said we're breaking story on Obi-Wan or whatever, and the next thing you know, we got to rework it because it's too much like Mandalorian. After Mandalorian had already aired, not during the process of.
Shows you how it's shut out of the creative process.
That's what I was saying. I feel like these last couple of years, when Bob said that the buck stops with me, he's been down there doing a lot of the day-to-day business on Star Wars. As soon as he announced I'm done for the year, that's when he backed off and she came in and started doing her old fucking business again. What the fuck happened in the last few days? Exactly what we all said would happen if she were to come in and get her way. She's totally thrown everything into chaos ever since Gina Carano's been fired. And we know she's the only one who could have made that call.
It seems to be the MO for her. Just throw everything into chaos.
Well, and it's like she knew that was the one thing she could do to fucking throw this whole thing off.
Yeah, but for the people who listen, as much as I respect and admire Robert Meyer Burnett, at the same time, look at what she's done when she's the one calling all the shots. Everything is in a state of turmoil except The Last Jedi. Everything, the Rogue One, Solo. Everything behind the scenes is in a state of The Rise of Skywalker. Everything is in complete and utter disarray. It doesn't speak to her managerial skills if she's supposedly this great manager.
No, it doesn't. And that's what I'm saying is you can almost see her MO coming back into the picture again. It's the same shit, just all over again. And it was so quiet for a while,
A fucking rock too. We're stuck with a fucking rock.
Well, and that's where I think this High Republic came in. Because remember, they were trying to hype the fuck out of that before it came out, and it kind of landed with a fucking, like a wet fart, like you said, or whoever said it the other day. I mean, and that's what I'm saying here is as soon as she gets back in the picture and starts getting into control of shit, that's what we get is crap like the High Republic, and everything else goes into turmoil. It's like a fucking. You don't even need to be a detective to see it. And that's what I don't understand, where people don't understand what's going on here.
Tom, what did I say about when they hired Michelle Ridgwan in that rant I had? Remember, what was the one word I was looking for?
Fan.
She hires people who have utter contempt for the material. She has people that have utter contempt for Star Wars and for the movie making process of her writing, and people who don't know shit.
Well, I wouldn't go as far as to say contempt, but I will agree with you on the don't know shit part, or at least not enough to know about Star Wars to know what makes it work. I mean, even Favreau's let's be real, he's even treading a line there, because even though Andre enjoyed the Mandalorian, you and I and most people who are Star Wars fans are like, yeah, it's good, it feels like Star Wars, but it's still got issues. Right.
Yeah, but what do we always say though about the Mandalorian? If they had started with this, things would be a whole lot better.
That's a different story altogether, though.
But at the same,
would have been, should have been, could have been thing.
Yeah, and I always say that. What's Kathleen Kennedy's favorite movie?
Oh, Dr. Zhivago. I told you about that.
Yeah, Dr. Zhivago. I always say about this. My mom's favorite movie was Dr. Zhivago. I wouldn't have trusted her to make a Star Wars movie either.
Yeah, and your mom's not that much older than what KK is right now either. So, like, yeah, no, I agree with you 100%, Rob. I agree with you 100%. And I see a lot of people in the chat asking, what do we do? Just bitching about it's not going to help.
No, you withhold your money. You withhold your money.
That's part
what
of it.
Do.
Bitching about it does help to a point. But as I was saying last night, our voices are only going to go so far because we're dismissible. We're dismissible because we're white males and we don't matter.
We have, what Tom said, somebody has to speak out. At the same point, what we do is we apply, I don't want to make this sound like a concerted effort, but pressure has to be applied. There has to be enough upward pressure that it's felt throughout the whole chain.
Actually, there's two things that what we can do, and one is that we can inform. That's kind of like what we're doing. We are informing so that all of you are aware of what is going on out there, and then it's actually up to you to send angry tweets, send angry emails, give them angry phone calls. This actually matters.
Yeah,
this is how they feel the pressure. The most important thing, though, is to vote with your wallets, and there's two sides to that. One side is to of course don't support things that you are against, but then you have to let them know why. Like, for instance, if you cancel Disney Plus, then let them know this is being canceled because of this and that. Like, leave no doubt in the description, because otherwise, if there's a way to deflect from it, then they're going to. The other part is actually support the things that you like, and this is something that I find many people often tend to miss or dismiss. If a company that you don't like, or that are involved in some stuff that you really have a problem with, and you just ban them all together, they learn nothing, because that way you are not a customer. They're not catering to you. And so you have no vote, because you're lost to them no matter what they do. That way you have no sway. What is actually more important is if you single in on the things that the company does that you actually like and support those, then that makes a difference. I'm going to make one example here. You all know that I like Conan. We have interview of Jim Sub. And the reason we have those isn't because we're being paid or anything. It's because I genuinely recognize that what he is doing there with Conan, even under the Marvel umbrella, is good. It's really, really good. It's comics the way that comics are supposed to be. I mean, the stuff that Jim Sub is doing for Conan, it might... No, I'm not even going to do that, because that would actually hurt him. But I will say that it might as well have been crowdfunded, because there you have a toxic white male who is allowed to be the toxic white male he always was. The comic is brutal. He sleeps around. He does everything that Conan is supposed to do. And it comes from Marvel in 2021. And it's struggling with sales. Why the hell is it struggling in sales? Seriously, this is the comic that you all should be reading. Issue 19 came out today. It's a perfect jumping point, and it started a new story arc. So just jump in there. If you want to send a message to Disney or even to Marvel, then the best way of doing it, more than just withdrawing your money, is voting with your wallet for the things that you like. And that is why, for instance, when the Boba Fett series comes out, if it's good, fans should rally behind it. Same with Conan for Marvel Comics. The fans should rally behind it and read it, because it's the comics that you want, and then let everything else fail, because that way you send a message they can't ignore. Let's just say, for instance, in Marvel Comics, if the Conan book suddenly spikes, it sees 100,000 sales, whereas everything else is struggling with 10,000. That's something they can't ignore. Everyone's just stopping reading across the board. They can't ignore that easily, but they can't ignore spikes in sales.
Well, I can't speak to the whole Boba Fett aspect of it, But I do agree with you on, like, you know, you have to support the things that you do like. And when it comes to Jim Zub, I have to, you know, tell everybody, look, he didn't get permission from Disney to do it. In fact, he went around them to do this twice now on it, as far as we know, because they would not let him do it originally. They did not want him to do it. And we don't know who gave him the go ahead, but it wasn't Disney. And basically they said, just fucking do it because we need the the exposure. You know, and they're doing good with it. And that's possibly why Marvel and Disney are burying it, is because it doesn't fit with their narrative. It doesn't fit with the values that Bob Chapek was talking about.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So, yeah, and as Andrew Conrad says in the comments here, without respect, we reject. Exactly. But with respect, it's actually more important to support. And that's something that just makes it very, very clear that whatever you do, be clear about it. Let them know. Scream from the rooftops, which means post a tweet and hashtag it.
Yes, exactly. You know, which is why I always say Resident Alien, Sci-Fi Network, Wednesdays at 10. No, to quote Grand Theft Auto Vice City, it's not enough to love something. You have to throw money at it.
And again, we're not like telling you what to do or what to do, not to do with your money. And there's some people who are like, I'm not going to support Disney Plus, and that's your prerogative. But do remember, though, even if you do have it, that doesn't make you a bad person. As long as you don't watch the things you don't like or don't support, they still see that.
They do. They absolutely see it. Even if they get the same amount of money anyway, they see this content drives subscriptions. People want to see that, whereas this other stuff doesn't drive subscriptions. So in a position where they choose what to emphasize and what to not to emphasize going forward, they're going to emphasize the things that actually drive subscriptions, which they can see, which is why you have to vote with your wallet. And that vote can't always be no. Sometimes the vote has to be yes, that this is what we want, because they can't ignore sales spikes.
Yeah, like I said, it's more tangible for me because I'm a big sports fan, and you know, you walk around for years and years and years and years and years. The New York Giants were a laughing stock in the NFL, American football, for those overseas listeners. You know, you had more kids wearing Dallas Cowboys stuff in my area, the New York area, than they wearing New York Giants stuff, and then they said we have to turn this around. You know, we're missing out on all that merchandise. The team, like I said, so they actually, the league had to come in and said, you guys got to right the ship and you got to do it in a hurry.
Yeah, and
so, but like I said, like I said before, you have to support, like Andre said, you have to support the things you like. For them to, for people to be mocking Star Wars like this, and suddenly they're not going to be buying anything with Star Wars. I mean, they're going to feel it. Believe me. Oh, you believe it. There's only so much of this that they can endure. You know, yeah, okay, Disney's a multi-pronged company. They have other revenue sources. But at some point, they're going to say, you know what? What's going on here, guys? What's going on? I want answers.
Well,
Sorry, Benjamin. Yeah, I tried being a Browns fan. Yeah, I feel for you guys.
Well, I got to point out something with this one. Like, they didn't exactly cancel Peter Pan and Dumbo. They put a disclaimer on them. And we really need to be careful in how we word this stuff, because they're using that kind of shit against us.
They removed it from the children's section is what
they're making us look like we're a bunch of crazies going out there making up conspiracy theories by using terms like cancel and stuff too much when it's not true. Because things like the Muppets have not yet been canceled, but they have been, you know, labeled and disclaimed. And then now, on the other hand, though, when we say things like Pepe Le Pew has been canceled, or they're trying to cancel Speedy Gonzales, that's when they use that against us, because they're like, oh, you guys say that about everything. It's like, yeah, but in this case, you're actually doing it. So when they actually do it and we try to make that point, it falls on deaf ears, or it doesn't make any, you know, doesn't have any weight to it, because we say that about everything. So we really, really, really need to be careful at how we word these things. We don't like things being labeled and what's the word I'm looking for? Disclaimered, or it makes them feel like they're dangerous or contraband when they're not. You know, I mean, and the whole Pepe thing is just, I'm not going to get too deep into that here, but we did talk about it on Toxic Femininity the other night. And I think the ladies broke it down pretty well there. So again, it's one of those things that we need to really be careful at how we word these things. Otherwise they use that shit against us too.
Yeah, indeed. And speaking of that, we have actually quite a few super chats right now that I want to go through a couple of, because we are way behind.
Yes, let's do.
So to everyone that have sent in super chats so far today, first of all, thank you so much. We're going to get to every single one before the end.
Hold on,
but,
put this comment up here. Joe Leisure, the 40-year-old Star Wars fan, may buy toys and watch shows, but they don't go to the parks. That is not true. The 40-year-old Star Wars fan has kids, and they bring them to the parks. They bring them to. How do you think things get passed from one generation to the other?
Well, I think not just that, but the Geeks and Gamers spin-off channel is proof of that. You know, adults do give a crap about these things. And there is a community that does just do the part. And that was another thing I think that Drunk 3PO the last time he was on here brought up, was that Disney noticed, if it wasn't on here, it was on one of the other shows, but he said they're starting to notice that a lot of, you know, couples and single couples or without kids are starting to come to the park. And that's why they're trying to pander to that adult group a little bit more recently.
Well, nobody can afford to have kids now.
That's another problem. But no, you are right though, is, you know,
like I said, I don't have kids, but I would absolutely love to take them to a Star Wars movie. I would love to take them to Galaxy's Edge. This is Star Wars. I watched these movies when I was your age. Really? You watched them when I was your age? You know,
I hate to tell you this, Rob, but you know what they'll say after that?
Rob has kids?
No, besides that, your kid will be like, "That's fucking stupid and old and dumb, Dad." Just to warn you.
Probably.
And welcome, Andy. How you doing? We got Andy coming in for a little bit.
What a segue! You just as soon as you say "stupid, old, and dumb," Andy comes in. Nice going there.
I love it. Fits me to a T.
Well, I got a kid, so I know how it works, Rob.
How are you guys doing? Sorry, I've caught up, but if I'm interrupting, I'm just happy to be here.
We're just gonna jump into some super chats here, but other than that, we were just talking about the whole investor meeting yesterday, or stockholder meeting, I should say. Sorry, I keep screwing that up.
Yeah, it basically just did exactly what I thought Disney might do and suck.
Lie some more.
Not want to answer questions, and exactly makes just be like, yeah, we're not going to really tell you anything. I mean, I wasn't surprised.
I loved it. It was much better than Cats. I'm going to see it again and again.
Indeed.
Yeah, but on the note of the parks, though, just to finish up, you know, the last thing about the parks, though, that's the one thing that's hurting Disney right now more than anything, is that they don't have the parks open, and that's where this is going to really come to a head with them and the political side of things, which is why I'm so curious as to why they haven't kind of been one of the first ones to really kind of jump the ship and go, you know what, fuck this. We need to go back to the way we were and start holding, you know, people in government a little bit more to task as a corporation, instead of, you know, kowtowing to this ideological movement instead. I hope that's something that happens, but I don't know if that will. What do you guys think, especially Andre? I'm curious what you think on that matter as far as how things have been going lately. Don't you think sooner or later there'd have to be something that would tip that scale?
Under normal circumstances, yes, there absolutely would be something to tip that scale. But I'm not so sure how normal these circumstances are. I would hope that sanity and creating shareholder value at some point would prevail. But that doesn't seem to be the foremost concern right now in this moment. As was pointed out in the comments here, it was actually a Mexican Iron Man who says that Andre's assessment yesterday was super on point. Disney resembles a Ponzi scheme of financial reporting. Well, thank you so much for that. And to those wondering, Mexican Iron Man actually is working professionally with corporate accountancy. He's been doing so for 14 years, so he's a veteran of that. And basically what I said yesterday is that the whole company is being propped up by the share price, which is fully buoyed up by Disney Plus subscriber numbers, whereas the actual value underneath it isn't there. Obviously it's there, but it's not where it's valued at. So there's like a huge gap, and they're doing everything they can to maintain the illusion. And in this sense, it's a Ponzi scheme, because there is that big a gap between the market valuation and the underlying fundamentals. And I would hope that they would take some measures to bring the two closer to each other. Not necessarily by deflating the share price, but by bringing up the actual value, by getting in far more Disney Plus subscribers, if that's the only thing that they can do right now, and do measures to this end. And also to bring in third-party licensees. Something that we have heard is that many third-party licensees actually walked out after the whole Gina Carano, because no Cara Dune, who's a top seller, and limited Baby Yoda going forward, well, that's like some people saying, screw this, I'm out. And then there are like details of their financials, like salvage packages that come straight from the authorities, and what are the requirements to get those. That's like an X factor there that we don't know. But I would hope that they actually would do what traditionally would have been their responsibility and create shareholder value by actually increasing the value of the fundamentals behind. Would be my hope. And to that end, policing the market, and what so overwhelmingly many express on Twitter, on YouTube, on every other social media, where Disney is being hammered and bombarded every time they post something right now, indicates that they just might have chosen to appeal to the wrong audience when they chose to look at the Twitter stance as their barometer. That's my take, at least. Andy, I'm curious to hear what you have to say about like the whole press conference yesterday, and where Disney should go from here, if Bob Chapek even could have done or said anything different, and if what he said was really indicative of what Disney may be feeling behind closed doors.
I mean, I just think they were massively safe, as they always are. And I think the other thing to not underestimate is who's now president. Who do you want to cater to? Who's the organizations and everybody that they feel like is now in as the majority, whether as small that is or not. I think Disney's always just been safe, and safe in their eyes is whatever Hollywood wants, right? And so none of this surprises me. They've always been this way. They've never not supported, not liberal, typical Hollywood ideals or things. So from that whole standpoint of what they were saying and the answers, and not wanting to really address Gina or the double standard of Pedro, like none of that surprises me. As for like the money, I mean, this is such a different year than usual. There's so much we can't deny the pandemic has totally taken a hit on them. Do I still think there's money there? Yeah, I do think Disney is valuable. I don't think they're not valuable. They have brands that are massively valuable.
Oh, they're obviously valuable. So don't get me wrong. They're valuable, but they're not as valuable as the share price would have you believe. That's where the gap is. Like the share price is maybe 20% overvalued.
Totally valid. But there's still value to the Disney brand, though, what I'm just trying to make clearly. I just think it's all safety right now. They're all just trying to save their ass, keep above water, try to see who's in charge. How do we make sure we're pleading to them? How do we keep things going? I think, Florida's been open with the parks, but at a lower capacity, but they're packed. And so, I think now with California opening, what is it? It's soon, like in a month or so, or the next month, they'll start. And now I do think Black Widow is going to make money at the theaters in May. So I do think there's more, things are going to start happening in Disney's favor, whatever we do or say. The way to beat them is with your wallet. You do have to cancel if you really firmly believe that you don't support what they're doing, You do have to cancel Disney Plus, but have enough people done that is the real answer, is the real question. We don't know all that. I hate how there's no transparency now, like box office numbers used to be. We have no idea if how well a studio is doing or not. Like Netflix started that trend, and it's so impossible to really know what real numbers are. And so we could be saying, maybe they are trying, maybe it's completely in what we're saying, but maybe it's not. And that's what sucks, because we have no way to actually know how popular, how many subscribers they have, how many subscribers HBO has, how many subscribers Netflix has, how many subscribers Paramount Plus has. Although I'm safe to bet a lot of money Paramount Plus does not have a lot of subscribers.
No.
Talk about tanking. But that's where it's trouble. So, I mean, look, the reality is, if they were really in the trouble that I think a lot of people want them to be in, they would be making different moves. At the end of the day, they're making the moves they're making. So it is what it is. Does it make people upset? Absolutely. To me, I'm just not surprised by any of it. This has always been what Disney's done. That may not be the popular, fun answer, but I just think that's the sad reality we're in. They're going to keep trying to make, it's like Kathleen Kennedy. I had a big argument last night about someone was trying to tell me that she shouldn't be fired and she was responsible for Mandalorian. And I'm like, no, she is. Take all the personal feelings away from Kathleen Kennedy. She has been a bad runner of the brand because it has not been as successful as it should be, from the sequel trilogy to merchandising, which is the real reason. I don't feel like she has a decent plan. The only thing she sort of, as I say, barnacled herself onto is the fact that she's like, I put Filoni and Favreau together, but it's like, hello, they put themselves together on Clone Wars. They knew who they were. Just because you saw them chatting and thought, hey, want to make a show, doesn't give her the cred and the positivity that I think she's milking to sort of stay there. Now, at the same time, I don't believe she's ever going to be fired. She will never be fired. She will exit, just like Piers Morgan just did, just like Joss Whedon did. There's no way Disney is ever going to fire Kathleen Kennedy, as much as people say they're gonna. They may behind the scenes, but we're never going to see a headline of unless she does something completely against character. I don't see them ever wanting to do that headline. You know what I mean?
I agree.
Like I told Tom before, even if she was standing over Frank's lifeless body with a knife with blood dripping off of it, they still wouldn't fire her, and people would rush into bed. Well, I guess Frank had it coming.
I did.
Yeah, but at the same time, I honestly think, obviously they're making money with the decisions they're making, but I honestly think that they are locked into a pattern of behavior in that they keep going back to this well, thinking, oh, the next one's going to work. The next time it's going to work. We're going to the definition of insanity, doing the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result. They don't know how to do anything else in terms of Lucasfilm. They don't. She doesn't listen. She's making the decisions because she thinks they're the right ones, despite whether or not they actually work. So she's going to keep making these decisions, and no one's going to stop her because she's Kathleen Kennedy. If that's not a recipe for disaster, I don't know what is.
Well, and I agree with Andy to a point, except for one, and that is so much that Disney has always done this, and I'm not sure what you mean specifically by this, but when it comes to kowtowing to one ideological set, no. From what I've been hearing, the studio, all the production companies, everything inside Disney has gone extremely toxic in the last few years. Things have changed. That's what I keep hearing, is it's not the same Disney, it's not the same Lucasfilm. I'm assuming you get the same thing if you talk to somebody at Pixar who had been there for a long time.
Well, when they got rid of Lasseter,
that's what I'm saying. In that period, in that last few years, when you get into the getting rid of Lasseter, the taking over of Star Wars, all this business over at Disney, the same thing with Bob Iger was hands off of Marvel for the longest time, and everything ran great and smooth until he decided to butt in and say, look, I want to do this Captain Marvel thing. And Feige's like, that's great, but I want to do Black Panther, and there's only one way we're going to make that happen. And then that's if we get rid of Ike Perlmutter. And Bob Iger facilitated that. So as soon as he starts butting in is when shit starts going down. Same thing with, you look at Lasseter. Whoever made that decision to get rid of him was the worst decision in the world, but that's what happened. And ever since then, everything has gone downhill at Disney. And that's what I keep hearing, is that it's nothing but a toxic environment and nobody wants to work there anymore. And they're scared to death of not just losing their jobs, but losing their livelihood and getting blacklisted. And notice he didn't deny that there was a blacklist. He just ignored the question.
Totally ignored the question.
Yeah, he totally ignored that aspect of it. And then that's where I know. I mean, it's clear there's a blacklist in Hollywood.
Right, for sure. He absolutely even disrespected both that investor and everyone else that would have that question. So as I said, if anything,
sorry, Andre, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, I was just saying, I only wish that more investors would have been like, you know what, you kind of bypassed that one. We would like a clear answer to that.
Yeah, I wish
instead of letting them pass with such bull crap.
What you're saying, I just wish he had asked the question a little bit less emotionally and not mentioned a blacklist, but just said, well, why did you single out Gina Carano and not Pedro Pascal? Because that was the question at hand. And I think by bringing in the conservatives and liberals in the blacklist, it gave Chapek an out that I think was unfortunate, because I would have loved to actually force him to answer the question and not tiptoe around it. But by the broader way he asked, I think didn't allow us to. He just wasn't able. He didn't have to answer it. Even he answered something without having to answer the question, which was unfortunate, because to me that is the biggest point. Put him on the spot of like, Pedro Pascal has said the same things Gina had. Why did you single out Gina Carano? Done.
Actually, I said it was he even worse than that. He basically allowed them to and strengthened their argument by saying that he should have said what Gina did was nothing compared to what
correct.
Pedro put out there. So why was she the one? That would have been an even better way to put it, because then that forces him to almost clarify that. And that's what I was trying to say before too, is like they gave him too many outs. He was able to use the talking points without really addressing anything. And they're going to continue to do this until people keep taking him to task.
Who do you guys know? Because I'm not actually as familiar with how does that work with those shareholders? Because it seems like they had to present those questions before. It's all pre-taped. So does Disney?
No, not in this case. Normally, when you have like the major shareholders, they kind of like have to be approved. But as La Reina Creole put it yesterday, because she is one of the shareholders, this is like the one event where they actually have to face the pleb, and the pleb can ask pretty much whatever they want. And I'm so disappointed that not more asked that. And the two guys that actually stood up, like as you were saying, they had the right questions, but they phrased them in the wrong way. Why couldn't they just come to me and I would have written them for them? Yeah.
Please, Andre, next time. Exactly.
But no, I think Lorena, it's either like some kind of lottery or you just kind of like a radio contest almost. You just got to call in and hopefully you get in line in the call kind of thing. Because she's like, there was another person there who was, their time came up and they obviously weren't at the phone. So they just got a bunch of like noise in the background and they just moved on to the next call. So like, that's what I'm assuming it's like, is like, you just go and you say, yeah, I want to be involved in this. And they send out like so many emails that they know they can cover calls, or you just call and whoever gets in line gets in line. I'm assuming they take like the first 10 callers or something probably that have the passes to get into it. I have no idea exactly how it works, but she said she wished she had been able to try and get in. So, but with that, we're going to check into a couple super chats here. Rolf Hartman sent in $10, says,
yeah, actually we got that one already. The next one that we didn't get is Mr. Tickletrunk, who sent us a little doggy super sticker. And then we have Stephen Otten that says for $5, hail Midnight's Edge and everyone in the chat. Time to push the nuke button on Disney. I think that many will feel that way. And Gran Wasu 42 sent us a doggy super sticker, and Sleepy Panda sent us another doggy super sticker for €10.99. So thank you so much for that. And Thunderstorm says, pitching this again, Star Wars Smugglers, starring BB-8, Dio, Grogu, Jeff Goldblum. They run into a cast of friends and foes making a shipment. See there? It doesn't have to be more difficult than that. And Taker610 says, Chapek makes politicians blush with his non-answers. I've seen politicians do far worse than that. And Mr. Plague Doctor says for $4.99, if third-party transformers have taught me anything, it's that fan projects are the future of franchises. Mr. Tickle Trunk says support indie films, comics, games, sci-fi books, and also support indie music and solo artists. Servant of God 777 says for $10, thank you so much by the way, after what Chapek just did, he may just have inadvertently dealt Disney a fatal blow. Iger would have probably made some comments about disciplining those involved and enforcing rules better. Andy, I want to hear your thoughts on that. Do you think that Chapek did wrong, that Iger would have done better by saying that he would have disciplined those involved and enforced rules better? Which of those two possibilities would have been the better course of action for Disney? You're muted.
Sorry, thank you. I think they did the right thing because they only angered us, and we're already angry. So it's like if they had answered the other way around, they would have angered both sides. Because I think there's an audience of no matter what they say, they're never going to be happy with him. There's a little bit of that reality check too, of just like there's going to be Disney people who are against Disney no matter what they say or do about it because of too many reasons that are justified, I think. But there's a little bit of like you can't please them all, so at least let's please the base that's currently happy. So I think do I think it's the right answer? No, but from a corporate standpoint, I think he did the safest thing that Disney could do to not make more enemies. Does that make sense?
It makes perfect sense, and I'm in complete agreement. I assure you that Disney lawyers pre-drafted that answer for him, and if Bob Iger had been the one there and he had taken responsibility and he had admitted a mistake, that is what would have been the headlines. As it is,
Correct.
We're the only ones talking about this. Like all the trades, the finance stuff, they're all talking about Disney Plus now 100 million plus subscribers. That's what they're talking about. We're the ones talking about this because he completely bypassed it, didn't recognize it, and made it a non-issue. Although we who follow this clearly see that this is not the case. It was from a corporate standpoint not the ideal, but a better answer than what you suggest, servant of God. So as much as we don't like it, it was the only answer that he could give, and probably the one drafted for him by Disney Legal. And moving on from there, Oliver Klosov says, KK is a jealous woman. Very dangerous. Brian Rickard says for $4.99, I think China is forcing corporations like Disney to push divisive propaganda, demonize masculinity if they want to do business in CCP when they overtake. Again, I don't want to go into that because that's a little bit on the side of what we do, and if we go too far into that side, we'll get shut down. So I will just say, as usual, follow the money. Nemo Natus Sum says, rest in peace, Star Wars. Long live Warhammer 40K. Astartes. Andy, are you familiar with Warhammer?
I don't know. I keep on my no, not. I'm not much of a gamer either.
Okay, then you cannot tell me if I butchered the pronunciation of that, but thanks anyway.
I know we built the Warhammer for Man at Arms. A lot of people don't know I did that show too, which is very, very proud of. I think we built a Warhammer. See, I'm not a gamer, but Man at Arms is a really cool show where we built video game weapons on the All Me channel. It was very popular for a little while, but yeah, I don't. That's my extent of video gaming. And like classic Nintendo.
Yeah, me too. That's what I always say whenever I hear like Last of Us stuff like that. I always ask, is it on the Sega Mega Drive? No? Well, then I don't know it, and I don't care. But that's me. And moving on from there, Andrew B-Man says for $9.99, thank you. If KK is going to remain as it seems per Bob's response, can she go back to what she was actually good at? Producing films. She doesn't know enough about Star Wars to be telling Star Wars stories. Yeah, well, she doesn't. Instead, she hires people that also don't know anything about Star Wars and gives us stories featuring gay Matthew McConaughey and rocks. So,
Andy,
yeah.
let me ask you really quickly. What is this aversion in Hollywood now to people not wanting to hire fans of the material? We see it in Star Trek. We're seeing it in Star Wars. What's going on here?
I mean, there's a diversity thing happening, I think, right now. They are sort of obligated to hire other people. And as I even read, it was like, what's her name? The person who did WandaVision, like, admitted. She's like, I don't like comic books. It's like, the hell? How do you be the showrunner of the show and not be able to read the comic books? Yeah, I don't know. I think it's we're in a new generation of trying to get new people in, diversify, which again, I'm not against diversifying. Don't misquote me. I don't like forcing diversity just for diversity. That's where it's problematic. Find someone who's a fan of the material like Favreau was in Star Wars. And that's why I think it's worked, right? When you try to sort of force in someone like, hey, I got an idea. Let's do this weird take of Powerpuff Girls that nobody wants to watch. I don't know why Hollywood keeps doing it, but they still never learn their lesson. Have you guys seen that the pitch for the Powerpuff?
Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah.
I haven't seen it, but I heard about it, and I'm just like, why?
Breakdown of the like Bubbles and everybody updated, and we're like, what? Who wants this? I don't understand who wants it.
The Powerpuff Girls are in their teens. First of all, what's her name? Chloe Bennett. She's in her 30s. I'm like, yeah, she's playing a teenager. First, I understand the whole logistics. You can only get actual teenagers on set for a certain amount of hours, and they have there's schooling involved and tutors and everything. Okay, I understand that, but you could at least get someone who looks like a frickin' teenager.
Yeah,
but they're bitter now because they were superheroes. I'm like, if I was a superhero when I was a kid, I'm like, yeah, I had the most awesome childhood ever.
I like Chloe Bennett too, but I don't like her enough to watch that show.
Yeah. Moving on from there, because we have a few more to get through. Christopher Tuck says for $20, thank you so much. One YouTube video has 35K dislikes. At $69.99 annually, that is minus $244,965 in Disney Plus subscriptions. This is a small fraction of those who are fed up. We are also not buying merch, going to the parks, or invested in Marvel anymore. So yeah, that's people being angry. But again, remember what I said. It's important to not just cancel outright, but support the things that do well, because it's very, very easy to ignore people that have fallen out of the market, the audience that are still there, and cause something to spike. That is much more difficult to ignore. Trenchman says, I know why she's still in charge. House of Cards. Yeah, there is indeed a House of Cards taking place behind the scenes there. And Will Lindsay says, would fans sell their shares in Disney in protest? Well, if they were to do that, then they would lose any voice that they have, whereas someone else would just pick them up instead. So Disney wouldn't feel a single thing from fans selling their shares. The only thing that would happen is that fans would lose their stake and lose their voice. So unless you could convince people to sell without anyone else buying, and that way forcibly short the company, then that's a bad idea.
Yeah.
Mags says for $5, hail to all. I just want to say thank you to everyone for fostering such a beautiful, intelligent, informative, and welcoming community. Oh, thank you, Mags. We really appreciate that. And then Bertrand Kurt Russell says, KK is costing them. KK have dirt on Bob Chapek. That dirt is probably more so on Bob Iger's. We've certainly heard like indications to that end that that's probably not the main reason, but there may be a component to it. Andy, what's your take on that? Many people are always wondering, does Kathleen Kennedy have blackmail material or know where all of the dead hookers are buried in the Nevada desert, seeing as she's been in the industries for so long and knows everyone?
No, I don't believe that. I believe some conspiracy theories, but I don't believe she's that. You guys might know her better than I do, but no, I mean, I just don't think she's that smart to keep it.
Well, she doesn't even have to. She doesn't really have to have any dirt on anybody.
She can just make it up.
No, she's just that powerful. Like, I mean, she just has that much sway. I mean, as I point out, she's the most powerful woman in Hollywood. I'd love to hear somebody's argument that somebody's more powerful, or anybody who could be, with her history.
Yeah. And to that point, though, Andy, if she wanted to, she'd just have to make it up. No proof required.
Nowadays, yes.
That is, yeah.
Yeah, when a woman says something, you just believe it, period.
And then Valiant Renegade says they would prefer the easiest road and let her contract lapse with benefits. 7 months of disgruntled fans is a drop in the bucket compared to long term. Exactly right. And here's the thing, also to reference what someone said in the comments. Andy, I'm sure you must have picked up on this too, because he said that, Kathleen Kennedy, she's amazing, she's a treasure. Oh, he didn't say that now, he said that the last time. And she's gonna be with us with her creative genius for many, many years to come. But he didn't say that she was renewed. This is like, to me, that was like a very, very nice, generic, platitude, canned response praise with no obligation to actual follow through behind it. Of course, I could be wrong, but that at least was my reading of it.
Yeah, I mean, he again, safe answer, where he sort of said she'll be here for a long time, which means she could leave at any point, right? If she chooses to. And I think the day they fire her or they mutually agree to leave, whatever version of that happens, that's going to be the narrative we hear. We're never going to hear, yeah, we fired her because she sucked. But yeah, I think the way he handled it was delicate, safe, and left a door open that she could still leave. I don't take his quote as she's going to actually be there forever. No way. So I just, politically correct wise, he has to answer it that way. So yeah, I think he did open up he left it open there.
He did indeed. So glad that you are agreeing with that. Shum says, I've cancelled Disney Plus and will boycott all the Disney subsidiaries for now. Good thing there's no Star Wars celebration this year. Well, here's the thing, though. If you are boycotting all Disney subsidiaries, you have to let them know why. So if you do that, then tweet it or put it in like a cancellation notice, whatever. But because if you just do it without letting anyone know, you're not sending a message. To send a message, they have to know that you're doing it and why. Any thoughts on that, Andy? What's the point in canceling if you don't tell them why?
Yeah, I mean, it's not to pivot the conversation in a weird way, but I don't know if you guys talked about Meghan Markle here, but
no, not really.
About the fact that there was someone in the royal family that was upset about Archie as her baby's skin tone, but then they didn't name who. I have massive problems with that. Like, that is such a dangerous, stupid thing to do. That it's like, if you're going to call out something specifically, name names. Tell us specifics. People don't like me. I've been that way about Ray Fisher. I'm like, quit being vague, spit it out, tell us, don't stretch it out for months, because when you're vague, I can speak from my own experience. I had an accuser who was coming after me with very vague lies and saying I did things. And when I finally could come out and prove her wrong, like people finally, learn the truth. But something someone will always do is like, this person did me wrong. Send me. Has he done you wrong too? Well, tell me what he did. It's like I don't like people who don't specifically mention the issue. Because cancel culture to me, obviously never okay. I don't believe anybody should be fired. Pierce Morgan shouldn't be fired. No one should be fired unless they're really doing criminal acts or something abominable that needs to be, take accountability for. But yeah, in this instance, I think it's really important that using that sort of Meghan Markle one too, of like, you can't just say there's someone at Midnight's Edge who said something massively racist. Chew on that, guys.
We all know it's me.
That's awful. Damn it, Tom. It was me. Don't you know that?
Yeah.
It could have been too. Shit.
Yeah. Then again, it could have been the foreign guy. So yeah.
It was most likely the other guys.
Yeah, probably.
Okay. It was script.
One of us, guys. One of us.
Yeah, it was script. We'll blame script doctor.
Yeah. But yeah, to your point, you are of course entirely right. It's like a unusual seg, but yeah, for Meghan Markle to make an accusation like that, like, oh, and they said this, can you believe that? Oh, woe is me, feel pity for me, oh, and give me a massive movie deal. Yeah, that's completely ridiculous. But to apply it, to take it back to your script doctor.
I told you.
Yeah.
I didn't say you script doctor.
We did.
But yeah, it's weird. That's part of the problem. My channel, Popcorn Planet, is like sometimes it's like, what are you? But it's like I talk about all of it. If Meghan Markle's trending and I got an issue about it, I will talk about Meghan Markle just because I do think I believe some of what she's saying. I feel bad for her in a lot of instances, but at the same time, come on, she's an actress. She's clearly a clout chaser. It's totally true. So it's a combo thing. So I like to try to find the middle on a lot of these issues out there in pop culture's outrage scene. I'm Hollywood. I just did a whole thing on The Bachelor, guys. It is the amount of wokeness happening on my guilty pleasure show is making me so mad. I watched The Bachelor. I will admit to all of you, I watched The Bachelor to check out at the end of the night. I want to know all your guilty pleasure shows because sometimes I just want to watch a garbage television show so I don't have to think and I can judge people on my television. And that's what The Bachelor is for me. But now people are taking it so damn seriously and firing the host and labeling everybody racist. I'm just like, oh my God, this show's always been exploitative against any color. It's not like, stop taking things so seriously, but that's the world we live in. Everybody now has to be in their safe space. Everybody here has to be super. It's maddening. It's maddening to a degree where every day there's someone new. Pepe Le Pew, you're canceled. Blah, 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 blah. It's just insane. So I like to call it all out when I see it, and I'm passionate about it, Well, but you guys do you guys have a Bachelor guilty pleasure show that you don't? I mean, you must admit it here because you guys are here so long.
No, I don't watch The Bachelor.
No, but what's your version? Like, what's the thing?
I know. God,
Star Trek
I
Discovery.
don't have time to watch anything. Not that I would never secretly like that ever.
I watch Batwoman for review purposes, and it is just so hysterically bad that I'm like, it's like a train. I'm like, I know I shouldn't be watching this, but yet somehow I'm just enthralled by how its awfulness. I'm like, I can't believe this is on the air. I mean, it's certainly not anything that's exceptionally good like Resident Alien. Wednesdays at 10 on Sci-Fi, but that's a running joke, by the way.
I don't know, Mama's Family.
Wow, you went way back.
I don't know. I don't have time to watch anything. So like anymore.
Yeah, I always made time for a little bit of garbage.
My movie guilty pleasure is actually Sahara with Matthew McConaughey, just because I'm a huge fan of the Clive Cussler books. I know it's not a good movie, but you know what? I really dig this.
I think to me, it's just more so like YouTube. If I have free time or if I'm editing, I've just got YouTube playing in the background usually. And a lot of times it's people we know, or sometimes it's just stuff I stumble upon or channels that have nothing to do with entertainment. But yeah,
I see a lot of people also. The other one my girl watches is 90 Day Fiance. Oh my God, don't ever fall into that trap. It's just one of those endless shows that never ends. They just tease it. Oh, it's an unreal show. But yeah, I see a lot. I know that's a very popular. They just did a whole Discovery Plus for people and literally buying it because they want to watch 90 Day, all their spinoffs of 90 Day Fiance. I don't even know if you know that world, but it's a massively.
Oh no, I know it's popular, and I know I've heard some people bitch about the fact that they're doing some of that stuff only on their app or whatever too.
Yep.
Yeah. Stephen Otten on Meghan Markle says, Meghan who? She married the butler's kid. That's why they were cut loose. She just wants FaceTime. Yeah, so I don't know anyone that sympathizes with her. And about the butler's kid, yeah, you will look into that comment right there.
And Rob's
guilty. But yeah, you were saying.
And Rob's lying. He just watches porn.
Yeah, that's true.
Guilty pleasure.
Well, I'm sure you have plenty of guilty pleasures within porn.
It's not so much a guilty pleasure, but I've been rewatching something called The Stephen Banks Show that was on years ago, back when PBS was taking some chances, and they actually tried a sitcom with a guy named Stephen Banks. Now, if you don't know the name, he used to write for SpongeBob. He wrote a lot of sitcoms and everything. And it's his thing. Oh my God, this guy is so unbelievably talented. There's only 3 cast members on the entire show. He plays himself and the other 2 cast members, Michael Kostroff and Teresa Parente, who used to be on as the Spanish reporter on Married with Children. They play all different characters, and it's just amazing. And I wouldn't call it a guilty pleasure, but I'm just like, why didn't this take off? It's incredible. And he plays piano, he plays drums, he plays guitar, he plays sing song. Oh, it's incredible. And it all takes place within this. Yeah, thanks a lot, Tom. Yeah. So I wouldn't call it a guilty pleasure, but that's one of the things I watch repeatedly. So the Stephen Banks Show.
Yeah. And as for me, to mention 2, though, movies, the Project Shadow Chaser series. That's new Image Millennium movies from the mid-1990s. Like rip-offs of Die Hard and The Terminator, like made for video productions, awesome stuff, and everything with Olivia Gruner. As for TV, I rarely watch TV, but there's a TV in Norway, which is freaking fantastic. It's actually an original Norwegian concept that has been imported to other countries in Europe as well. Original title is All for Norway. And what it is that they have gone to America and they have found Americans of Norwegian descent. And then they are taken back to Norway to do tasks and all of this thing to learn of their ancient motherland. And it's all heartwarming stuff and everything like that. And the winner wins a massive reunion with their still living Norwegian family. And those and everyone else, those that don't win, well, they get like a family book of their family history and contact addresses so they can organize that reunion on their own in their own spare time. So it's really heartwarming stuff. So that's my guilty pleasure, which I'm not at all ashamed by.
I still need to watch. Was it Burn, the Fast and the Furious direct to DVD version?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the Norwegian Fast and Furious.
That one.
Have you seen Troll Hunter?
No, I haven't. It's on my list. I've heard amazing things about that one.
Yeah, it's the same one. Like the Troll Hunter is one of the leads in Burning as well. I hooked you up with it, didn't I? Yeah, you just in your own time, no rush.
As I call them, Fast and Furious, men drive car fast.
Yeah, works in any language.
That's one of those genres. Well, yeah, Fast and Furious is obviously a car chase movie, but that's one of those genres that kind of fell off with the whole thing with political correctness and car culture is toxic. Like, no, I'm glad to see it's coming back in at least some form, or it's continuing in some form.
Bird 3 just came out in Norway, so yeah, it's
sweet,
still there around the world. Just going to do a couple of more super chats, and then I believe we have another guest coming on later as well, don't we, Tom? But in the meantime, Michael Gonzalez says, "How dare you gringos cancel my name and the fastest mouse in all of Mexico?" Epa Iha, or something like that. I don't know exactly what he's saying. I also send the whole thing to the private chat, and then someone more versed in dialects other than the one that I'm stuck with can repeat the super chat from Michael Gonzalez.
What's the quietness now?
It's in the super chat, like, how dare you gringos cancel? And like, let's have that one in a Spanish accent or in a Mexican accent.
Gosh, I gotta do a speedy.
Yeah.
How dare you gringos cancel my name? I'm the fastest mouse in all of Mexico. Epa, 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 epa. My voice is shot right now. Rob might be able to do him a little better.
Well, Rob evidently isn't here. So yeah. And Jack Volerich says for $10, Kathleen Kennedy claimed behind closed doors to have evidence of Disney's connection to the Jeffs human operation, which involves, that thing with cars and stuff like that, and cartels and all that stuff on that island. So she's here to stay. I don't want to be more specific about it lest we get struck down. But yeah, so the claim is like, she has the evidence from Jeff's Island, basically. And Strong and Grand says for $5, Chapek's answer is textbook generalization and diversity training seminar response. No real answer, no real substance, no hope to change. And sent us a diamond super sticker. Thank you. And Miroslav Fidishkovsky says for 25 Polish zloty, ideology will kill Star Wars. Strong and Grand says it's not about the money, it's about sending a message. Sure, okay, do that with your money. I wish a stockholder asked about the camps in China. Yeah, I wish that too. That would be something. I can't believe that they missed that. That was a missed opportunity, wouldn't you say, Andy?
Sorry, I went to get water. I didn't hear. What was the missed opportunity?
Yeah, no, a super chat complained that no one raised, like the camps in China where people go to concentrate. That none of the investors raised that.
There was a question from the people that asked about the Gina thing. They had another question on deck, apparently, queued, ready to ask that, and they didn't get to do it.
What a shame.
So
in quotations, didn't get to do it. Yeah.
But apparently, I saw like the image. It looked like a presented question that they present. I don't know. That's why I was asking. Did they have to present them in advance?
I wonder. I think they would have to, but even still, since I'm sure there's not much they can reject at the same time. I'm curious though.
But yeah, I mean, anybody who's pissed off about Gina but ignoring that, to me, is a complete hypocrite.
Yeah, I mean, it's the combination of things that's really bad here. I mean, it's never one thing; it's a whole pattern, isn't it? And with Disney, the way it's being run, it's a pattern of things. It's not just one thing, which is the real problem here. And then moving on from there. Felicity Poubelle also says for $10, thank you so much. The rubber will meet the road if Disney really plans to move its HQ to Florida from California because of COVID. Florida is a conservative hotbed. Kit Kat sent us a super sticker of what looks like a Disney castle, so thanks for that. Victor von Doom says for $9.99. Thank you so much. As long as she keeps her brand of rot away from the MCU, I'm good. The only thing left to do is watch Lucasfilm tank under her leadership, at which point, hopefully, Chapek gets the can. And Star Fury sent us a $5 super chat with no message or the message redacted by YouTube. In either event, thanks for the support. And Victor von Doom also says for another $4.99, some female directors are awesome. Mandalorian has women like Bryce Dallas Howard. Not all women believe in pushing a woke ideology. So true. Guilford says for £5, what's the problem? Progressive rock and science fiction usually go well together. And Just Nova says, Obi-Wan is a great character, but I honestly don't understand the interest of his time between episodes 3 and 4. Well, no one were interested until Kathleen Kennedy decided that we all should be, so let's see then. And Star Fury says, so sad how greed and selfishness are in films today. Well, to be fair, though, movies were always an investment object. And if anything, I actually wish there would have been a little bit more greed, because that would have meant less preaching and less ideology when that's counter to earning money. Your thoughts on that, Andy, given that the movies with the most agenda put into them aren't necessarily the ones that make the most bank at the box office?
So you were talking Disney?
Disney and in general. I mean, like last year, you had Birds of Prey, you had Terminator: Dark Fate, and you had Charlie's Angels. A trinity of movies with a very specific ideological angle, shall we say, and they all flopped spectacularly. As I like to point out, in the case of Birds of Prey, more women went to see Rambo: Last Blood in its opening weekend than went to see Charlie's Angels. That's not percentage, that's hard numbers.
Yeah, when Elizabeth Banks was out there complaining about it, so it was ridiculous. Yeah, I mean, look, make a good movie is what I always say. And forcing diversity into the movie just because you have to force diversity doesn't ever work. Write a good character, cast who you want, make sure it's like makes sense, and make a good story. Every time you make a Charlie's Angels that's all about forced women power, woman power, it ends up backfiring. I think it does the opposite effect, and that's what females tell me. Like, forcing it doesn't make it good. Make sure it's good if you're gonna force it, right? You want to make sure you do. If you're gonna have a story that goes there, make sure it's a strong character and a strong story that allows people to connect to the character in the story versus just, oh, I guess we have to. You know what I mean? It's that I can't think of an example where that ever works.
Right. Yeah. And welcome to the show, the one, the only Fatal. Jay, how you doing, man?
Doing good. I didn't know we were gonna have my best pal on here, Andy Signore.
Fatal has taken massive shots at me.
No.
I Fatal thinks I'm a complete jerk. I'm amazed he showed up. I'm here.
I had no idea there was anything between you two, but yes, we have Fatal J here, as well as Andy, of course.
Then I would ask you, gentlemen, that we had absolutely no idea any kind of strife between you guys. Like, either make good and be friends, or be civil.
You're coming in real choppy, Fatal.
Oh, okay. Out of respect for Tom and Rob and Andre, it won't get crazy on here, I promise you. I'm just here to talk about any topic you guys want to talk about.
All right. Well, of course, one thing we're going to talk about is your comic book coming up here, but we'll get to that. But first, we just wanted to say hello to you and welcome you to the show. You've been on Mead quite a few times, but I think this is the first time you've been on the main channel proper, if I'm not mistaken. So welcome.
I was on once. And I talked to Doomcock.
That's right. Okay. Yes, I remember now.
Yeah. But I'm glad to be here. It's an honor.
That's right, because I couldn't remember if you got to meet Andre yet.
No, I never met Andre, but Andre, you awesome, and I love you. And when I hug my pillow at night, it makes me think of you, and you make me feel special.
So, thank you. I'm glad to hear that, and pleasure to make your acquaintance.
What was that, Andy? We didn't hear you.
I'd say that's Fatal and I agree on that.
I'm trying to turn my camera back on, guys, but it's something going on with my StreamYard.
Yeah, I know you're having issues before, but as long as we can hear you, that's the main thing.
Okay.
And also, if we can find something that you gentlemen agree on, whether it be hugging the pillow and thinking of my sweet voice, then I'll take it.
I will be civil and talk about anything, but I think avoid DC is where our drama.
Well, I don't really think there's anything that we have to get into that involves DC anyway. Oops, I was going to share the.
No. Today is all about ragging on Lucasfilm. And DC, that is a topic for another day. And that day will come as the Snyder Cut is here in less than a week.
Yes, something that Andy does not like.
Yeah, but again, I'm sure that is something that we can agree.
We'll also agree they shouldn't. Whoever leaked it at Warner Brothers is a massive snake, and I think it's awful what they did.
Yes, they are.
Super lame of them. If people want to criticize the movie, wait till you can do it legally. So completely not on that page at all.
Yeah, I agree with that. That was really horrid. And to anyone that thinks that leak was an accident, that like, oops, we just put the wrong button right here. If you believe that, I had some nice land in Dumpwater, Florida to sell you. So yeah, like there are snakes within
Mr. Andre, let me tell you something, sir. They did the same thing when the first Snyder Cut trailer leaked. I mean, when it first came out, they leaked it. Yeah. When he was on DC Fandom and he was getting ready to announce it to all the fans, they leaked that trailer.
Yeah, the sons of bitches. And also, let's not forget like when they dropped the like proper trailer for it, they instantly hurried to release the Godzilla Kong thing an hour later, again to steal the thunder. So like the corporate mismanagement isn't just confined to Disney and Lucasfilm. So if we can all agree on that, whatever the thoughts may be on the Snyder Cut, what was done to Zack Snyder and what continues to be done is dirty. Can we all agree on that? And then we get back to ragging on Star Wars.
I agree, but it's crazy because I never understood, especially after listening to Midnight Edge. I did not know it was splits in these companies. It's a big split in Warner, and it's a big split with Lucasfilm. I didn't even know something like this existed.
Yeah,
but that makes sense too, because at the same time, on my job, it's people that I hate and despise. So I could kind of see, how that could work out too,
Yeah, that always happens when you have different factions within a company, because when a company is large enough, then you lose sight, and not every little clique is going to work towards the joint common goal. They're going to do what serves their own interest, and that may not always align with the overall corporate goal. And when that happens, then you can have interdivision feud within a larger corporation, and that's actually always bad when the larger company allows it to happen, such as is the case with Disney right now. So Jay, since you just came in,
yes,
what's your general thoughts on Star Wars under Kathleen Kennedy as a whole, and also Bob Chapek's remarks from yesterday? What's your general thoughts on all of that?
Well, I was introduced to Tom with my hatred of Last Jedi and Rise of Skywalker. Now, I did see a lot of potential with the Mandalorian, but now, of course, with the Gina Carano stuff, it's another split, and people are aware now of what everybody was saying before when it came to The Last Jedi. Now it's out in the open. When you look at the Star Wars YouTube channel, it's nothing but dislikes. Now, I understand dislikes is still engagement, but they still show you the mind frame of the people. This is how I feel about Kathleen Kennedy, though. A lot of people say retire. She needs to retire, or she needs to get fired. I hate to say this, but when it comes to rich people, when it comes to higher up executives, they don't get fired, they get promoted. And me and Drunk 3PO were talking about this last night. I feel like her big move is going to be Indiana Jones. And then when she's done with Indiana Jones, then she'll get promoted to something else. But the people at Lucasfilm, they did not stand by their word of George Lucas, because when Kathleen Kennedy did that video with George Lucas and said she was going to respect his craft, respect his product, respect his characters, as soon as that ink dried, she lied. She turned her back. She did a complete 180. So that's how I feel about it. Did I say too much?
Yeah, no. I think that's a very fair opinion. Andy, is this something that you are also in general agreement with?
Yeah, I've covered that. I think this again, Disney's safe right now. Disney is in a place where I think they're just trying to make as much money as they can given a pandemic, and I think they're just trying to not piss off as many people as they can. Is the real answer of what's going on with Disney. It's not the sexy answer, but it's not. I don't necessarily agree with all the decisions they're making, but what can we do? I don't know. You can cancel Disney Plus if you don't like it. I'm not. I'm still watching Disney Plus. I need to watch The Simpsons and other stuff, and I don't care as much as some. But if someone does, they should. That's their right.
Yeah, indeed. I agree completely. If that's where your heart is at, then cancel. But just make sure to let them know that this is why.
I think Andy is the only person on planet Earth still watching The Simpsons.
Dude, do you see behind me? I got every single Simpson behind me.
They haven't been good since Mr. Burns got killed.
I don't know.
Burns got killed?
You remember that big episode
when he got shot?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
We're trying to
10 seasons are good.
Bro, I can remember I was in elementary school.
I'm introducing my kids to it, Fatal. That's why I'm watching it, because we watch the classic stuff now because they actually like it too, the original stuff.
Exactly. The original classics forever.
I can remember when I was in elementary school. I'll never forget. I was in the 4th grade, and that was on my mind the whole day at school. Like, who the freak killed? Who shot Mr. Burns? Who shot?
I called it. I knew it was Maggie. I won the contest.
I said it was Maggie. Yeah, I called it too. I said it was Maggie, and everybody said no, they wouldn't have one of the main characters. I'm like, she's the only one that could never go to jail for it. It makes sense.
Yeah, I could play a whole Simpsons house in Vegas. I was like, as a kid, I was like, oh my god, I want that. And then whoever bought it ended up painting it. He's so stupid.
Welcome, Paulie. How you doing?
Just I was about to drink. Hey, Holmes, ¿qué pasó? What's going on? Hey, Holmes. Hey, what's up, Hey, what's up, Andy?
Hey, Paulie, what's more
Hello,
offensive?
my friend.
Can I ask Paulie what's more offensive, Speedy Gonzalez or Latin X?
Thank you, baby.
There's nothing offensive about Speedy Gonzalez. You kidding me? The community has spoken. We're rising up. It's waking up the sleep. When you wake up the brown giant, you better look out, because los Mexicanos from south, way deep down south, to Chicanos like me, say, "What are you doing?" And that's what I've been getting like day and night with the comments on my page, on the videos I'm doing. I'm just like, damn. Besides us, right? I get that, but la gente, they've spoken, and they're like, you don't mess with a cultural icon. And Speedy Gonzalez is one of ours. You got to understand that you had literally decades of really horrible or bad representation from the 50s for decades, but you had Speedy. Y eso. No me molestes, cabrones. Come on.
No, Paulie, it's not Latinx, it's Latinx. Yeah, I gotta get it right.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Anyways, it's a pleasure to be here, and it's an honor, Fatal, to meet you on a stream. And,
oh man, it's an honor, Paulie.
And
Paulie, you awesome, my friend.
Muchísimas gracias, hombre.
Like wherever you at, I want to be there because it just looks so beautiful, the background and stuff.
Hey, this is my pad, Holmes. This is half of, believe it or not, it's half of the laundry room that Mrs. Slant has deemed my territory.
Oh, so your wife is like my wife, right?
Yeah. And speaking of, real fast, Andy, 90 Day Fiance, me and my wife. Dude.
You guys watch that? Y'all think it's real?
We don't have a choice.
Bad.
I don't got a choice. For me to be able to play here with y'all, I gotta do Sunday nights and Mondays with her.
Yep.
That's like, and I had to turn everything off, and we talk about all the
and for that reason, Discovery Plus might be worth it, because then you can skip the commercials, because they put a lot of damn commercials on that show.
Now, Paulie, somebody in the chat says they want to see where the Spitfire Kangol, like Rob. So it's like, here, see, it's got We got to get you one, man. Come on, we got to get you one.
You know what? My girlfriend she just gave me one, but since we're like trying to cancel culture, don't cancel my culture. This is my.
You just have more at this stage. You just have more hair than I do, so I'm really jealous.
This is my at this stage. This is my Panamanian sombrero from Veracruz. Y eso. See, this is where you put your guayabera on and you pimp. You walk anywhere you want, Tom. You know what I'm saying?
That hat goes cheek, cheeky boom, cheek, cheeky boom, cheek, cheeky boom.
But anyways,
Paulie, so, you got that song in my head now, sir.
Cuban Pete, cheeky
boom, on me, Cuban Pete.
But yeah, Latinx is, we've talked about it infinitum on our channel. And it's still a name, as far as using it in your everyday life, maybe 5% of US Latinos use it. So
Latinx, yeah.
The
Latinx gene is what began the Mex-Men.
I know you want to start that comic.
I have to ask, like, what is Latinx or Latins? Is that like supposed to be like a general neutral instead of Latina and Latino? Is that the idea behind it?
Yes. Well, the academics behind it are saying basically that the Spanish language and the Latino culture is male dominated, is toxic, is all those things, including the language. So they branded. In fact, me and Geek Tripology have a video we just did where he's coming at it from Latin America and South America point of view, and then I'm looking at it as American Latino. It's fascinating, but basically the bearers of the Spanish language, and I won't bore you guys too much, out of Spain, kind of like the Webster's Dictionary of Espanol, rejected Latinx as of this year.
Good,
because they're like, nah, that's not, But hey, man, languages evolve. Right now, Latinx is embodies non-binary and people of that nature to feel more inclusive. So who am I? Who am I to judge?
I have to learn it. I have to learn it, man, because I'm in Texas.
All my exes live in Texas.
Well, not for nothing.
You know what song in my head?
What you got?
Mexican Americans.
Oh,
Mexican Americans.
There we go, Rob.
Love the nanas and the nonos and the ninas and have a son-in-law named Jeff.
Mexican Americans don't like gang fights. We like flowers and women and girls named Debbie too.
Thank you, Andre. Chata and Jala and Chima and have a son-in-law named Jeff.
And that was racist moment here on Midnight's Edge.
No, that's from a movie.
I know.
No, we do that all the time, Fatal.
But speaking of Fatal, we've got this here. Fatal, tell us what you got going on here. Now, I know you talked to me over on Midnight's Edge After Dark.
Yes, sir.
But for the almost 2,000 people that are watching right now who may not know what Ninja Blast is, explain to us right now what Ninja Blast is.
Ladies and gentlemen, what Ninja Blast is a manga action pack art, well-written, dynamic story that's waiting for you to back on Indiegogo. This comic book has been in my head for 10 years. Tom and Rob pretty much know the love I have for ninjas, especially when we talked about one night 1990s Ninja Turtles and how it changed Fatal J's life. But I will appreciate it greatly if people in the chat can support an independent comic book creator. I put so much love and hard work into this book, and when you back this book, I got some goodies that I'm going to pack in there too. I didn't put that in the description, but I promise you it's going to be a lot of goodies that come with this book.
Wait, this is coming with weed?
Now, if it was legal where I was at, yes, I would do that. But I can't do that.
Oh, okay.
You know,
because I'd love to make that ninja joint ninja vanish.
We gotta make weed legal. Gotta make weed legal. Gotta make weed legal. Gotta make weed legal.
I'm surprised y'all don't have the little clip. Smoke weed every day.
Oh, yeah. Rob does.
Yeah, man.
Well, that's for the night show. That's not for the day show.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I'm going to show your trailer here real quick, if that's all right. And then
please do, my friend.
People kind of have an idea what you're talking about.
You just learned that your ninjutsu sensei is hiding a murderous secret from you. What would you do? Enter Ninja Blast, the 32-page Ninja Revenge manga-style comic book. Once Ninja Blast lands in your hands, you will understand the awesome, spectacular, page-by-page comic book goodness still exists. All professional comic book readers and collectors like yourself deserve an incredible comic book experience with action-packed art, a dynamic, well-written story without millions of speech bubbles on one page. The Ninja Blast story consists of the young Shadow Blast ninja Ace, who gets caught up in a family feud between his sensei and his sensei brother, General Ganto of Neo Tokyo. This feud would drag Ace into a secret of his past that he wasn't never prepared for. Ninja Blast is created by me, Fatal J, and your first ninja mission assignment is to become a backer of Ninja Blast today on Indiegogo.
All right, so there you go, folks. That's Ninja Blast with Jay. Let me get this off the screen. There we go.
As Ninja Blast with Fatal J. Please support. You know, because I'm gonna tell you this.
We got you a little bit there.
Ooh, thank y'all so much. I really appreciate it. But I'm gonna tell you guys something. Marvin DC ain't breaking out their heat like they used to because it's attached to agendas. And I think they realizing that's hurting them because that safe space stuff, that comic book, The New Warriors, they took that off the shelves. But if you want a comic book where it doesn't hold back on the action, on the violence, on a great story, back Ninja Blast today, and I will appreciate it gladly. Thank you so much. Midnight's Edge. Thank y'all so much.
All right.
Yeah, I'm on your news list, Fatal J. It's really cool, man. I'm really excited for you.
I've already backed the book, and of course, you've got a couple different levels here that you can get behind. You got some art here to check out. I've been dropping that link in the chat. Do check out this book if you're definitely interested in something different that's not the mainstream. Yes. But as people are checking that out, I'm going to get to some super chats like this one from Mr. Tickle Trunk from Canada, who says support independent comics. That's right, and Mr. Tickle Trunk is one of our wrenches. One of our trusted wrenches in the chat. Let me get to some super chats here. Speaking of, all right, let's see here. We got Victor Von Doom sending in $14.99. Says, "How the hell is Jon Favreau not running Lucasfilm? He's got the qualifications to do it. Period. Bob Chapek will tank Disney." I think we may have grabbed that one before, but if not, just to reiterate, if anything, I'm not so sure he has the business side of things or would want to do the business side of things. But yeah, that is a great question. Let's see. The next one is Zandarbrow, if I'm saying that right. Zanderbrow. Who else thinks that Star Wars fan films are way better than the sequel trilogy? Like any fan film I watch, Saber Comp, Vader, Maul fan film, anything. Oh yeah, they have a lot more love behind them. That's for sure. They don't have that, kind of like soulless feeling. And yeah, Drunk, you could be in here too. I sent you the chat. Andre's got to check out anyway.
Drunk
so
is being a troll right now.
A while ago, so you can come on in if you want.
Drunk being a troll. Stop being a troll, Drunk. Positivity, sir.
The adults have left the room now the monkeys are, so
I have never trolled Drunk. It's not me that does Spanish word of the day. I don't know who that's my cousin. Anyways,
Mexican Americans.
Me and my old lady like to get outside.
Now, which came first? Was it Pee Wee Herman on Cheech and Chong or the Pee Wee Herman show?
Pee Wee Herman was in Cheech and Chong's next movie. He played the hotel hotel concierge that ratted him out. That ratted out his cousin Dwayne. Remember?
Yeah.
Well, see, Pee Wee was part of the Groundlings.
Yeah, part of that whole group. Yeah,
which is where a lot of those guys came out of. Yeah. And then we got Mike NYC, who sent in $2 and agrees with Rob that Resident Alien is very good. So there you go, Rob.
Wednesday nights at 10 on Sci-Fi.
There you go. Michael Strelitz says, just got here. Male men, FK soy. What is going on? Equality to all. Yeah, I agree with that, I guess. I think it means fuck soy, but yeah. Christopher Tock says with $2, true romance. Did you bring Dr. Zhivago? Yeah. Good Dr. Zhivago. Again, I don't think Rob was obviously not shitting on Dr. Zhivago, but he's bringing up the point.
No, but yeah, just because you like Dr. Zhivago as a film, and great film, not disputing that. But if you hold that up as the standard, I mean, that doesn't necessarily mean you know what it takes to make a good sci-fi adventure movie.
Exactly. Then we have Mexican Iron Man, our good buddy, says new series. Ooh. Disney Plus presents The Lowrider Republic, a charming story of a future Latino family that run a stereo and land speeder lowrider chop shop in the sand dune desert of East Tatooine, starring Cheech Marin.
Mexican Iron Man, love you so much, bro. You have done so much for the community. Thank you so much.
I added the Cheech Marin part.
Tom, does that come on after, before or after Sanford and Spock?
Comes on after.
Listen, big dummy. I can take your face. Listen, Esther.
Spock, you big dummy. Go outside and go hug Grady.
Oh my gosh. So many jokes, man. I have those DVD sets.
Mr. Sanford, all this junk is illogical.
Quincy Jones.
Yeah. Meg sends in $5, says what to do. Let your wallets talk. Support local, alternative, grassroots entertainment in comics, movies, music, and news. And here you go. Ninja Blast is a perfect example of that.
Yes,
let's see if you guys are doing just that. Got a
Let's
little bit more going. Awesome.
Shout out to the Midnight's Edge Nation. Thank you so much.
Guys. I'm going to share that link again just so in case people need it. There you go. And I'm sure our wrenches are also on top of that. Next up, we got Redwood Jones, who says, here again, Disney is on brink. Make money or identity politics. They and MSN have strange bedfellows. Would any of you consider being on Viva Frey and Barnes? New Wednesday live stream with other live streamers in Public Square. Oh, yeah, sure. We're definitely open to doing other live streams. Just hit me up in either a DM or on email. That always helps. And then we can always work something out. Just get a hold of us. Hey, Andre, you're really noisy. Rick Sanchez says,
sorry about that. Forgot to mute.
All right. You're in the car, evidently. Do you think we should put down our swords and focus on new IP like Resident Alien? KK won the war. Why give them attention and let the company burn? Well,
speaking of car, how do you like the sound of diesel?
I'm sure drunk 3 people are getting turned on by it since he's
Andre, I'm curious, what kind of car do you drive?
That's a secret, but it runs on diesel.
Okay. Yeah. He drives the Batmobile, everybody.
And welcome, Jay. I figured you want to come in here and kind of Can
I say I want to sing a song.
Well, you got to get on camera, sir. Get on camera.
It's ebony and ivory live together in perfect harmony. Side by side on my keyboard.
Oh, why can it be? Learn to live.
I got one more. Hold on.
We are as light as day and you're as dark as night. I have.
No, not that
you
one.
Are one as a bat and I have sight.
No. That's a terrible one. Why would you say that?
I didn't know the second song you're gonna do.
We're talking salt and pepper.
Here we go.
I know
this is for
so
Fatal.
This is for Fatal and
I
Andy.
already know,
Right
Joe.
here.
I'm just a second right here.
The world don't move to the beat of just one drum. It might be right for you, but not be right for some. A man is born, he's a man of means. Then along comes Fatal, and he messed up his dreams because they got different strokes. They got different strokes.
We got different strokes to rule the world.
It's just turned into a mead.
Different strokes.
I know.
Wow.
You got Midnight's Edge.
But Tom, it's not my fault though.
It is not Rob's fault
for once. You got Midnight's Edge. You got a part of the Dark Council here.
This is a wild stream right here on Midnight's Edge. Man.
Did I miss anything?
You just missed a lot.
Yeah, I was talking about you. What's up?
You got my arch. You got my arch nemesis right here, and we being friends to each other.
Slides in your DMs, but then doesn't want to admit it.
What's that?
Somebody's asking, no kazoo. No, the kazoo is here, but it's not going to be used. Only for the night streams.
This is a wild stream, man.
Me because he's afraid that Fatal doesn't like Jody, so now he like trolls me on air. I just call it for what it is. I don't know Fatal J. I just know he's called me out. But I'm a fan of you, Jay, and I had no beef with Fatal until he called me out. But look, different strokes indeed, right?
That's what I was saying.
Andy.
Strokes to rule the world.
Here we go.
Andy, don't play the superstar role. We've been on the stream together, and me and you have
stream together, Fatal, where we came together. I feel like we shook hands, and then it was like a month later, you started attacking me on Twitter.
No, a month later, you started trashing the community, like you said you wasn't going to do anymore.
No, I came at. That's not fair. That's not what I did.
Okay, so we can go on your YouTube channel right now and look back at all the material you did.
I mentioned your name once?
It doesn't matter. You said you wasn't going to go at the community no more, and you did. So you lied.
I didn't go after the community. That's where you're wrong. You took it as me coming after you or the community.
See what you do, Jay.
It don't matter what you got. Not a lot.
So what?
You'll have theirs. You'll have mine.
Bring on
anything. I never said I was mad at anyone.
Now that you've started this, you've got to facilitate.
Troublemaker.
You've got to facilitate.
That is true. I will say that is true. I cause a lot of issues.
I'm just going to
No,
sit
he
back.
does not.
I don't. Andy, you brought up my DMs. I never bring up DMs. Like, I think that I have more integrity than that. But yeah, me and Andy talking DMs all the time. He actually lives about 40 minutes from me.
Well, not to change the subject, but I'm going to change the subject. Drunk 3PO, since I got you here, buddy.
You brought Jody, my man, in the comments, Jay. So don't play like you didn't do anything weird.
Hey, man, look.
Scott, that was a freaking joke, man. Can we laugh? Can you not laugh, Andy? You can't laugh. I even said all jokes. I
took your joke and I added to your joke.
All right, then let's laugh. Let's laugh and have a beer. That's all we need.
Yeah, because John 3PO is one of the nicest people on planet Earth. Period. Point blank. He is not a troll.
Let me say on the record, what he's done for Gina is massively important. I support everything they've done. Go by
not just Gina. Just Gina. He had done
no,
so
it's
much
good. It's all good. Hey, listen, it's true. I did write "Where's Jody" as a joke to troll Fatal. That's all it was. But hey, man, that's who I am.
Real quick, Tom. I'm actually a troll of Drunk 3PO.
I don't want to be.
Love you, Drunk.
It's all good, man.
I have a confession to make.
Man.
The Drunk 3PO doesn't know because it never took off like I wanted it to, but I'm sober R2D2, by the way.
Oh, were you really?
Yeah.
Oh, that was you.
Make those videos.
Yeah,
that was. We were trying to figure out who that was.
Yeah,
I thought it was. You know who? I thought it was Rob.
No, well, that's close. That's really cool that you thought it was. You got close, man. No, it was me.
Here, I was gonna pass Andy a baton of peace. Where is
Hey man,
it's all about peace. Andy, you know what, man?
Here you go, right here. Here's my baton of peace. Watch it. Andy, can you get it? Like, I'm gonna pass it to you.
Hey, go, boy.
Andy, this is a special day for you. I forgive all that you did, brother. I forgive you.
Hey man, Drunk 3PO here. That makes me Han Chulo.
And guess what? Whatever I did to you, brother, guess what? I hope you can forgive me. We can keep it moving.
All right. Well, I got a question for Drunk 3PO.
Oh, is we squash? Is what we got squash?
Yeah, I appreciate you saying that. Yeah, let's move forward and squash the beef.
All right.
Amen, brother. That's what it's all about.
Where's the beef?
About.
Where's the beef? Right.
All right. Where's Jody? Come on. Let's get Jody on, and then we can take it. Sorry, my bad. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
That's a whole separate thing.
Tom, do we have
it's just a joke. It's just a joke.
Tom, do we have
I'll fully support everyone agreeing to let the beef be behind them and moving on. I'm sure there's bygones. Let bygones be bygones. I'm sure there were transgressions on all sides, some intended, some misunderstood. But as long as one can move forward together, I mean, that's what separates this community from, I feel, many others. We can all have our squabbles between them, but we can move on.
And Andre, this is the thing too. I want to come back to this show, so I'm not going to act crazy on here, and you never invite me again. So I'm gonna have to behave.
I can say that Fatal J has been very well behaved.
Thank you.
I've been here listening the whole time. I think everyone has been well behaved, and I'm a very, very big fan of talking things out and then moving on together. And that's what I'm hearing here, and that's awesome. Love that. So awesome. Kudos to both Fatal and to Andy. So yeah, move forward in peace.
Kudos indeed.
That's right. Kudos.
But I really want to ask Jay, since we got him here.
Legally. Let's all watch it legally.
Yes. I want to ask
let's
Jay.
all Surfshark it. Yeah.
I want to ask Jay, since we got Drunk 3PO here.
Yes, sir.
What is your feelings on all this Chapek stuff? Now, I saw like one of your videos from yesterday, but I really want to kind of hear more from you on this because, you know, you are somebody that, you know, I talk to quite often about this business, not obviously just on streams, but, you know, I feel like you're a bit more attuned to it. Like you seem to get a lot of what we're reporting more so than some people do. Or at least there's times where I feel like you're giving me that wink, like, you know what we're talking about. So I'm curious what your reactions were to the whole Bob Chapek, comments.
I think Bob Chapek had some 8x6 cards in front of him ready for these type of questions. So when they came up, because it's all deflection. It's just basically, hey, what about Gina Fire? He's like, we hold pride, the, you know, virtuous good things and that things and fluffy things and happy things. And this is what our company represents. And then the next one, when they asked about Kennedy being fired, he was like, I mean, what did everyone expect him to say? You know, like he wasn't going to say, well, we're talking about it. That would just have spinned
next question.
Everything
like, next question. Next question.
Yeah, I think he handled it the way any politician CEO would have probably have handled those questions. But the thing that everyone's missing is that people now are asking questions. They're asking these type of questions in these meetings, whether they deflect it or not. Even if he had no idea what was going on, now he's getting these type of questions, and I'm sure that it's going to get brought up. I mean, it's definitely something. I'm just telling you that in my own opinion. No one told me anything. In my own opinion, I think Lucasfilm needs to get rid of Pablo Hidalgo and his team over Kathleen Kennedy. I think Kennedy just doesn't have any idea what's going on. I literally think she's just a figurehead that walks around. I honestly believe that after like hearing and talking and listening to people and understanding that she just doesn't even know. I mean, listen, you have the most sacred franchise in all the land. And basically you had Ryan Johnson come out last week and just say, I didn't know what was going on. They just said, make a movie, you know, which shows horrible leadership. But this whole Pablo, this guy, Pablo, who just, his books got canceled from the Mandalorian. And it just seems like he's the guy that just stirs everything up, man. Like he's just the one, like his group, his team over there, like all the videos that I've made about the Lucasfilm people that were celebrating Gina getting fired were all from his group.
Right.
They're all from his group. And it wouldn't surprise me if those were the people that they wanted Gina to talk to when she mentioned it in her interview. Go talk to Pablo and his group and apologize. This guy's pride is so big. He wants everyone to kiss his ring You know, he's attacked geeks and gamers. He's attacked the women of geeks and gamers. He's attacked, I think he came after Midnight's Edge as well. He's all in the past. He's done horrible things on Twitter. He hates YouTubers, makes fun of Star Wars theory, does all this stuff. So say whatever you want about him. This is the guy right here that has ruined everything. Listen, we were all on a super high. We were on a Luke Skywalker high. And listen, I'm the first to admit, I was ready to jump back in the deep end with Star Wars. And this fool comes out and makes fun of people. And then he does other things. And then it looks like, you know, the whole Gina thing, he just laughed at all of us and all his little crew. It's just ridiculous.
Megan Random's in the chat. He attacked her too. Yeah,
exactly. A female, right?
Business,
and it's just
So Jay, if you could interview him for your show, what would you ask him? Because, you know, I mean, I hear you. I hear you, man. I hear you, right?
I know what I'd ask him. How dumb are you, Pablo?
Well, I mean, listen, you know, he crossed the line, you know, with attacking fans. But, you know, Jay was great with Gina. What would you, if you had him, what would you ask him?
I would bring up some of his past tweets.
Mm-hmm.
I would say, why were you laughing at Gina Carano when she was fired? I would say, why were you making fun of YouTubers? Why would you even make a joke about someone crying over Luke Skywalker and then have the I don't know, like the pride mocking to put it as your header so we would see it? Like, there's one thing, like, he was talking about it on Twitter and like he put it out on Twitter where no one could see, but then he decides, I'm going to go a step further. I'm going to make that tweet my header so they could all see what I'm saying as a joke, right?
But
they could all see what I'm saying.
Didn't he then like was that ever shown? Like, did that apology, did he indeed apologize, or was that a fake apology from Tim?
I mean, for whatever it's worth, it was probably a corporate apology. It probably was just like something that they have written down that they could copy and paste it over. And I'm almost, and listen, this is just me talking, no one else, but it's almost as if like he was so pissed that he had to apologize that he just gloated. Him and his crew gloated at the fact that they were able to get rid of Gina Carano to laugh at us because we loved her character so much and we loved who she was and we loved that she reached out to the fans and we loved, like, you know, and he's just a horrible, like, I haven't seen anything positive from him when it comes to fan relationships. He's just a horrible person.
Well, I would say at the very least he's a schoolyard bully, because that's how bullies act.
He is. And he would rather ruin careers and ruin Star Wars because of his pride. Pride comes before the fall. Mm-hmm. I mean, it's just, you know, it's just unbelievable, this guy.
It's freaking bad business. Why are you laughing at your fans crying? That's bad business. I can't wrap my mind around that either.
Well, you talk about someone who's protected. I mean, there's, you know.
Yeah, but he's one of the few guys who got a smackdown from Disney, though. Let's not forget that, you know, of all the people who have said a lot of shit, he's the first one that basically got told by Disney, you need to apologize and you need to make this right, because it looked bad, because he attacked, you know, one of the biggest members of the community on YouTube. And as Jay said, he's made it no secret whatsoever that he despises YouTubers. But Disney's starting to learn that, you know, we're a force to be reckoned with. And the more and more you disrespect us and disregard us, the louder we're going to become. And yeah, I mean, I agree with you, Jay, that a lot of what he said yesterday was just a lot of non-answers. But I got to take you back to something you said before. So are you kind of insinuating, at least in your opinion, because I know you did made a big deal out of making sure that was known that it was your opinion. Now, in your opinion, are you saying then that KK is just another useful idiot then?
I don't really call people idiots per se, but I just think that.
All right, to be clear, when I say that, I mean these little lemurs or flying monkeys, as Cameron Pasha likes to call them, and that would be the these people in Lucasfilm and all other places too, not just Lucasfilm.
I think
they're just putting their ideological politics
I
before
think
the story.
she's surrounded by people that have told her to do this, and that's good for business, and she acts on it. And I think that is like Galaxy's Edge. Like when she made the decision to change Galaxy's Edge at the last minute, that's why it opened later, because it was supposed to feature all 3 trilogies. And then, it's just like, and then she shows up. Look, the story breaks that Gina Carano's fired, right? Which I believe was leaked. I don't think they were going to announce it that day. I think that was a joke leak.
Well, I honestly think it was something to more so disrupt your stream you were doing for charity, and they didn't think of the ramifications it was going to have on the following day.
I still think Lucasfilm is shocked at the backfire from all this. Like, they can't post anything on social media right now.
Right.
On any platform.
Without
any
ridicule.
platform. And it's just like, and you're talking like Fatal. He looks great.
I'm wondering.
Thank you.
I'm wondering because you had all the chain of events. You had Gina being fired. Okay. You had all this going on and all the backlash, and then you had that ridiculous fucking rock reveal. I'm like, if there's any sense within Lucasfilm or within the story group among whomever, that events are spiraling out of control.
No, but I mean, think about Kennedy in the past. She's made statements that were just false, that almost as if she has no idea what she's talking about. So you just wonder if there's a group of people saying, here, when they ask you this is what you need to say. This is what we came up with. Oh yeah, Palpatine was in the plan from day one. Then you have everybody come out. I had no idea what was going on, from the directors, the actors, to everybody. I mean, just little things like that.
Carrie Fisher's not in Rise of Skywalker.
Yeah,
I'm sure.
I've said the same shit before too. It seems like she's completely out of touch, and then as soon as she gets back in touch with things, everything goes to shit. Because like Rob just brought up, she had no idea about Carrie Fisher being in Rise of Skywalker. She had no idea that Mandalorian was too much like Solo before it was too late.
Well, she made
Obi-Wan. I mean, sorry.
We have the engineer. We had the statements where she's like, Star Wars is gonna move forward from the sequel trilogy because there's more stories going forward than there are back. Mandalorian was a big hit. Now, my God, everything is surrounding in the Mando timeline now, and they'll probably stay in this timeline for years to come. And listen, and I want y'all to hear this loud and clear. This is there's a reason. And I really believe there was people that were over her that said, my God, there is a mess here at Lucasfilm. You need to go over to Marvel and grab all these Marvel people, because they're making us billions of dollars in movies and toy sales and everything. You need to bring those people over to Lucasfilm and figure out how to get that here in Star Wars, because you had Endgame, which made more money than any movie in history. And now you have the Rise of Skywalker, which is supposed to conclude 40 years, which technically bombed as far as the end of all end, the Star Wars movie. So now you brought in Feige, Favreau, all these people. Waititi, is that how you say his name? The director of
Waititi.
Yeah. Sorry, I said it wrong. But they bring in all these Marvel people, and we've said this a million times. Just look at what they're doing. It started with Mando. Well, Mando's Iron Man. Okay, now they're building this whole world. Right now, you've got this whole world coming. You got Boba Fett. You got Ahsoka. You got all these little fragments coming together. Then we're going to get the reveal of the big bad. Well, Ahsoka already mentioned Thrawn a few times. And so now Thrawn is Thanos. So now you're going to have all these shows coming together, just like the Marvel blueprint.
Yep.
Because somebody was like, Lucasfilm is a freaking mess. You need to fix it. Well, what worked for us? Well, Marvel worked for us. They gave us 13 years of billion-dollar movies and toys and shirts and everything else. So let's bring them over here and let's do that. So it just looks like that is what happened.
Right. And that's what we reported. And that was the plan.
Yeah, exactly.
Until Kathy came in and pushed the nuke. And whether it was on her own accord or it was, under pressure of other people inside, I think we're pretty much on the same page there, Jay. I mean, whether, you're just giving your speculative opinion on the matter or not, it does jive with a lot of what we've heard in behind the scenes. And again, I'm not totally. I don't disagree with you at all about the idea of her being a little less attached to this whole idea as it is so much more of other people are feeding into her. And because I don't think she reads the scripts. I've been told by several people she doesn't pay attention to a lot of that kind of crap. You know, she's got assistants and other people that do a lot of work for her. And it kind of rings true with them hiring another executive at Lucasfilm, somebody to basically do what her and Michelle Redjuan were already supposed to be doing. And that would be that Momita Zangumta. I don't know if you've heard. I think you heard about her too, coming in, Jay. You know, so again, it's like, okay, so you need 3 people to do the same damn job here at the studio now.
Well, I mean, even the Obi-Wan series, it was like, yeah, we wrote everything. It's ready to go. Then the next report is, we're going over the scripts now. We have nothing. And it's like, you know, it's just.
Well, that's what I was saying before.
Everything seems to be going fine until she sticks her big fat nose and gets her little bony fingers on anything. You know, that's what it just seems like to me. As soon as she starts to get involved, there it goes. It all goes to shit.
For me personally, get rid of Pablo's group first.
Yeah, get rid of Pablo
That's
group
just me.
because they the ones that hate the freaking fans. How do you hate fans?
She put the story group together, and there you go. And there you go.
Listen, I agree with you. I just think that they got to.
Her greasy little mitts are all over that.
She's not leaving until Indiana Jones is done. Everyone.
Drunk, I told him you said that.
I'm convinced. I am convinced, 100% convinced. And listen, I have nothing else to back this. But the reason why we haven't gotten an Indiana Jones movie until fairly recently, is because she could not figure out a way to ruin it. In other words, no, seriously. She says she looked at this property. Oh my God, it's a movie about a straight white man set in an era that the hero has to be a straight white man. I don't know what to do with this. She could have said to Spielberg and Lucas or Spielberg or whomever, hey, I want to do an Indiana Jones movie. Yeah, take about 6 months or take whatever, how much time you need. Come up with some ideas. Come back to me and we'll see what we can do. Nope, we haven't. They kept putting it off and putting it off. There's nothing Indiana Jones related in the with Lucasfilm now. Didn't even close the the Indiana Jones Adventure exhibition or something like that, Jay?
Yeah. No. It's gonna reopen. They did. I think they were refurbishing it. So
yeah. Well, Rob, first of all,
the thing is that the Indiana Jones movie probably going to be Indiana Jones being captured and then being rescued by
a strong female character
that will take over the franchise. And
Indiana Jones, yeah.
Because people forget, and it's been long enough since the 5th film that him and what's-her-face probably could have had another kid, and then she'd be old enough by now to take over the franchise anyway. But no, I think you're in Jay. Indiana Jones 5 is going to happen come hell or high water.
Yeah.
But Rob, you're forgetting, as I keep pointing out, Spielberg didn't even want to do the last one.
No.
He has said it several times over that as far as he's concerned, Indy and his dad and everything, they rode off into the sunset, and that was the end of the trilogy.
Yeah.
That was it. He was done with it. He didn't want to do any more. He did the last one for George because George did nothing but pester him for years and years to do another.
I told you, George, I don't want to do another movie.
And I think the fact that he even signed on initially with the idea to do it Indy 5 and then backed off and left is just to me is the biggest red flag we all need. Is that there's nothing here. And especially nothing here to get Steven Spielberg interested enough that he's willing to spend 2 years of his life on making this movie. Because it isn't just as simple as going, just go off and make these ideas. There's too many politics involved right now. That's the other problem, Rob, is I'm sure that's what it can come down to is either Steven was just like, I really have no desire to do this, or everything they were coming up to him with, he was just like, no, I don't want to do that. And I don't blame him at this point because the last one was a piece of shit.
Oh, Crystal Skull. It was bad, but it wasn't Last Jedi bad.
It wasn't that bad, but it was
just a stupid movie.
But unlike the prequels, it didn't take anybody that much time to go, look, this sucked.
Tom, I'm Tom, I'm going to put something in the chat if you can share, because it'll take me forever to share with everything. We've seen this several times, and I always keep saying you want to bring back Indiana Jones in some capacity. I mean, why can't you do something?
Can we go like one day without getting a claim?
No, just bring it up. Just bring it up. Just
I
don't
know.
get
all the time. All right, hang on.
But I mean, this is the this is the perfect way to do it.
No, I agree.
Yeah, I mean, but she doesn't even have the ability to see the bigger picture. Oh, for fuck's sake, with the ads.
Wheat thins.
Yes, I love me some wheat. I love me some wheat thins, but come on, where the fuck is this though? I know this was
and that's because that would be giving the fans what they want, and they would never give the fans what they want.
Exactly. I mean, KK is so utterly tone deaf that she doesn't even know when a good thing is staring at her in the face. This is perfect. Animation, 2D animation. You could set it in the 30s, get a voice actor that sounds remotely like Harrison Ford. Hire Ingruber to do it. But like I said,
this is fan made.
This is fan made. I mean, but like I said, it's what you can be capable of doing, and they're not even doing this.
Yeah, but Rob, that's we say that every day. I mean, it's never gonna change. It's never gonna.
I know
go
it's
back.
never gonna. I know it's never gonna change.
And
but
it's just sad.
It's just
sad.
It's just exemplary of how utterly and completely tone deaf they are. Oh well, we want another generation of fans. Well, this is how you fucking do it.
No, the problem. This is what we were saying last night.
But it features a straight white man. KK can't do that. No.
You know what's sad about that is it's in the traditional Disney style of animation.
Yeah, I'm thinking about that too.
The issue is that the Star Wars and the Indiana Jones that has really impacted us as older fans that really love it. It's just never gonna. This fast food service that we're getting now, where they just got to keep pumping out stuff, over and over and over. It's just it will never have that heart touch felt that will win new fans. They're basically looking for the quick, let me get it and go. It's like WandaVision probably is not much rewatchable. You know what I mean? It's
don't
not
get me started on WandaVision.
No. But listen, what I'm saying. It's like these things that they're putting out now are not. We don't go back and rewatch them over and over again.
They want McDonaldization.
It's a one and done type of thing, which, like we were saying last night, when Star Wars is on like TNT with commercials, I usually leave it on with the commercials, even though I have it on digital download and DVD and Blu-ray. I mean, all that stuff.
A lot of movies like that. Yeah.
I can put it in is because that's storytelling in the heart, and so they put it. They're just not doing it now. We live in. It's just a fast food entertainment, where it's just a kind of like a boom, 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 boom. And so what's going to happen? What's going to happen is it's the independent creators, like what we're pushing here, Fatal J's comic book, what Gina's doing with her own movie, that they're just going to have to rise up. We're just going to have to rise up and do our own thing of good storytelling and book writing and all these things, because I believe we're just going to see a flux. And with the things like YouTube and stuff, we're able to do this. I mean, not on a budget like these people can do, but at least we could start putting stuff together. And then that's when they're going to realize that, listen, more people watch YouTube for their news than the regular news channel. Yeah. So it's coming around. You know what I mean? Like it's coming around.
We started seeing that trend with The Daily Show and stuff like that back in the day as well.
And the fact that more people, like I said, there's a democratization of film criticism and a lot of things, and
we call it McDonaldization or whatever.
McDonaldization. There's a McDonaldization for entertainment, where they just want to crank it out as fast as possible. They see film as product,
yes,
not film as art.
And it's not new. That's not new.
No, that's not
the new part is the injecting of the the politics. And when we got to get on some super chats here, I don't mean to disrupt the flow of conversation, but go ahead and finish, Rob.
Just to finish, though, I mean, but like I said, the democratization of filmmaking, where you can shoot a movie on an iPhone, and a lot of the new phones have cameras that are good enough to make a movie on, and the fact that you can get professional level editing software, like I said, I don't make any money from this, but I use DaVinci Resolve quite a bit. Mecca uses it quite a bit for her videos. It is professional level editing software that they are giving away for free.
Rob, you exactly right. What's the guy name that played Frodo in Lord of the Rings? Elijah Wood. He was on Twitter in a Twitter battle with a guy that said, "No, it's not possible to make a movie on your iPhone." And Elijah Wood was like, "Freaker, yes, it is. You can make a movie on your iPhone." So you're right, Rob. The technology is there.
And the fact that the genie is out of the bottle, and the fact that we have the ability to reach more people than the access media, whatever you call it, scares the ever living shit out of them.
Yep.
All right, I got to get on some super chats here. And Dash DC says, "I just watched that Vader Kenobi scene remake with reactions like it got. How hard is it to satisfy Star Wars fans? It was great, by the way. Yeah, I saw the scene you're talking about. A lot of people enjoyed that. It's not real difficult to. It's kind of like a lot of other things. It's like it's almost like they got to try harder to do a bad job sometimes with these things, which it seems like they're doing." Bertrand Kurt Russell says Disney needs both a carrot and a stick. Sign back up when Boba Fett airs, then cancel it when Acolyte is on, and tell them it's because of KK. There you go. And that's kind of what we were saying earlier, is like, if you're going to cancel Disney Plus, make sure they know why and all that kind of stuff. And if you're not somebody who can cancel it, or you decide you want to sign back up, just make sure you support the things that you like and avoid the things you don't. And that sends enough of a message too on that part. Tyler Hood says, "God bless you guys. Viva la Resistance. Do y'all think Bob was sincere in his love for Kathleen, or is he playing a PC game until they deny her contract renewal?"
Probably both.
A little bit of both, probably. And you got to remember, all these people know each other. Even Kathleen Kennedy and Favreau know each other. So I'm sure they play nice to each other's face, while knowing that, what one is doing behind the scenes is very detrimental to what the other is trying to do. And again, that's where KK got, she panicked. She pushed the nuke button. At this point, she won this battle. I don't know if the war's over yet, but she definitely won this battle. Victor Von Doom says, "It's not just the opinion of the white males. I'm from Haiti. Our community out there and the fans agree. So do the Dominicans and the Caribbeans. Take a global poll. We hate where Star Wars is going." And it's sad. And yeah, that's just what we need, though, Victor. And that's what I've been saying, is everybody needs to stand up besides just white males. It has to be the LGBTQ community.
He's from Haiti.
Yeah, it has to be from all over the place. And you guys all have to make your voices heard. Do what you can to keep going. The thing that I've seen the most, and I think Jay will agree with this, and I mean Drunk 3PO, and I'm sure everybody else here too, is when you go on the Star Wars videos and you downvote them. I love seeing the quote that Gina said in that, why try to destroy my life with your lies when the truth will destroy yours. I mean, I love seeing that quote. It sends a message, and it doesn't make you that aggressive, and you're not out there going, fuck Disney or what have you, to where they can't say you're doing anything that's really bad. All you're doing is voicing your opinion. And then it also at the same time sends the message that, we're not going to forget what you did to Gina. So there you go. Unless anybody else has anything to say about that. I guess not. Carol L. Or Car LOL, however you say that. The artist formerly known as Hell's Asylum says, "Won't support Mandalorian season 3. Prove the cancel culture mob right, though, i.e. increased viewership." I think I gotta get what you're saying with that message. If enough people watch and it's successful, then I guess that part may fall on deaf ears as far as the cancellation goes. But I think it'll be a question of whether or not we even get season 3 of Mandalorian. And yeah, if you're against the idea of Gina being gone, then clearly, I wouldn't support Mandalorian season 3. But again, I'm not going to tell you what to do with your money and your time. So
I think at the end of the day, when you look at the very end of season 2, you can just walk away from it. The story is complete. Well, the whole point was taking Grogu to a Jedi, right? It's over.
Well, Tom, maybe you won't tell people what to do with your money, but I will. Head on over to Indiegogo and support Ninja Blast from Vale J.
Yeah. That's a little different. That's a little different.
Ninja Blast right there. Somebody put it in the link. Natasha, thank you so much. Y'all almost got me at 2K. Thank you so much.
Let's flip it here and see where you're at. Ooh. Oh, come on, guys. We can do better than that. All right. Moving on with the super chats, though. Speaking of doing better, I need to do better at keeping up with those. Revcore says, I give support for Mandalorian, and I look at what they did. No more until it's not until severe changes are made. And again, that's kind of what I was saying is, and I understand. I understand any camp you're in, and you have the right to do what you want. As long as the message is being sent through other means, that's the thing that matters as well. As long as we keep on them every time they post a video, we can't let them forget it. And every time one of these investor calls happens or these stockholder calls happens, we need to speak up and as Andre said, hold them accountable and make sure they answer the questions, not just dance around them, not give some political answer and, sidestep everything. Diego Flores says, Andre, since we have talked about the meeting, we should check Disney's ARs and do a complete analysis of Disney and see the true impact of the beer bug and the weight of the parks on current Disney structure. If you can let me know, I can do them. Andre, still with us?
Is he on the highway?
He was on the highway. I don't know if he's able to answer or not.
I am on the highway. Can you repeat the question?
It's just Diego wants to know if he wants us to check into Disney's ARs and do a complete analysis of Disney and see the true impact of the beer bug and the weight it has on the parks and Disney's structure. He says he can do it if we want him to.
If you have the opportunity to do so, and you can do that with getting away with it, that would be awesome. Like, I wouldn't ask you to spend loads of your time because I know you have other clients and stuff to deal with. But if, as a hobby project, if you could take a look and see what the real value is, that would be pretty sweet, actually. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And I got a point with this. Stanley says Midnight's Edge, but stockholder price calls are not the place to put them on the spot about whether there is currently a blacklisting in Hollywood. Oh, it absolutely is. Every place you can put them on the spot is a place to put them on the spot. And that's one of the few times that people who are not in the media and the access media and the people that are going to do nothing but kowtail to them anyway are going to get a chance to speak up. Especially somebody like Bob Chapek.
It is the place. It is indeed the place. You are a shareholder. As a shareholder, Disney is committed or is obligated to maximizing your dividend and the value of your ownership, basically.
And yeah,
if they engage in political actions which you feel is detrimental to that end, it is your right and your duty as a shareholder to raise that issue when the opportunity arises. So yes, that is the venue for it.
Yeah, and especially if it's going to get between you and your money and certain people being involved. Like, I mean, Johnny Depp, to me, I would consider as a good example of he's a hot commodity, and I would ask Disney why they're blacklisting him, even if there's no real proof of what's going on or no charges being brought forward and things of that distinction. Those are totally the times to ask those questions. So yeah. All right, next super chat we got here is Douglas A. Burton says, what if we organized a group of investor mind people, Fandom Menace Inc., and hire a branding company to help push the positive values and message we espouse? There's more of us. Well, that's a whole nother level of organization that I'm not sure how we would exactly enlist something like that, but I'm not above the idea of it. Andre, anybody else want to chime in on that one?
No, Tom, you're doing such a good job.
I guess so. I mean, it'd be something that could work possibly, but again, you'd have to. That's the problem with something like the Fandom Menace is it's not really a group or an organization. It's an idea. It's a hashtag.
It's a hashtag. It's an idea.
Yes, sir. Boy, I mean, we could act as individuals and I'll try to keep buying stock and doing things like that. That would help, or at least get our voices involved. What do you guys think? Andy, Andre, do you guys have any other suggestions on that part?
No one's going to do the work.
That's what I was going to say, is it's going to take a lot of work for certain people. And then, yeah, it would be. Then money gets involved too. And money always.
And more money. Amen. That's way too much drama.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to be one of the few people who has to be the head of something like that. Really.
Collective of individuals. I couldn't say it better myself, Mr. Walton.
Yeah, and Mr. Walton would be one of the people I would say that could head something like that up, but I'm sure he'd be the last person who'd want to, because yeah, the Phantom Menace is, like I said, more of an idea. It's not so much.
Listen, the Phantom Menace is many things to different people.
Exactly.
And I mean, I don't even talk about it anymore because it's really when I was proud flag waver of the Phantom Menace, it was really different than what it is today. What it is today is just it really isn't anything that I remember what it was back then.
Well, it's been hijacked by a lot of different other organizations, and the definition of what it meant, or at least the idea of what a lot of people felt it meant, has changed. But to me, and I think most people involved, the Phantom Menace was just at least a group of people who didn't want to be told that they were the problem with, you know, the entertainment. It was the entertainment industry needed to start taking accountability for themselves. And I really think that's the biggest part of it, is we didn't want to be called istophobes and all that kind of stuff by people like Ryan Johnson and, you know, people higher up at Disney and Lucasfilm, like Pablo Hidalgo, as Jay brought up before. You know, I think those are the main ideas that the Phantom Menace gets behind, you know, and we're not, I don't even think we're like even one of those organizations or anything like that. It's never been anything. I mean, Jeremy and those have joked about being the leader of the group, but that's the whole point, is it's a joke. You know what I mean? Like he knows that it's not an organization of any kind. So that'd be the difficult part of that. Andre, you have anything to say on that, or?
Andre is trying to focus on the road, man.
Yeah, I think Andre's just trying to drive. Thank you for that, though. That's a good idea, but I you'd have a hard time implementing it, I think, is the answer to that. Randy Wackenfield, if I'm saying that right, I apologize for totally butchering your name.
Or is that whacking in my shit?
Them boys whacking in my shit. New Conan is great. Even Savage Avengers maintains true Conan while he interacts with modern Marvel. Every issue satisfies, and I couldn't be happier. Yeah, I know. Andre's
button while you talking.
I can do that. Let's see what's going on here.
I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I'm telling you,
you got a little bit more. There you go.
I'm telling you, Midnight Edge Nation, y'all got me like when I say
guys.
I ain't gonna lie, Tom, I farted a little bit because
oh my God.
Well, they got me so nervous, drunk. I mean, I'm so excited, and I just can't believe it.
That you poop your pants?
I farted a little bit, just a little squirt.
He uses the word squirt. All right, so he pooped his pants.
That's
okay. It wasn't a squirt, but it was just a little toot that came out because I just got so excited because everybody supported me, and it made me feel great.
Fatal, I was just
as long as it's about the excitement, it's all good. So.
Yeah. You didn't have Taco Bell, did you? No, but I think Andre wanted to chime in finally about some Conan anyway, because Randy had brought up the new Conan books over at Marvel, which, like I said, Andre's loving and getting behind wholeheartedly.
Yeah, I just had to pull over because it's dark and snowing, so I can barely see. So I just
be careful, man.
The car here, so yeah.
Be careful.
Yeah, no, I just have to say that, because you can say what you want about Disney, and you can say what you want about Marvel. There's plenty of things going wrong there. But here's like the thing with Conan. Marvel doesn't own it. It's owned by an independent company, Conan Properties, and Marvel only has the current license. So they're not free to do as they please with it. Or they can integrate it into their universe so long as they abide by the rules. And the person that Marvel has abiding by those rules is Jim Sub, who we've spoken with twice. And he's doing really good. Like, I'm not getting paid to say this. I just really love what he's doing. He's seriously, the Conan comics are the best they have been for like 20 years, easy. And even the one, because you have like two lines. You have like the regular Conan the Barbarian, which takes place in the Hyborian Age. That's like the classic title, and you should read that. New storyline began today, new fresh jump in point. It's awesome. It's brutal. He sleeps around. He chops heads of people. It's exactly how it should be. From Marvel, today. And then, of course, you have the Savage Avengers. Like, this is the thing that Marvel gets out of it. Bring in Conan in, like, an alternate Conan into today's world. But even he is still complete badass. I mean, like in the last issue with Deadpool. Like, he's locked up in a jail cell with Deadpool. And then he figures out, like, you have some pretty impressive healing skills, right? Yeah, okay, you're going to go out here. I'm going to help you. You're going to go through those bars in this prison cell, and I'm going to crush you so you fit through. And it's freaking hilarious. So I absolutely would say that that's like the best comic there is right now from Marvel. And people aren't aware, and they need to go support good stuff. So check that out.
All right. And we'll move on with some super chats here, since I'm sure we've got more to get to when Andre gets back as well. And I've only got so many I can go through. Christopher Tock sends in $2, says Paramount Plus is DOA. Yeah. I actually canceled my CBS All Access through Amazon, and I think they ended up giving me a free month just to check out Paramount Plus, and it is such a disappointment. There is nothing on there that you really can't get anywhere else. I remember when we had Jeff here the other day, he was talking about how, there's not even full seasons on there, and they don't even have, a lot of the stuff you would expect out of Paramount. It's a really sad selection indeed.
I'm not gonna lie though, Tom. That HBO Max is off the hook.
Yeah, HBO Max. My problem with HBO Max is the navigation. You have a hard time getting through shit or finding anything. It moves
slow. I thought it was
not just that.
I got bootleg internet, so I thought my stuff was messing up. But I hear a lot of people say that about the navigation.
But it's not just the slow part; it's where they put everything and how they have it all. Set up. You almost have to go to the different hubs to get to some things, and it's kind of a pain. And there's still some things on HBO Max that aren't there that should be, but more so for Paramount Plus. Does anybody else here have Paramount Plus that wants to comment on it real quick?
I didn't even know that existed.
I don't. I have no interest.
All right. I think that answers that. It's basically CBS All Access redo. They just added in the other networks and channels that is under Viacom or Viacom CBS, whatever you call it now. Then the We Rock sent us $19.99. Didn't say anything. Hopefully Google didn't delete the message, but I didn't see anything when it popped up, so I'm assuming it just was a donation. So thank you so much, We Rocks. You rock. Victor Von Doom comes in again with, here's an idea. Pull together. Okay, maybe
have some new ones though.
Is this the same thing as the other one?
You have some new ones though.
Oh yeah, we got new ones. I still got some more of these other ones to go through yet. I don't want to get too out of order. Here's an idea. Pull together, buy a large amount of Disney stocks, try to get shareholder meetings, and try to get a board of directors, clean it all up from the top of the food chain. I was thinking that was the same super chat from before, but it was different. But again, individuals, we can definitely do that. I don't know about the pooling part, because like we were talking about before, like getting money together with different people, it's money and friends doesn't mix real well. Business is one thing. If you can keep it business, and you can do business with friends, but as long as that individual totally understands the difference between a friendship and business. And I think pretty much everybody on this panel here knows exactly what I'm talking about when it comes to that kind of a relationship. Because most of us have those kind of relationships on this panel. So, I mean, it's pretty much one of those things, you can be friends, but business is business, as they say in The Godfather.
Why you think the Jackson 5 broke up and they was brothers?
That's because all the talent was in Michael. But anyway,
that's true too. That's definitely true.
And then he's getting sick and tired of them sucking off his teat, basically. Let's see here. Gaijin Grimpora, if I'm saying that right. If there was passes to get into the shareholder call, at least we know they aren't seasonal. No, again, I would really be interested in to know how that kind of thing works. I think Lorena Creel tried to explain this to us a little bit. I don't know if Culture's in the chat or anything, like if he can explain it to us, but yeah, I'd be real interested into knowing how that works exactly. Because yeah, if I ever were to have more than a few bucks to rub together, I wouldn't be above buying some Disney stock, especially when it's as low as it is, even though it's a bit inflated right now. That I won't deny, but yeah, it's one of those things where you probably got a good chance of it bouncing back.
I think it's gonna bounce back up though.
Oh, it will. Yeah, they're not going to allow it not to. That's the whole thing. Hyper Guyver says, I feel that a return to genre entertainment and establishing new studios free of current politics is how we can fight and save our pop culture. It's time we make something new and support it 100%. Well, there you go. That's what we got on screen right here. Ninja Blast is a perfect example of that.
Thank you so much.
And there's a lot of other people in the community as well doing stuff, like our own author, Stephen Walton, who has the Phantom Menace books. Go ahead and share that. Share that link in the chat as well, Steven, so people can get a hold of that. But yeah, let's see how Ninja Blast is doing while we're speaking of it.
Let's see how it's doing.
Oh, come on, guys. Let's get on this. Get on this.
It's doing great, though. But yes, people, please support, please back. And I promise you're going to get an excelente product.
You can get the cover A. You can get cover B. You can get print with it. You can get the other print. You can get both covers. Copies. Which I think is the one I got, but yeah, there you go, guys. It's available now. The links have been being shared. We're going to share that again just so you guys can get on it. But yeah, that's exactly what this is all about here, and all the other projects that Comicsgate and other things that are on the horizon. And I know we've had a lot of discussions about different things that we're working on, not just on YouTube, but for other projects. So you never know. John Williams, well, welcome to the chat, says, I look at this kind of like Return of the Jedi. KK's Palpatine trying to kill the Mandalorian, Luke, but will Bob, Vader, act or just watch? I'm not so sure there's much Bob can do, because that's the thing, is even though he's the head of Disney, it's really difficult to just get rid of the CEO of another production company that's underneath your umbrella. It's not just as simple as saying, well, you're fired. That's another thing. I don't know if anybody else wants to comment on that that's worked in corporate world before, but it isn't just something you can just do like that without having very good reason. Andre, did you have a chance you wanted to chime in on that at all, or anybody else?
I think everybody, what is going on? Is y'all on the video games or something?
Not
no. I'm right
Paulie,
here.
what is you doing, sir?
I'm reading chats and
texting.
Trying to pay attention.
Now, Andy, I know you were a part of a corporation.
Calling me out, Fatal.
If anything, you may be able to answer this, or at least have something to say about this. Now, just getting rid of somebody is not the easiest thing to do unless you have a good reason, right?
Correct. I mean, HR doesn't just let you do that. I mean, you have to have so much reason. I mean, like, I think the Pierce Morgan firing that just happened is an interesting thing, because it's like, did he leave? Was he fired? Was it mutual? Who knows? Joss Whedon's another one. Like, he wasn't fired. No matter what people want to say, he left. That was clearly probably legally why they did that, because is there actual proof? You know what I mean? Like, it's different. You have to have a company, I think, especially since Me Too and everything else. Like, I can't speak specifically about my firing, but they didn't fire me the proper way at all. And, that's why I was in a lawsuit and was quiet for so long, because I was pursuing that. And I think since the Me Too and everything else, like, you can see it now, I think, in the culture. Like, people are much more careful when accusations come forward or when people are being removed, that the media handles it more, carefully, because I think they are seeing lawsuits and problems that come with it. So, yeah, I mean, I think corporations are quickly realizing they have to be careful, but sometimes they don't. I mean, Gina is the perfect example of, you'd think there would have been a longer HR process that they would have spoken to her about it, right?
Well, I was just gonna say, well, they made it clear she just didn't have a contract, so they didn't really even technically fire her. They just weren't bringing her back.
Work for hire. She's not like an employee.
Exactly. Yeah.
There are obviously always things in contracts that can sort of say there are clauses that can termination clauses that can just lose you whenever you want. So it depends on the company. But yeah, I mean, depending on the case, yeah, I mean, I think corporations do have to be more careful now, and you can't just like fire them because of a comment. You have to make sure there's complaints about the said comment. Like Pierce Morgan got fired because there were 42,000 complaints came in through a separate third-party investigation firm, is what really kicked it up to what made him sort of then be, they had to confront it. So it so depends on the case.
Yeah. All right. And then the next super chat is Mario Pilotti. KK, next brilliant artistic idea. Geode will be in the Mandalorian. He's going to have a jetpack and he'll be called the Rocketeer. Oh, the rock puns never end. You guys have been doing great, though, on those. So thank you for that. Then we got Harry Nice Guy, who sends in €5. Thank you. Doesn't matter how you phrase the question. They will always come up with some generic answers to please everybody. Rob is in the is this inverse insanity? LOL. To a point, I get what you're saying, Harry Nice Guy, in all seriousness, but how you phrase the question is very important. And not only that, the people who come on next have to hold them to the fire. They have to be like, now, wait a minute. I would like it if you answered the last question first. That should have been something that we heard more often. And again, hopefully that will be something that happens more often, because the deeper and deeper this goes, the more normies hear about it, the more the public hears about it, the more it's going to affect the bottom line, the more it's going to affect people inside who actually notice and pay attention to these things, the more the stockholders are going to start asking, well, people aren't happy. What are you going to do? And again, they're not going to be able to keep avoiding the question forever. So just keep putting the pressure on. That's all we can do. And if you're a stockholder, definitely keep the pressure on. Unless anybody else has anything to add to that, I think we can keep going. Rob, did you have anything to say about the inverse insanity? No?
Rob.
I think he's dead. Fat Steven Seagal said, Spock was amazing in Star Wars. Logical Jedi. Fuck the world. Well, so was Chun-Li. Don't forget.
Yeah.
What's up? What's up, Fat Steven?
How you
what
doing,
up, Fat Steven? Fat Steven in the chat.
Hell yeah. Then we got Big Fat Nerd coming in. Says, don't worry, guys. We've got the Cruella origin movie to look forward to, because everyone has been crying out for that. Surely. Do Disney have any clue? No. They just saw the opportunity to continue to do like their Maleficent type situation. It was something they can kind of say, like, look, it's the female Joker movie. Yeah, that's probably pretty much it. Anybody else got anything to say about Cruella?
They don't understand. They just keep giving us movies we never asked for.
Right?
A Koala DeVille movie. Come on.
Entertainment machines disconnected from their fans.
Now, I got a question to ask real quick about Disney. That Black Mermaid stuff, the black girl that was going to play Little Mermaid, did that ever go through, or did they itch that out?
It's still happening. I think it got pushed back because of the pandemic, though. But as far as I know, it's still happening.
Oh, okay. I mean, I'm not going to see it, but I was just wondering.
Sure, you're not, Jay. You should be playing Sebastian, then they'll probably have some idiot playing them. Copper Indio says it's time for creatives to start promoting their own content. If these large corporations don't care about shareholders, they definitely don't care about fans. No, I don't think they care about them in the sense that we wish they did. But yeah, there's a lot of creatives that are getting out there and doing their own thing, and Gina could be a watershed moment for this. If what she's doing with Bob Shapiro is successful, that could open many, many, many more doors. But to be successful, they have to avoid the politics altogether. They cannot make the mistake of going too far the other direction. So
I think you said Bob. It's Ben Shapiro, right?
Did I say Bob?
I heard Bob.
I might have, with all the Bobs bobbing around. That's probably
Bob.
Yeah. Thundercats Ho sends in £2. Thank you so much. Or a £2 super sticker, I should say. And it says, one up. Awesome. That gives Rob a life, so maybe he can come back. But while I have a quick break here, did anybody else need to check out or anything like that? Or
look here, I'm off for the whole week, so I'm hanging out for the rest of my life.
I just didn't know if Jay or Andy or anybody had to check out.
I don't know. I know because drunk, he quiet. Andy quiet. Andre
they're fighting
gone.
in the background. They're probably tweeting back and forth.
Are they probably smoking?
That could be
smoking.
Okay, I'm okay.
Oh, I'm just like, what?
Drunk, you all right?
You did say Bob, by the way.
Yeah.
Cool.
Drunk. Wake up, sleepyhead. Wake up.
You don't hear me talking?
Oh,
what?
I can hear
No,
you now.
you must have been muted, man.
You was muted at first. You had to be.
This is the first time you've said anything in a while.
You mean this whole time that I've been talking? That's why you all talking over me?
Must have been, man.
Yes.
Because I even asked you questions and you didn't answer. So I was like, all right, well,
the answer is yes.
Okay. I don't know if you really want to say yes to everything I asked you, but we're getting married next week now.
Whoa.
Here comes the bride, dressed in
Still waiting on that.
It was for
drag.
insurance purposes. Still waiting on the drag thing. Yes. Well, I don't think I'm going to get any volunteers besides me and you on that.
Oh, really?
The way it's been working, I'm going to try one more push. But
all right.
Yeah, I'd like to get some other YouTubers out there, like some of the other friends of mine in the Friday Night Tights and all that kind of stuff, and maybe Jeff, but I don't know if I can talk him into it. We'll see. Daniela Maye, if I'm saying that correctly, I apologize if I'm not. I'm sick of Disney and studios running everything we love and pat each other on the back, pretending they're the bestest ever. One day they'll fall. Meanwhile, we fans have to create our own projects and parallel entertainment. And again, you're singing to the choir here because on the screen right now, this is exactly what we've been doing. Fatal J himself got this rolling. It's called Ninja Blast. If you hadn't been keeping up, it's a independent comic, just like a lot of the other stuff that's going on right now.
I see you, Mecca. You funny.
Yeah, that's right. We'll have Jeff oversee it. Drunk and I will be married next Thursday.
Jeff, you really ordained? Jeff really ordained?
And that makes me Mr. and Mrs. Gina Carano.
Okay.
Nice. I can see Drunk with a little smile on his face.
He's just like,
that's not a smile.
Just quit. Seriously. I can hear it in his breath. He's just like, fucking stop. Fucking Miss Gina Carano. Fucking just stop.
If he had the opportunity, I think he would be Mr. Gina Carano, though.
I ain't saying that part, but I'm sure he's sick of hearing it.
No, but you know he would take it, though.
Duh.
Look at him. He's not talking. I can see him just like
he's not denying it because he can't.
Just like that.
Who wouldn't?
That's why he got the camera on. He's just like that.
Who wouldn't?
If you had the chance, Drunk, to be Mr. Gina Carano.
Come on. That's like that scene in Ghostbusters 2.
Why did you ask me that on a live stream?
Right?
Okay, man. I'm sorry, man. I ain't
not only that. Come on, Jay. That's like that scene in Ghostbusters.
You know, people
2.
are gonna clip that and they'll send it to her. Anything I say or do, they clip it, they send it to her.
I know. I'm sorry about that, man.
What it is.
I forgot, man. You a celebrity.
They think I talk to her like every day.
Hey, who does
she
that?
lives next door.
Tell me right now. I'll go after those people that clip you while you're live doing stuff, saying things.
Half of them are in this chat,
Jay.
probably, or on the stream.
You know I go after.
I do that. I do that.
He have to tell me to stop because he always be like, Gator J, don't do this, but some people messing with me. I'm like, you sure you don't want me to go off on him, man? Nah, man, it's cool.
I was like, just keep peace.
Let's keep going here. Mad Leprechaun says, "What if the reason Hollywood is hiring bad writers is because they're trying to destroy these brands that don't support socialist ideas?" Well, you're not totally wrong there. That's part of it. It is a big part of, they're part of this movement, and they see these things like Star Wars, Star Trek, Doctor Who, that generally are perceived as mostly male-driven franchises. And that's exactly what they think they're doing, is they're coming in and making them better and fixing them. And when they get resistance and pushback from people like us, they just disregard it because it's like, oh, well, of course they're going to act that way because this is not what they want, because this is us telling them that this is better for them, and they're a bunch of istophobes, right? That's the excuse.
And no one wants to hear that. Everybody's trolling me in the chat. That's what they want to hear. I see everyone trolling me. I don't approve of people trolling other people in the chat.
Show now.
That's a terrible thing to do. You shouldn't.
Hold
do
on,
that.
what they saying to him? What they saying to you, man?
Trolling people in the chat is terrible. Should never do that to anybody.
That is,
oh my God.
That is not true.
Is that Jay's head getting bigger?
Yeah.
I got a little tan from theme parks the other day.
Awesome. Getting some sun.
Yeah.
It's now the Jay show.
That's right.
Oh, nice shirt, man. Is that the new shirts?
That's one of the new shirts. Yes. Did you do the Welcome to the Rebellion as well?
Yeah, I just
you know what?
I also got my very own Geode. Came in the mail, exclusive from Lucasfilm.
Oh, that's limited edition right there.
Before anybody else got one.
That's that Black Series right there.
That's Black Series.
I always take mine out of the box.
The Black Series, baby.
It's
looking good.
Speaking of shirts, Max Relax sends in 10 euros here and says, my stick is better than bacon. I actually have that t-shirt. Speaking of t-shirts, but I was wearing it yesterday, not today. I'm wearing my Robin Williams shirt today. But welcome back, Andre.
Well, thank you. Back again.
So now you're actually on your regular mic. Yes. And we left off with Mad Leprechaun as our last super chat.
Okay. I hope you all were well behaved in the meantime.
Oh, fuck no.
Yeah,
I almost had to be like, oh shit, snap, we're gonna get shut down.
It wasn't.
Andre's gonna ground me.
On the plus side, it wasn't my fault.
It was not Rob's fault.
Yeah.
Oh, and we got a little bit more going on Ninja Blast there. Keep it going, guys. Keep it going.
Nice.
Very nice.
Oh,
Very
thank y'all
cool
so
indeed.
much.
Let's get that up to 2K before the show's done, because we do have a few more super chats to get through. Next one.
How far are we in those?
Next one in line right now, I'm on Ghost Scar Valorant, who sent in $24.99 and says, watching Star Wars die in front of you in real time is rough. Hopefully Iger comes back and does something. How Iger's gone. And that's where I feel like I was saying earlier, like the moment they knew his time was up is when Kathy seemed to make her move.
Yeah. Here's the thing, though. Is he really gone? Because he still has that ceremonial position, which I think may be more powerful than any of us think. Andy, if you're still there, what do you know of Iger's current position?
I don't actually know. I mean, I know I still think he's trying to run for office at a certain point. Like, I know from where he was, like they literally put out every single franchise they had in his final year there, so he could end with a banner year of the most money at the box office. Like, it was insane. Frozen, Toy Story, Lion King, Endgame, Star Wars. Like, it was everything. And then he didn't plan for the pandemic. And so now he's back and sort of making things up. But I think he always had political aspirations. He sort of has alluded to that. That's why he's sort of been out there doing so much press with his book and everything. But
did you read his book, Andy? Did you read his book?
I actually read parts of it. I actually thought it was a pretty good book. Like, he does offer really interesting insight at times.
Yeah, I read the whole thing in like 3 days. It was really good, but it did sound like a giant resume for the presidency.
And that's exactly what it was.
Wait, you muted, Andy? You muted
for president.
Andy, you're muted.
Am I? No, I'm not muted.
No,
I didn't hear what you said. Oh, I thought
he
you were
talking real low.
Oh, my bad.
A CEO doesn't go out like that and make such public statements unless they're run for office or some other big plan. Like, he was talking way more than a CEO typically would. So that was all very telling. But yeah, I did find the book interesting though. When he told the story about the kid who I remember, and I even watched his Oprah interview. He was out there a lot. He's a very well spoken, good CEO. I have to say, like, he ran a really tight business and it did well mostly. And he just knows how to speak. And from what I've heard around town, like, everybody does respect and likes him that have worked with him. So it all feels like it's a political play to try and do something else, but we'll see. Everybody's trying to do that now. And now that Trump didn't get reelected, I think some people are having, it's such a mess now after the pandemic that I wonder if he's second guessing his jump to do that. I don't know. I don't have any insight. I'm curious what you guys think though.
Jay, as in Drunk 3PO, what's your take on on Iger before we hear Fatal J's take?
I agree with Andy completely. I think that there's nowhere else to go than being the CEO of Disney than political power office. Me and Andy don't live that far away from each other, and like when that kid was, you talking about the alligator incident? Yeah.
Well, that story.
Yeah, he's referring to that because that's like
prevalent. We were all here when all that stuff.
I was he called the family that day. It was an intense story he was sharing.
Yeah,
how sad that was.
Yeah, they have a memorial over there at the Grand Floridian too. You can go visit and stuff. But
but in terms of his actual power in Disney right now, what's your take on that? Regardless of his merits as a CEO, and his self-grandizing in his book.
You know what's weird? And actually, I would like to hear Andy's take on this as well. Right before the pandemic hit and before everything was shut down, he stepped down weirdly abruptly.
Yep.
It's almost like he knew, someone from the White House was like, we're about to shut everything down. I don't know if you want to be around for that. And he's like, hey, I'm done, everyone.
I'm out. It was so tight, Jay. It's like, I really do think he thought something was coming and trying to mic drop it before he was out, but I don't think he knew the extent of it. But the conspiracy, did he know? I mean, come on. His whole book talks about it. He was opening the park in, where was it? Out in Asia, while that kid, that tragedy.
He was in Shanghai, yeah.
And so but he was so complimenting and so excited about the fact that he was able to get that park open and work these relations, etc. So I would not be surprised at all if he knew it was coming. I mean, I think a lot of people knew it was coming. I think it came before we've been told it came. I think all of that is accurate. So did he know something was coming? Sure. Did anyone know the extent of it and that he'd have to come back and take over? I don't know. I don't think that happened, but I'm sure he's in a spot now where it's like, well, shit, now what do we do? Because he left on such a high amount from a winning standpoint. He stacked the deck in his favor, and now it's the complete opposite. So
Fatal J, what do you think of Bob Iger and how much power he really wields in Disney today?
I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't care who's running the show. I just want them to fix what's going on, man. Whether it's Bob Iger, Kathleen Kennedy, whoever. I really don't care. This Star Wars is at an all-time low. It sucks so bad, man. I don't know why they can't get the formula right. Hire some hardcore fans in there, put them on the writing team, or at least let them advise the writers and show them which way to go. Because me and Drunk 3PO, we know guys out there that's deep into the lore, like Lord Callis, by the way, shameless plug. But this guy has a pure passion for Star Wars and know what should be going on in these movies. Why is it so hard? So this makes me think it has to be some type of agenda with these movies. They know the tools. They have the tools to make this $1 trillion Star Wars industry. But they continue going the other way. It's like they want to just put out their own version of Star Wars instead of what the fans want. And that's why the Snyder Cut will be a successful movie, is because HBO Max is giving the fans exactly what they want. Now, last time I checked, when you put out these movies, it's to make money. If the people don't want it, 9 times out of 10, they're not going to buy it. So at the end of the day, doesn't it always boil down to the fans? And sorry if that was too much.
No, that's quite all right. My take, though, is that, Tom, you want to chime in before?
Well, I was just going to say, I'm not so sure about the whole him dropping before the pandemic thing and just being like, what, I'm out this. No, I think what happened was that was predestined and planned. He knew the moment Endgame and all that shit was going to come out. He wanted to leave on a high note. He knew that was when he was going to leave, but the pandemic happened and Star Wars took a shit all at the same time. So he repositioned himself where he could try and get Star Wars back in order. And Bob Chapek, and that's why I believe he was so prevalent in the last few meetings and all these kind of things, is he is, now the acting CEO or whatever. He is doing what is supposed to be his job. And I think Bob has pretty much made his exit from the daily operations now. And that's the moment KK came in and made her fucking move. I think that's why we keep hearing it in the papers that he's done at the end of the year. And I think you guys are right. I think he's got some kind of political aspirations, and now's the time he's got to get started on it.
Who was that said that he might run for president? Was that Drunk or Tall?
No, everybody has. We all have.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we made that point the moment this book came out as well. Like that whole, like that book was really the start of his presidential campaign. But as for me, I actually tend to.
This is the crazy thing about it, Andre. He's going to win.
Well, with what you're seeing being done to continue to the elections, he has every chance. But anyway, I'm with Tom with this. I think that Disney obviously would have been alerted to the shutdowns and everything like that in advance, but not that far in advance. I really think that he has been looking for his replacement for some time because he didn't want a repeat of the ordeal that he had to go through when he was appointed the CEO of Disney after he was VP under the previous guy, Eisner, yeah, and he was like tainted from that. So that was a huge deal finding the CEO then. So here he just like, here's my replacement, done. And now he's going to serve a little bit with me on training wheels, and then training wheels are off. And then the pandemic really hit, and then he stepped back in because Chapek couldn't hack it. And I see that we get like some signs of that still, that Chapek still can't really hack it. Everyone is kind of like treating him like, yeah, you're like the front man, but Iger's really in charge, isn't he? And I don't know how true that is anymore. I think it was true at one point.
That's what I'm saying, yeah.
Yeah. Now it's more and more Chapek's show. Iger is still there in the background. He has like now a position where he sits back and he enjoys like creative directions and giving his input on that. But for as long as he remains affiliated with Disney, I think that he at the moment's notice, if push really comes to shove, can step back in and take over power as CEO. I don't know that. That's just my.
I don't think he will anymore. I think he's gone.
I don't think he will, but unless shit really hits the fan in a really bad way.
No, I think Bob Chapek is the bounce back girlfriend. And those who know what I'm getting at, like he's not going to last long. He's not going to last long.
But I think he's the substitute.
Yeah, he's going to take the fall for a lot of this shit.
And I want to. Andy, what do you think? Like, I really like Josh D'Amaro. Do you know Josh D'Amaro?
Sounds remind me.
He's the guy in charge of like the parks right now. He wasn't before, but he is like severely, like he is more loved by cast members here in Orlando and everything. Even though they had to lay off all those people, he was there with all the families. He took his bonuses and bought, he's really something like, if he was in line to take over Disney, I would be very happy.
Yeah, but it's interesting. I think he has the higher up business acumen style. I mean, there needs to be a little bit of a cutthroat political side to it.
That is true.
Like Chapek and Igor, while they're like good self-effacing people, I'm sure behind the scenes they're complete assholes. When they need to be, because you can't run a business like that without, or at least having help you do it. You got to be nice to everyone and seem really smart, but then also completely drop the hammer when need be, which it seems like Iger does well, and does it where people respect. You got to be someone who can drop the hammer and be respected when the hammer drops, But I've heard of. I think you're way deeper into the park world than I am because I'm still new. You've been here longer, but I know.
Just not because where you live, like his name kind of
the parks. Yeah, that's a whole different side of things. It's so people. Yeah, there's a lot of love people over there, but I don't know if they can handle the rest of it.
Well, I think that's Bob Chapek was doing what Josh D'Amaro's job was, and he was promoted up, and then Josh was promoted into his position.
Well, do you think Chapek? I feel like they're not going to want to say it, and they can't put someone like him in and then immediately change him. That seems.
Oh, they could.
I mean, they could. It seems like a weak.
I think he would step down. I think he would step down before they fire him. I think he would just step down.
I give Chapek 3 to 5 years.
Sure. Yeah, exactly. You have to have a few years, some failures that we all see clearly, and then cycle it out.
But we have seen
before, 3 to 5 years is actually average CEO of major company lifespan.
Yeah, but the one thing could happen was, Rob, how long was it that we saw that turnaround in Colombia? Because when we did the research for the Ghostbusters retrospective, there was one executive who was like one of the worst executives to ever happen, and he literally, I don't even think he lasted a year. Like, he made so many bad decisions that they shit-canned him like within like a year, I think it was.
Yeah, it was actually, it was
maybe it was a little bit more than a year, but it wasn't very long. It didn't last.
Yeah, he was broomed out the door in a hurry. But the turnaround,
because the lady that came in after him, who sadly passed away at a very young age, but she came in and she kind of turned Columbia back around, and her first priority was getting Ghostbusters 2 made. Like that was the whole thing. Like he had snafu'd that whole thing. Like, that was the other thing, was like he was trying to make a Ghostbusters 2 without the original cast because he didn't want to spend the money on the cast, and he's like, I don't care.
Who was that guy?
I'm trying to remember the guy's name too, but David Putnam, that might be it.
Yeah, I think you're right.
I think that's it. I think Jay's right. I think it's David Putnam. That sounds about right. But that guy was
the history of bad CEOs is a long and sordid one, and there's a lot of luck involved.
Oh yeah, but then people like Robins and Pascal's, they all stick around way past their time.
Yeah, I mean, there's people who no matter how badly they screwed up, they still, like I said, they still draw a paycheck for some reason. I mean, geez.
Big one too. I might add.
So I don't think Chapek's going to be too short unless he just the pressure, he can't handle it and he walks out the door, which I think Andy was saying. I think he's around for a while. Paulie, you have anything to add to this, or anybody else before we move on?
Just to add, I think you guys are right on the money. These are all super political moves because he's, because of his the White House is in his sights. From not firing KK to that political speech from a couple days ago. So that's all Bob is doing. He's following a political blueprint since his book.
Yeah. Indeed.
Yep, here you go, Natasha. Yep, that's what we're talking about.
Putnam, that would be the one. Yeah. Tom, what's the next super chat?
Next super chat is We Rocks with $9.99 says, don't believe the news report about Disney Plus being at peak. There's up to a 30-day run out on cancellation. They're pulling the numbers before the cancellations take effect. Another thing, We Rocks, on that note, not a lot of people are bringing this up, but in their last quarter, they reported 95 million subscribers. And in since that quarter, they only reported a 5% change in that. They said, that we have over 100 million subscribers. Well, if it was a significant number over 100, they would have said it. I don't think they've had nearly any growth. They basically lost a shit ton of people is what happened, because they should probably arguably be at like 130,000 subscribers right now. Or I mean million, sorry, is what I meant. So that means they probably did lose a good third of their audience right there.
Well, a third of what? I don't think that they lost a third of subscribers. I think they may have lost a few 100,000.
If you go by the rate of growth they were going at, and this is what I'm saying, unless somebody knows math better than me, which I'm sure they do, I would argue that they should be sitting at about 100 to 130 million subscribers right now, not 100. If they were only 95, if they were at 95 a quarter ago, then the quarter before that, I believe they were at 75. So with their rate of growth,
that is assuming a steady rate of growth, and these
that's what
things
I'm saying.
they don't grow at a steady rate of growth.
They
grow upon events.
And I'm arguing they would, and again, this is just speculation. I'm arguing they would have had a steady rate of growth had it not been for the Gina Carano snafu, because they were doing well with WandaVision. That was retaining customers, plus possibly bringing in some other ones that weren't Star Wars fans, but Marvel fans. I think that's an argument to be made.
Yeah, I think it's going to be much more interesting the next one and see which numbers report then, because this is a very, very good point.
Well, again, yes,
with the cancellations, because that number, they can hide a lot of cancellations in that number, and they're going to use all kind of tricks that they can to inflate the numbers as much as they can possibly get away with.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I think they lost a lot more people than they want to admit or will ever admit.
Yes. Next one. That would be David March, who says for $5 Canadian, Shari Redstone is more powerful than KK. Hi, Andy.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, Andy. The question: do you think that Shari Redstone is more powerful than Kathleen Kennedy?
Oof. Probably, yeah. Because look, Kathleen Kennedy has to report to Chapek, right?
Yep.
So yeah,
you know what? I agree. I think that Kathleen Kennedy, she has more friends in the industry. She does, but in terms of pure power, than Shari Redstone has her beat, because she is the ultimate owner of the entire Viacom CBS corporation by way of National Amusements. She's the majority owner of the whole thing. Everyone reports to her.
Which I got to remind you, though, ain't worth dick compared to Star Wars, though.
That it is, but she has plenty other things. So
remove their titles. I still say, if it came down to it, Kathleen Kennedy could have more done before.
In terms of pure relations, yes, but Kathleen Kennedy's standing with the industry has, I think, depreciated considerably, because more and more people are whispering behind her back, "Oh, she really botched this, didn't she?"
But they're still too afraid to turn on her. That's the thing.
Only takes one. It's
going to take more than just one, unfortunately.
I think that's true, but it only takes one to get the ball rolling, so to speak. Only takes one has to be first, is what I mean.
Well, and Gina's a great first, but the problem with that is if she doesn't have the right politics, you need somebody with their politics.
She's the wrong first. There needs to be more to come, but
you have to get somebody with the same politics as them to come out and say enough is enough. That's powerful enough. That's what it's going to take, and that's what I've been trying to say with, a lot of the messages I'm hearing is that a lot of these people are too scared until some of these other people stand up, and get noticed. But yeah, I mean, definitely. I mean, there's an argument to be made there, David. There's definitely an argument to be made there. Thank you for that. Then Christian Corlejo is the next one.
Yes, indeed. And he says, anyone heard any reliable reviews of Raya and the Last Dragon? From what I understand, it's not woke, but I want to be sure before supporting it. Who here has seen Raya and the Last Dragon? Andy, I see you moving lots around.
Seen it?
Yeah, I did see it. I didn't mind it. I in my review, my problem with it is I feel like Disney should make more musicals. I think it makes the movies better. And I think the movie just suffers from, I've seen it before, but it's beautiful, it's nice, it's fun, but it didn't have sort of the lasting impression I feel like Moana or even Frozen have. For me, like, I don't know why Disney doesn't do a musical at least once a year and just like they used to. And I think this movie would have done better with some really show-stopping, memorable musical numbers. Because aside from that, it was just very indifferent to me. Didn't have a problem with it, but even my kid was like, that was fun, and then never wanted to watch it again. So I don't know. It's okay. I think it's just going to be a blip. I think if it had been done proper theatrical, it probably would have done a little bit better. But I also wonder if people are really paying $30 for that one. I mean, families will, but I doubt it's as big as I bet you Mulan did better on the home release than Raya will.
What is this? This on Disney Plus?
Yeah, it's a premium, one of the $30 movies.
It's theater now and $30 if you watch it at home.
Anybody else see it?
Nope.
No.
Paulie?
One of my dark council members, Lord Callis, he said he's seen it with his daughter and he enjoyed it.
I've heard mostly positive, but I've heard kind of what Andy was saying is that it was a lot of comparisons to Milan. So I don't know. Again, it's not something that I know a lot of people are like, yeah, but I'm not going to pay $30 to see it when I can wait,
Oh, that Mulan was horrible.
Couple months to see it. Well, I mean, they're comparing it to the original Mulan, but yeah.
This one, the Mulan cartoon, I think is great, but the remake is garbage.
Yeah, they're comparing it to the original, not the remake.
And me and Tom, we were talking about that Coming to America. That was pretty garbage itself, too.
Oh God, that was horrible.
It was bad, man.
Let's not even get started on that. Anyway, thank you so much, Christian. But yeah, I've heard mixed to mostly positive, so I guess go with that. Keep an eye on like IMDb, Metacritic. You can follow Rotten Tomatoes. Just remember it's an aggregator. Just kind of keep them all in mind, and sometimes those help. And then just check out a few reviews like Andy
and watch Jeremy John, because Jeremy John, he seems legit though with his reviews.
I was gonna say, yeah, there's some YouTube reviewers you can usually kind of trust, and I'd go with your gut on that. Otherwise, I just wait until it's free on Disney Plus if you already have Disney Plus.
Yeah, pretty much. Because I waited to watch Mulan, and I thank God I didn't, pay the premium, because I would have been pissed off. I mean, they was running free. They were running up the walls. They was running up the walls like hidden tiger, hidden dragon. Come on, man.
Did you really just say that?
Yeah, he did.
Wow.
Hold on. What did I say? What did I say?
Hidden tigers, hidden dragon. Did you really say that out loud?
Well, which one is it? Hidden dragon, hidden
crouching tiger, hidden
crouching
dragon,
tiger, hidden dragon. Crouching, crouching
tiger, hidden dragon,
hidden,
crouching tiger, right?
Yeah, I can't get in the middle of this. This is a personal thing.
Oh, is it personal? I'll get out of it.
It's between them. I can't. Bobo sends in $4.99 or Bobo 5.
What up, Bobo?
What up? Says, should there be a day of future past retcon for the sequel trilogy by having Grogu prevent the sequels from happening? What do you think? I'm sure we all would love that, but I think, we've been pretty adamant that there's this possibility they could erase the sequel trilogy, but it's not likely to happen. And most likely what was going to happen is they just were going to avoid it. With all the things that have happened in the last week or so, I have no clue what's happening anymore. I really have just kind of tossed out.
I don't think that anyone involved even know what's going to happen.
That's what I'm saying. Point. Like at this point, I think everything is in such turmoil right now behind the scenes. I'm just waiting for the messages to start rolling in here.
And I'm glad, because turmoil needs to happen with Lucasfilm. It needs to happen.
Yeah. I think KK's not happening unless there's some kind of drama going on.
Which, of course, is very bad for, or speaks very badly of such a person. But in any event, what's actually good news is that as long as there is turmoil, there is hope. The bad news for fans everywhere is when the turmoil stops and calmness comes with the wrong person or wrong faction, I should say, firmly in charge. That's like the worst.
All I know is if Favreau walks right after the Boba Fett show is done, then we know exactly.
Oh, then it's done. Then you can just forget all about it and move on to something else.
Exactly.
Now let me play the advocate real quick though. I want to ask the Midnight Edge team. Do you guys feel like the Obi-Wan Kenobi series will turn things around?
No.
Okay.
I have a feeling that's going to be one of the bigger letdowns.
Okay.
It would be sweet if it did, but
it'll surprise me if it did too. But yeah, it's got Kathy too much all over it.
Yeah.
The surprise hit is gonna not hit, but I hate to say it, is gonna be Andor.
Why though? Nobody gives a shit about Cassio.
Because George Lucas is going to direct some of the episodes.
No, he's not. No, he's not directing. The fact that he got credit for 2 episodes means they're using his characters, which tells me Darth Vader's going to be in it, chasing Jedi. That's going to hype people up. It's just set in a particular time period that they could really pull from the original trilogy. And just throw all those nostalgia
member berries,
in there. And even though everyone's like, nobody wants it, but then they'll advertise Darth Vader. They're going to advertise all that stuff. So it's going to be, I think people will be shocked on what what they're throwing in that series.
I get what you're saying, Jay, and I'm not saying they won't try to pull that. I just hope a lot of us are smart enough not to fall for it.
Yeah. Andy, have you heard anything about those
Darth
series?
Vader,
Do you
man.
have any cool inside information? You're muted.
I mean, no, yeah, I mean, I know it seems like things are still changing as they go. Like, I still think they're sort of figuring a lot of things out. I mean, I did know and break. They are now working on a Luke series, like behind the scenes that they haven't announced yet. And there's talk of it being Sebastian Stan, which apparently Mark has been okay with. I know they have a what's it called? Kira, the show with Darth Maul, that they've been sort of holding on to for a really long time, that they're trying to figure out what the fans want. And they did announce that one. I was hesitant if that was real, but when they announced the Lando one, I was like, oh, it's real, because that Lando one I've known for a while, and I thought they were going to kill it just based off the performance of Solo. But apparently, from what I've heard, it's both Landos. Like, they're going to do young and old Lando, which is just weird. Maybe they'll change it. It's still early. But yeah, when I heard those, I was like, those sound kind of dumb, but they're in the work. And then, yeah, as for Andor, like, I know it's gone through a bunch of versions. Like, there was a version with Alan Tudyk's robot character, and then he ended up getting pushed out to a later season. And then same with Obi-Wan. They've been having so many adjustments, but I'm hopeful on that one because of Deborah Chow, who I really was impressed with her work on Mandalorian. And she's in there sort of, it seems like, trying to get that back together. And the fact that Hayden's coming back definitely intrigues me. And there's obviously some more rumors. I'm also hearing that Obi-Wan will appear in I guess it is the Cassian Andor one. I don't know if that's been put out there yet, but I'm hearing strong support that he will cameo in that one potentially as well. So look, I mean, there's stuff happening, right? They're moving fast, they're moving furious to get it all together. But it's still the overall plan of it. I feel like it's, to me, when I see the Boba Fett series and I see like the Lando, it's like they are working on features that they didn't ever get greenlit because of when they got shut down and realized that the film division wasn't working. And so when Disney Plus happened, I think they took a lot of their features and stuff. You got to remember, Christopher McCarr was working on that Boba Fett series. So was Josh Trank. There were so many people working on a Boba Fett movie for the longest time. But those
were supposed to be Star Wars stories. The Star Wars stories, remember?
There was supposed to be a Lando one. There was supposed to be a Boba Fett one. They were working on tons of stuff. They were working on Solo 2. All that stuff makes sense. It's now getting sort of translated into what's happening with what they're doing with the series, which to me just screams Kathleen Kennedy just sort of using what she had, which honestly, I don't blame her. Yeah. Like, as someone who had to do that when we did Screen Junkies Plus and figure out how do we make content in the next 6 months? Like, you get it. Make 10 shows. You have $10. Like, I get it. They have to work with sort of what they have on deck that's already sort of been prepared to an extent. But I think that's the problem too. It's like, it's oversaturation to a point where, are these going to be good? I hope so. I hope.
Yeah. No, I was just agreeing. Go ahead, Andy.
We're all muted by accident.
Yeah. So as for what else is happening, it seems like there's a lot happening. They're still adjusting things, but it seems clear they want to make as quick and as many as they can. And I wish Marvel and Star Wars would just do it. Like, I don't need series. Like, I'm curious. You guys think like,
well, that's all Disney Plus.
Make a whole, but I'm saying even for Disney Plus, like, make a standalone movie. Like, I don't disagree with you. Marvel movies, like. And do like, what if Star-Lord was evil, and like, do it. Go shoot a cool 90-minute movie, put it as an exclusive on Disney Plus. I don't need a 30-minute show each week. I want like at least 1 or 2 good things a month, and I probably still would support it. I know, aside from all the drama, but like, imagine the drama wasn't there. Like, it just seems weird to me that they're so like, you need a 30-minute this and an hour. Like, I don't know. Do you guys need weekly commitments? Or if there was no drama, would you be cool if there were 2 projects a year that were movies that were exclusive to Disney Plus in the Star Wars, Marvel, DC, whatever, I guess the Star Wars, Marvel world?
That doesn't keep subscribers keep going, though. That's the thing is Disney Plus is all about the same thing as all the rest are. You got to keep it going. So you got to have it. Because the moment you don't have to have it, then once you watch the flip side,
on the flip side, I would have loved a 90-minute, 2-hour WandaVision movie instead of that series.
Correct.
You know, because I think the concept,
with you guys, but
I think the concept was great, but they really milked it, man.
That's not.
I can't believe it's 9 episodes. What's that?
That's not how business works, though.
Oh no, I'm with you. I'm just saying, like, creatively.
Yeah, creatively. They hyped it up, talking about it was going to be a Luke Skywalker moment, and all we got is freaking Quicksilver. Come on, man. Now, don't get me wrong, though. I love the show. I liked the show. It was good, but they hyped it too heavy. Because, you know, Marvel always have those good Easter eggs, and when you look at the end credits, oh, snap, it's him. We didn't get none of that.
But it's not even just Marvel and Disney. I mean, the Stand they did on CBS Access. I mean, that was awful. And then they had these great actors. Obviously, you had a great material working from, and they had a budget.
You said CBS Access?
Yeah, that the Stephen King's The Stand was on.
Oh yeah. They got Discover on there. The Star Trek Discover.
Oh yeah. Well.
That's Tom's favorite movie, favorite TV series.
Yeah, Rob's too.
That's Rob's favorite TV series too, Star Trek Discovery.
Yeah. But,
Tom, you all right, man?
But back to Star Wars. Andy, thank you for that information. That was very interesting. Like, I never know when you have something interesting to share with us. So you are, by the way, muted.
I surprise everybody. Sometimes I'm not interesting, sometimes I am. But I was going to say, the one thing I did love about, speaking of Star Trek in a way, I did love the moment where White Vision, are we allowed to call him White Vision? I don't know. The White Vision. The Visions did that Spock moment. I did enjoy that. To me, that was one of the best.
That was really cool. That was the highlight of the whole series.
And then he took off, and you didn't see him again.
They wasted it, but at least there was that one moment of coolness. The best part of that show was Vision, in my opinion. That scene and the scene where Wanda and him are against the stairwell. What are you, like? You're hurting these people. Like that scene was awesome. That when the show had conflict and we knew what was happening, the show was great, but that was very few and far between.
But then they
I gotta run, guys. I'm sorry.
No problem, Drunk.
Thanks for joining us. Thanks for having me on.
And I'm glad you're gone, so you can stop embarrassing me.
That was
neither of us, Jay. See, it was all his fault. I mean,
it was. So I apologize for the Jody comment. It was just a dig at Fatal. I
apologize too. I hope we're good. I'm a fan.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
We all good, man.
We'll get all linked up. That's what we need to do.
Midnight Edge. We squashed the drama on Midnight's Edge. It's official.
I never had drama. I aggravate people. I'm that little kid that never gets picked playing kickball, but that instigates everything. That's what I do. So it's like
we love you, Jay.
It's all good. Much love, everyone here. When you're done here, go to my channel because I'll be going live soon.
All right. I'll let everybody know. Take care.
We'll send people there.
All right. Speaking of, let's get through these super chats because we are way behind here.
Yeah, let's try to run through a little bit faster.
But while we got a second, while you're looking up the next one, don't forget about Ninja Blast. Let's see how that's doing.
Ooh,
it went up a little bit last time. It hasn't gone up again, but we got it up to 45%. Let's keep it going, kid.
Man. Thank y'all so much. From the Midnight's Edge to the people in the chat. Thank y'all. Thank you.
Try and make this a successful launch. All right. What do we got for the super chats, Andre?
Yes, then we have Michael Miller, who says for 14 South African runs. Rob, have you seen Raise the Titanic? Thoughts on it? So, yes, Rob. Yeah.
Yes, I have. Good book, terrible movie.
Anyone else see Raise the Titanic?
No, but
I know. The last Titanic movie I seen was the one with DiCaprio in it.
It's one of
the one where the boat sank.
Yeah.
And I never understood why he had enough room at the end to be with the lady. You know when she was floating on that the statue?
Oh yeah.
Didn't he have enough room?
Well, there's that Brad Pitt interview he did when he was
so great book, by the way. It's one of the only two Clive Cussler novels that have been adapted into a motion picture.
Yeah.
Rob,
one being Sahara.
Yes.
But Rob, John
is it a good flick?
But Jay, what?
I almost said John Carpenter, the guy that made the Titanic movie.
James Cameron.
James Cameron.
Yeah.
Now, I think that was bad writing because remember Leonardo DiCaprio at the end, him and the girl was in the ocean and he put her on that little statue thing, right?
Yeah.
He had enough room to be on there with her.
I don't know, Jay. I don't make these decisions.
Yeah, there was room for it, but then it wouldn't float.
You don't think so? I thought it would have flown with both of them.
I think there was
it might have float, but it would go far enough underwater that so much of their torso would have been in the cold water that none of them would have made it. You see, like that's how he died. He was floating on the side, but it was the temperature that killed him. Whereas enough of her core body was enough.
Hey, can you scooch over a little bit?
Yeah,
I want to say the whole movie was stupid and a waste of 4 hours of my life.
But I want to say, hey, babe, I'm in love with you. Let's switch every 30 minutes. Just switch. So we both don't die, or I don't die. Let's switch.
Or,
Andy, you would have stayed in the water?
Well, that wouldn't have been a very gentlemanly thing to do, because at the time, the gentleman was supposed to die. And this is actually a real thing. For every single man that survived the Titanic, they were never looked on the same way again. They were never forgiven because they survived when they should have died.
Great point.
According to the society at the time, the only ones who should have survived were the women and the children. Whereas every single man was expected to die.
Even a class level?
Class level, yeah.
Even at class level.
Okay. Because there were, there was that whole thing
level
of the steerage level of all those people dying. All right, yeah. I could see that.
We are dressed in our best, and we will go down like gentlemen.
Yes, because you saw like the captain of the ship and the architect of the ship. This is both in reality and in the movie. They didn't even try to be rescued. They went down with the ship.
Their ship.
The one that survived it, like the guy who was the representative of the company man. He never lived it down. Yeah. He never lived it down when he survived. When he was expected to have gone down with the ship.
Yeah.
So they walked in shame for the rest of their lives.
Yes.
That's crazy.
Yeah. So a different world, and that's how that was. And then Darksblade says for $10, thank you so much, at Tom. Filoni theory yesterday. No matter whose side he's on, keep in mind that he has tied his career, life, and livelihood to Star Wars and being a Star Wars lore master and creative. That is a lot to have hanging over you.
Yeah, I mean, and again, like I've said, it's one of those things where his motivation could go for both sides, and that's where I wouldn't be surprised if he's just kind of manipulating things for his own, to further his own agendas, which align with more probably KK's in some respects and Favreau's in others. And I know Favreau's using him basically to learn more about canon, and they did work a little bit together on Clone Wars, so they had that relationship. But Favreau trusts him to keep him informed about the Star Wars universe, as far as I can tell. So if anybody's in a position where they could be manipulative, it's him.
Yeah, indeed. And then we have Shum, who says for $5, I changed my profile, tweeted, Facebook, IG posted my cancel and told Disney the why of my cancel. Even used all the hashtags in the post. Oh, brilliant. Then you have done your duty and good for you. You informed them why you canceled, as it should be. Darkblade says for another $5, also 70% of his value as a talent doesn't exactly transfer over to Star Trek or Marvel or Bond or other franchises. Yeah, this would be referred to Filoni, that he is locked in with Star Wars. His talent isn't transferable, which is a fair point and harkens back to what Tom just said. Toxic Man Flu says for $5, come on, Andre. We all know you love Eurovision Song Contest, the story of Fire Saga. You're among friends here. It's okay. I still gotta see that movie. I so want to see it. It looks hilarious. I can't wait to see it. And yeah, it looks fantastic. So intrigued by that movie. I just haven't had the chance to see it just yet. And then Michael Millard says for 35 South African runs, in regards to Kathy, everything in development is going to take years anyway. I don't know. Well, the things that are like really deep in development, yeah, that's going to take years.
Well,
but they have a lot of stuff ready to shoot, don't they?
Well, that's kind of what I was going to bounce off of what the guys were saying earlier was like, you know, Favreau, they wanted Favreau to come in and kind of do what he did with the Marvel Universe. And when Kathy pulled her shit, I'm sure she was like, well, we've got plenty of stuff here to fulfill that need. And she did. She dusted off all these things like Lando and all these other projects. And if they really are going forward with like this Luke series and all this other shit, I'm just like, really? I'm really not so sure what they're thinking right now. But I'm sure that's what Kathy tried to sell them.
Yeah, indeed. And then we have Ironcaster who says, Andre, did you hear about the Asterix Netflix series? And yes, I did. I did hear about it, which reminds me, I still have to see the most recent animated Asterix movies. I haven't seen any of the animated ones since Asterix and the Vikings, which was fantastic. So basically, that's the last of the 2D ones. And the last of the live-action movies I saw was Mission Cleopatra. That was fantastic. It's like the only live-action one I really liked. And the other one, when they recast and they got rid of Christian Clavier as Asterix, then I kind of like lost interest. So I haven't seen any of the live-action ones after that. But yeah, I hope for the best. Hope it'll be cool. And then Paulie. The next one is a request for you. So I'm gonna actually, you can plug this thing here first, and then I have a super chat for you.
Wonderful. Well, first of all, I want to thank Midnight's Edge for bringing me on, and really appreciate you guys in the chat. Since sub number 1, I've been dedicated to the community. We've done fundraisers for sober issues. I have 6 months. I have 6 years. 6 months. I have 6 years sobriety myself. We've done pet rescue, and now Fatal J, we are doing a Texas Rock Jam for your Texas citizens. Man, power went out. A lot of stuff happened the last couple of months. So I was talking to Nina Diaz, and that's the beautiful Nina Diaz right there. She's was on Joan Jett's label, incredible singer-songwriter. The links are in that description. And she's like, man, there's this great nonprofit that that makes food boxes, and they give them to families. And they do it year-round. So I'm like, let's get together. Let's get all our Texas buddies, performers, and let's raise money. So for 2 hours tomorrow night on the show, we're going to have live performances. Nina Diaz, Del Castillo. I got the Consequentialists. I got The Los Sundowns, Billy Music. What's funny is that it's just the way it worked out is that they're all in Texas, all these bands. I'm like, Texas Rock Jam. Every single dollar is going to go to this nonprofit called Southwest Workers Union. It is a nonprofit in San Antonio, food boxes galore. And that is what we're doing tomorrow night. And we really want you to stop on by. $2, $5, $10. Doesn't matter. Texas code from Texas. yes, but he's gonna, even Goat is gonna be there. For you Midnight's Edge Tarantino Rodriguez fans, Del Castillo is Robert Rodriguez's house band. Whoa. They've been featured on soundtracks of Kill Bill Volume 2, Once Upon a Time in Mexico, we got two performances that they're going to do of Malagueña Salarosa that was in Kill Bill Volume 2. So this is exciting.
Rodriguez is my second favorite director of all time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, you'll know these guys. You'll know this.
And I love his channel, Del Rey.
Yeah, El Rey.
Yeah, yeah. And
So,
let me say this real quick before you say anything else.
Please.
Congrats on your 6 years sobriety, man. Because I always admire people who have the discipline. You know what I mean? So just kudos to you, man. Keep going. Fatal J got your back. Keep going. You're an inspiration, man. Thank you.
Oh, wow. Well, thank you, man. I mean, that my sobriety is one day at a time, and that makes me feel really good. Thanks for saying that.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you know, because Nina's we're very public about our sobriety. Nina Diaz got 8 years, and we had a great sobriety stream where we raised money for the Child's Bereavement Center in San Antonio. So I always go to her every couple months. Hey, let's do another one. And this is what we're doing tomorrow night, guys.
I'm there.
Cool.
Very cool.
I'm there, bro.
Very cool.
Yeah. So thank you, Andre and Rob and Tom, of course, for letting me plug this.
Yeah. But of course we're going to want something in return. That is, Durao is going to want something in return.
Okay.
If you go into the private chat, there's a super chat.
Private chat. Okay.
Yeah.
Very bottom.
Please. Yeah. Can you? This is from Durao for 5 European.
5 euros.
5 euros. Please make Paulie say. Okay. Ándale, arriba, epa. Eso.
Yeah.
And fast for me, Calron.
Yeah, and that is the only thing that we want in return, because other than that, we are very, very happy to promote your channel and your event. And from the heart, and again, also congratulations on the 6 years of sobriety. Massive respect. Kudos and respect. And absolutely no favors are requested in our end whatsoever for that, to make that abundantly clear.
But I have a favor to request.
Good.
That is, get back to the super chats.
Yeah.
Yes. The next one actually is.
Sorry to interrupt. I have to dip out for a second. I just wanted to, but congrats.
No problem.
But my kids are. I have to go do something.
No problem.
Absolutely.
Thank you for coming in, Andy. We appreciate you being here. Check out Popcorn Planet, guys. That's where you can find Andy. And
link is in the description already, so check that out. And thanks we always love having you on, Andy.
Always fun conversation. Good seeing all you guys. We'll talk soon.
Yeah, we will indeed.
See you guys.
Yeah. Take care.
All right, guys. I think I gotta bow out too. I just want to say this. Midnight Edge, thank y'all so much for letting me on the channel. Man, this right here is powerful stuff that y'all let the little guys, promote their stuff, man. It means so much. I'll never forget it. And Midnight Edge, I'm gonna send y'all some goodies on the house on Fatal J for looking out for me. People in the chat, thank y'all so much for supporting Ninja Blast. This is a dream of mine, and I promise you, the people who backed, you will not be disappointed, because I want to make this perfect for you and for me. Thank y'all so much.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thanks for joining us today.
Thank you so much. You guys have a great stream, Tom.
Thank you, man.
I love you, bro. Peace out.
Love you too, brother. Take care.
Later, Jay.
All right.
Take care, Jay.
Check out Ninja Blast on Indiegogo. And let's get back into these super chats.
Yes, indeed. Adam Wofford, and again, this is to, I do believe, in reference to what we said earlier about Latino, Latina, and Latinx. Adam Wofford says, "No, do bore us with your language. That is fascinating, and the evolution of language, its complex and ancient understanding." That's something I wholeheartedly agree with, by the way. I love evolution of languages myself. And Harmless Ghost says, for 10 euros, you pay for Disney Plus because not all products you pay for have been messed with by some butthurt drama movements yet. Imagine someone spit in soup you just ordered for some color. Yeah, imagine that. Mr. Tickle Trunk says, for $2 Canadian, support independent comics. And Fat Steven Seagal says, support the Fatal Koala Project. Vanish and Clash. We'll get back to koalas soon enough. And ST Red Wolf says, Fatal J's Ninja Blast looks damn good. It feels like it has the right amount of thrill power poured into Judge Dredd in 2000 AD. Backing it now. Fantastic. Jay just left, so he didn't see your message, but he did get your support, and that's all the more important. Roger Haynes also says, Jay's here. Sweet. Have some money. Well, thank you. And, here's a nice one. Divorced 3PO Carano says, I love that fat Steven dude. He's my spirit animal.
Gee, I wonder who that could be.
That's hilarious.
Gee, I wonder whose dummy account that is.
Yeah. And Mexican Iron Man says for $15. Thank you so much. Hail the great drunk 3PO. It's Mike, aka Mexican Iron Man, drunk's #1 fan. P.S. I still love you, Paulie, almost as much as Rob and Tom, but not more than Andre. Kidding. Hail Fatal. Hi, Andy. Great panel. Well,
sorry we didn't get to that sooner.
Yeah, sorry about that, but we'll make sure that everyone gets...
Every time we try to get to these more sooner, it seems like they just get later.
Right. I was trying to go quick with my plug, man.
No, you did great, Paulie. And it's not you.
Some things take time, and that's just how it is.
And we want to try and give everybody the attention they deserve, of course, because you guys were so gracious enough to send us a super chat. So yeah, it's just, it's one of those things, like the faster we try to get through them, sometimes the longer it seems to take, but we're getting there.
Exactly. Well,
real quick, can I some people in the chat are asking if they can donate now. So yes, go ahead and donate now. The link is in the description of the page. I just wanted to thank you.
All right, there you go.
Yeah, all right, very cool. And then moving on back to the super chats. Christian Coralejo says for $5, thank you so much. If Star Wars YouTubers collaborated on a fan film, could Drunk 3PO get Gina on board to play Cara Dune? If a hit, could be the ultimate payback.
I don't know if she'd do that.
I don't know, because here's like the thing, that Lucasfilm could screw with that in all kinds of ways. I mean, funding aside, just look at Axanar. You'd be really like opening yourself to attack, because you'd be playing in their sandbox by doing a fan film. You'd almost be better off doing like an Orville, doing something that's close but exactly far enough away that you could get away with it. But I like the idea. I like the way you're thinking. And then Bradman says for $10, thank you so much. We were voting with our wallets, supporting Manda and Wando, and they still took a crap on our heads. Now it turns out they're virtually helping fund genocide. I'm out. Money is going to indie and anime. That's a very, very fair point of view. Very fair point of view that I cannot fault at all. You tried, you supported what was good, and it didn't work, then feel free to withdraw your support. Nothing wrong with that. Master Clockwork says for $2, we already have a female indie. Lara Croft. Very true. Chris Hill says for $10, point of interest. Sega hired the Sonic fan Tyson Hesse that made the Nipples the Echalada webcomic to do official Sonic web cartoons and consulting for the Sonic movie fix. Let the fans love. Yeah, indeed. Like, some fans that understand business can go a very long way. Mecha J says for $5, with WandaVision now done, you think Disney Plus has seen an increase of people unsubscribing? Yeah, Paulie, what would you think about that? Do you think that unsubscriptions from Disney are now on the rise after WandaVision?
That's so weird to do it to pay for it. Then actually, yeah. I just, because I do that. I'll do that with my MLB. I have to admit. and I guess when the season starts or when something is interesting, then I'll re-up. So
yeah. Tom, Rob, do you think that cancellations are increasing because of WandaVision is now out there?
I gotta think so, because that was a stinker of an ending. I did not like that one bit, and I like I keep saying, we're left with the practice squad. Really, I mean, Falcon the Winter Soldier. I mean, come on.
Yeah, I personally care even less for Falcon and Winter Soldier than I do WandaVision, but that's me. Tom, anything you want to add to that?
Oh yeah, I'm sure it didn't help with there are already a bunch of people canceling. I think they lost a lot of people before the show was even done, and I think they noticed.
Yeah, I think so too. I would certainly hope so. And Mr. Poe sent us $5 with no comment attached. If there never was one, or if YouTube removed it, I do not know. But thanks for the support in any event. And Stephen Otten says, yes, my thought exactly. There's no heart to the movies made today. I have to go back 20 to 40 years to find anything worth rewatching. Yeah, there you see. And Michael Johnny says, for £9.99, thank you so much. What happened to original ideas? Of course, too risky. Another version of Batman, doing a great job all. Well, I trust you mean us, so thanks for that. And Rolf Hartman says for $5, speaking of fan films, Games Workshop just hired on Siyama Peterson, the genius behind Astartes, and made his work canon. Fantastic. Love it when that happens. That's the same thing that happened with Street Fighter Assassin's Fist. Exact same story there. That was also awesome. And then Master Clockwork says, step 1, get Elon Musk to buy a majority of Disney stock. Step 2, launch Kathleen Kennedy into space. Step 3, step 4, profit. Yeah, nice one. And Who Flung Poo says for $2, just here to drop a deuce. Keep up the good work. Oh, thank you. We appreciate that.
Well,
just
at least it's not the bad kind of deuce.
Just make sure that you are very selective about exactly where to place it. I believe Amber Heard's bed may be a good place. And then Volt Cobalt says, sweet comic, check out my own coming soon. Havoc on IGG. All right, so everyone go check out Volt Cobalt's Havoc, since he mentioned it. So check out what that's all about. And Mr. Tickle Trunk says, we're just gonna gloss over Fat J said. Well, there's some smiley faces and said Kitty, I guess. He probably said something other than Kitty DeVille. Must have been something when I wasn't here, but yeah, we're going to gloss over it because I wasn't here, so I have no idea what you're referring to.
We were talking about Cruella DeVille at one point, but I don't know. I don't remember Fatal J saying anything about. I don't know.
What was it again?
Something we're going to gloss over. And that's Max Relax says for €10, my stick is better than bacon. Which I trust must also be a reference to something you said while I was out driving.
No, that's actually a reference. Well, it's a reference to the bad lip sync song.
Ah, okay.
Yoda.
And Just David says for $20, hours behind, but disagree with Andre on buying Conan. If those books spike to 100K sales, they'll have the author replaced with somebody woke in a heartbeat. It'll be a target to ruin the comic, not change the company. But here's the thing, though. They can't do that because they don't own Conan. Conan is owned by Conan Properties, and the owner of Conan Properties, Fredrik Malmberg, he approves of every single issue that is put out there. So I'm sure that if it suddenly were to have a spike in sales, someone would want to wokeify it, but they couldn't, lest they were allowed to do so. And if things really fell off a cliff, then Conan Properties could take that license and simply put it elsewhere. It's happened before, when Dark Horse Comics were no longer delivering the goods. Apart from the final run with what's his face. Anyway, the Dark Horse Comics, they kind of botched it towards the end there, and so they lost the license. Hillis Mallory says for $2, Iger. Peace. I'm out. Mic drop. And Stephen Otten wonders, has there been a good movie in 2021? Gentlemen, has there been a good movie in 2021? Paulie.
2021, a good movie?
Yeah.
Can you give me a moment?
Yeah, there hasn't been a lot released.
I'm trying to think what I've seen, because that means I've seen it here. And I know there's a couple things I liked.
You did like Coming to America too.
Shh. What? Ain't calling me out, Tom.
Well, I mean,
I think he said that in confidence.
No, he said that on the stream, and then I think he's changed his mind.
I enjoyed it the first run, watching it with my lady and a friend of ours. We had a good time, but then I was on the stream with you guys, and I was like, "Oh yeah, it's a really bad movie." But
that's kind of how our Last Jedi review went, actually, because we started out, we're just kind of like, yeah, it's all right, and then by the end of the thing, we're like, this fucking movie sucks.
Yeah,
It's like, no, like for you anyway, but like, no, we started off after Coming to America, and you were defending it for a bit there, and we're like, yeah, we can't argue with some of your points, but there was this and that problem.
Well, because you were saying, "Oh, I didn't laugh, I didn't chuckle." I'm like, you just said 3 examples where you laughed or chuckled, Tom.
I said I didn't get a deep laugh out of anything.
See, now you're re-saying your shit.
I don't know. I'd have to go back because I'm pretty sure I did, because I do remember saying I did chuckle at a few things, but I never got a good belly laugh, is what I remember.
Yeah, a smirk, a chuckle, maybe a guffaw. But not necessarily a laugh.
And the only, because I remember saying the one laugh I got was during the credit bit.
Yeah, the credits were great. Yeah, Denzel's movie, the drama, the detective drama with Jared Leto. That is really good. Oh, that's really decent. I recommend that. One Night in Miami is my favorite movie of. I don't know if it still counts as last year, but. An incredible drama, and wonderfully done. Great performances. It's a what if. Sam Cooke, Jim Brown, Muhammad Ali, and Malcolm X were hanging out after Muhammad wins the cash.
I think that one's this year.
Yeah, but they count. It is, but they counted it for I guess the Academy Awards or whatever.
Yeah, that's limited release or whatever. Yeah.
Right. Okay, so yeah, that's this year. That was fantastic, guys. And a thing that I really loved about it, and I'm behind. I got to get that review out. I actually did review it. Is black positive male masculinity in that film, all up and down. It was fantastic. Yeah. So those I got. There you go. I got a couple for you, Andre.
Honestly, I'm trying to think if I've even seen a new movie from this year outside of Coming to America.
Oh well, there was some. I'm trying to think of some myself. I've seen a few movies this year, but I didn't really like it.
I remember Wonder Woman, like that are new.
Well, those were new. The 2 ones I mentioned, and even though they're the genres are not but what else did I see? I'm trying to see if I saw anything in Spanish that was really good as well. and that's new, because sometimes they'll discover something and it's like a couple years old. I mean, if we're saying like maybe the last 6 months, there's 2 films I recommend. That one's from Guatemala called La Llorona, and it's a retelling of La Llorona, the legend, fantastic. That's getting a lot of acclaim. And then the film I'm No Longer Here, Ni Soy de Aquí. That's mind blowing. Then that's on Netflix.
The Mad Leprechaun reminds us that Willy's Wonderland is good for the start of 2021. I've heard good mixed on that one. I think Mr. H, our buddy Mr. H Reviews, had a pretty good review of it, if I remember right.
What was the name of that one again, you said?
Willy's Wonderland.
This is the one with like Nicolas Cage. Or something.
Yep. And he doesn't have a single line in the entire movie or whatever.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
And he's not doing jujitsu?
He might. Don't even get that one going. But no, I'm trying to think. There's at least 1 or 2 more. I'm trying to think it came out this year, but I don't think I've seen them. I'm like Paulie, where I discover shit like way after the fact. Like I saw Highwaymen. Like I just finally saw Highwaymen like last.
Oh yeah.
And that one came out like a year or 2
couple years ago. Yeah.
Yeah. I was like, oh shit, I missed this one. And I watched Dolomite Is My Name again just to compare it to Coming to America again the other night. And that one was from 2019. I mean, last year we had, stuff like Bad Boys and Sonic and Bill and Ted.
Right.
But then once you got near the end of the year when they quit releasing stuff and to the beginning of this year where they haven't released anything hardly because Wonder Woman sucked. Coming to America kind of sucked. There's that Pat Morita documentary I still haven't had a chance to watch. I still want to check out, like Tom Conkle's movies and stuff like that. But yeah. I mean, there wasn't a whole lot. Yeah, Highwayman was really good. If you haven't seen that one, I recommend that one.
A couple of people are mentioning Fat Man. That was pretty good.
Oh, Fat Man. That's the other one I was trying to remember. Like that came out right at the end of the year. So I mean, that's new enough yet. And if you have not seen Fat Man, it's fucking amazing. In fact, I think we're still going to give away I got a digital copy, free digital copy of Fat Man. We're going to give that away sooner than later. I'm going to figure out how. So,
yeah. And moving on from
we need to move on.
Yeah. Then we have, just give me 1 second here to refresh. The Mad Leprechaun says, what do you gentlemen think about the announcement for the new Evil Dead movie and the Twisted Metal series? Well, to begin with the Evil Dead movie, I do believe that it's a prequel that will no longer have Bruce Campbell. Instead, it's going to have a female lead that goes to save some family or some drivel like that. That's my understanding of the new Evil Dead movie. And as for me, I couldn't care less if I tried. But that's me. How about you guys? How excited are you for the new Evil Dead without Bruce Campbell?
Like, this is supposed to be kind of like a quasi-sequel reboot kind of thing, right?
I think it's a prequel or something. I'm not sure.
I know. Unless Sam Raimi's involved, unless it's got Bruce Campbell, I'm not all that interested.
Bruce Campbell is producing, however.
Yeah, but he did the remake too, so who cares? I don't mean shit.
Yeah,
I haven't seen it, and I've heard good things about the remake, but that's not the point. As far as Twisted Metal could work if they do it right, but if it's like some PG-13 nonsense, then nah, fuck that.
It's the series is written by the guys that did Deadpool, like Rhett
Wernick. Probably all right.
Yeah. As for me, to my awareness, Twisted Metal is not on the Sega Mega Drive, so I'd be much more interested in an Outrun series myself. But
it's close. It came out on the original Sony PlayStation.
Yeah, but that's like next gen.
I know. I can't win with this guy. I tried.
I'm more excited to see Godzilla versus.
I was going to bring that up because I guess Robert Meyer Burnett has already got to see it and he loved it. So I think he liked the last one though too. So
yeah. And then Nelson Sheretta says, Rob, ever heard of Resident Alien? Wednesday, 10 p.m. Sci-Fi.
Well, now that you mention it, running joke.
And Dr. Logic Inc. says for $10, get Genndy Tartakovsky as the showrunner for Kenobi plus the style of Samurai Jack. Imagine, story A can have Obi-Wan Force connect with Qui-Gon, while story B can be about crime boss Maul at the center. That sounds good to me. Just so as long as it's not animated, but that's me. Joshua Sanders says, Karelin Borisenko just had a video with King Randall, who is starting a school to educate young inner city people. Oh, cool, go check that out. And Stephen Otten says, if Elon Musk buys Disney, the Acolyte won't happen. Yeah, well, that's if Elon Musk buys Disney, and that's a pretty big if right there. And then Brazilian Jim45 sent us $4.99 with no message attached. Whether it was just support or it was redacted by YouTube, I do not know, but thank you in any event. And then we have the Mad Leprechaun who says, Willy's Wonderland is good for the start of 2021. Yep, there we go. Ron Cook asks, Monster Hunter? Yeah, I saw Monster Hunter. I was excited about it because it has Milla Jovovich, and I like Milla Jovovich. It sucked. So, not a good movie for 2021. Tiberius Monk says, Judas and the Black Messiah. First great 2021 film. Also, great stream Midnighters. Time to watch Bad Boys for Life again.
Yeah.
The film Coming to America 2 should have been.
I know they're completely almost different genres, but you're right. I see the parallels there, and totally. That's an exception to one I brought up the other night that I should have thought of too. Bringing in a character that's like related to a former good guy or bad guy, in this case being a good guy. But yeah, a little off the mark. But no, like I loved Bad Boys 3. I don't know if either any of you guys have seen it, but it was a big improvement over Bad Boys 2. And in my opinion, it made Bad Boys 2 better because there's things in Bad Boys 3 that elevate things in Bad Boys 2, because I just thought Bad Boys 2 was kind of meh.
Yeah.
It's on our list to see, definitely.
Yeah.
It looks
Max would love a website where it lists recommended movies from Midnight's Edge and guests. That's not a bad idea. Maybe we should continue with setting up that web page one of these days.
Yeah, we need to get that done.
Yeah, we really do. Like we have the domain and everything. So yeah.
Yeah, we just need to get some help. But with that, I think since it's raining here, and I hear it's raining in California and a few other places.
It's raining here.
Snowing in Norway.
Snowing in Norway. What about some koalas in the rain?
Koalas in the rain. Koalas in the rain. No fucks given. Koala. Koalas in the rain. Koalas in the rain. No fucks given. Koala. Koalas in the rain. Koalas in the rain. No fucks given.
All right, kids. Thank you so much for hanging in there for almost 5 freaking hours for those who have this whole entire time. That's been amazing. I want to thank Paulie. I want to thank Andy Signore of Popcorn Planet. I want to thank Fatal J. I want to thank Drunk 3PO for all coming in here. Check out their channels, their respected channels. I think we'll have all the links in the description. Check out all the other links that are in there for the music stream tomorrow and for Jay's comic as well. Do check those out. And yeah, our asses are numb, Mr. Tickle Trunk. You made it the whole time. I think you're the only wrench who remains. Although I think I did see Jordy up here a little bit ago too. But yeah, I want to thank the wrenches as always for doing a wonderful job. They kind of got tossed into this job and they had no clue about what they were doing, or at least that was going to happen. And I applaud them every single time we do one of these streams. So thank you so much, and thank you guys for hanging in there. Till next time, anybody got to say before we go?
I just want to say thanks to our panel, those that are still here and those that had to leave along the way, even those that had disagreements between them that I like to believe we helped be able to put aside. And head on over to Jade, because I do believe he should be like streaming right about now or something.
Yeah, it's drunk 3PO.
Yeah, thanks for being here with us. We'll have some regular scripted content before long, and see you again on Friday.